Welcome back, everyone, as we jump into set 2 of our 4 qualifying matches. We've seen the Ravens stamp their ticket. Now it's a question of who's going to go between the Scarabs and the Kaolin Wardens, 2 of the SCC teams who are going to be punching their way to Worlds. It's Gore, it's Myth, and it's one that I'm really excited for, man, because I feel like it has a lot of energy to it and a lot of energy behind it based on what we've seen from these teams and what we've come to expect. But it is going to be, again, I think a very fun event all around to see what they have to offer for us. And for those of you wondering how we got here and where we go from here, well, we started with 8 teams split into 4 groups. We took those groups and we whittled them down. I guess now technically, oh no, still 6. We still got 6 total teams that are on the board, right? You've got the Gladiators and the Kings who are going to be waiting, as well as Ravens, Hex Mambo, and everybody else who are about to watch play, the Wardens and the Scarabs, who are trying to fight for their qualification. We've done the best of 3 portion, and we are entering the qualifying matches. So what you're going to watch today is not the end of the road for anybody, but it is a stamp forward towards the World Championship. So we've got the Ravens. Someone's going to join them today. Tomorrow, we're going to be eliminating another team, as well as qualifying a team with them, and doing that back-to-back, right? Making sure that we get our 4 teams that are going all the way to Worlds, as well as, unfortunately for 2 of them, sending the other 2 home and ending that all. So if we're looking at it and going towards Group A, looking at how the bracket has gone, well, we've already got one of the teams. It was the Highland Ravens, the 3-1 victory over Hex Mambo. That just happened, and if you didn't watch it, well, watch this set and then check it out probably either later today, tomorrow.
Where would they watch it, though?
Probably youtube.com/SMITEVOD would be a
good.
good place to find that. If you want to watch some videos maybe about pros talking about the teams, especially the SBL teams, I would recommend going to maybe youtube.com/SmitePro to find some of that content. Of course, we prepped a lot of that, and tomorrow we're going to be looking at Mambo and the Gladiators. But Mifflin, we prepped a ton of that for the SBL teams, obviously, because they're all here, and it's very easy to grab them during pretty much any time. But when you come over to Group B, something's going to stand out to you, and it's going to be the fact that, one of the SBL teams has already been eliminated, and that is the Eldritch Hounds down at the bottom, will no longer be playing this season. They're just done. They're gone. And what we are going to see pretty soon, Scarabs, Wardens, they're going to play. One of them is going to Worlds. The other one will play the Kings tomorrow for a second opportunity to try and go to Worlds. So the Camelot Kings are still in a precarious position, and the returning champs might not be returning champs. They might just be, I guess, reigning champs for another week or so, depending on how that goes. But Scarabs and Wardens is the one that stands out the most. 2 of the SEC teams, both of them have come out. Both of them have looked phenomenal so far, what we've seen. And now we get to see a little bit more.
Yeah, I'm really excited for this one. I feel like there's a few storylines you got to follow. If you've been a Smite fan for a long time, you think, ELLEON, he's always coming out to LANs, but how often is he competing at Worlds? On console, every single time. On PC, not a single time. So this would be the first opportunity for him to bring a underdog team up. That'd be phenomenal for them. For the Source Scarabs, on the other hand, this is a team that has been dominating the EU SCC. Looks very good coming from them. And have also dominated here at this tournament as well. Lots of big names that you should be familiar with. Deathwalker, apreel, Zyrhoes, iSilenced, Echrome. And they brought out a relic to coach this squad. iRapper returns to the Smite scene, bringing some of that veteran knowledge. I am so excited. The duo lane in particular, though, I think is one I really want to keep my eyes on.
Yeah, this is a team that has really been able to stand out. And like you had said, the duo lane, it's been really interesting because I feel like for a long time, if we talk to Echrome, a lot of the conversation was, okay, cool, can they get Heimdall? And if so, then this is going to be a huge win for them. It feels like we've gotten to see a huge evolution for him, but Silenced as well, Mifflin, I think belongs in the conversation. And of course, that person we just saw get the kill, not on the screen just yet, but Apreel, who I think had an explosive start to the tournament.
Yeah, Apreel's really impressed me out of the jungle. He's got a god pool that is not hidden. He'll generally go towards his standards. Things like the Mercury, the Awilish are really at the forefront of it. But I'm glad that you bring up Echrome. For my money, Echrome has looked like the best ADC at this tournament. And he's got great competition for it. I'd say it's him and Yark, and then it's a pretty significant drop to the next ADC. So I really keep my eyes on that duo lane. In the past, that's where we've seen the Kaolin Wardens struggle a bit. Tubahh generally likes to play safer picks, doesn't really want to go for that boxing match. Echrome wants to fight you, and he wants to fight you early on. He doesn't miss his auto attacks, and he's going to throw that weight around. I think that could be a major contention point throughout the entirety of this set.
It's going to be one that I think, like you said, we're going to see the sparks fly. And depending on the draft, I mean, we've been seeing a couple of these carries really get high priority in their drafting phase as well. So maybe that's going to be something that Echrome's looking for. Maybe because of I'm not even going to call them eclectic picks, because right now it feels like maybe more meta picks. But because of that, you might be able to hold out a little bit longer for them. I guess for that, we'll just have to wait and see. But for now, we can at least talk to who you had referred to as a relic for coaching this. We got iRaffer, who's standing by for an interview.
That's right, Raffer, the coach now for the Solar Scarabs, joins me for the pregame interview. Raffer, we'll start out. It's just been a hot minute since you've been in the competitive scene. What is it about this scene that kind of gravitates you towards jumping in a coaching spot for the Scarabs?
I can't believe I've just been called a relic.
I know.
I used to like Mifflin, but I'm not sure about that guy anymore. I might just go and replace his job for him.
No, I mean, those who can't play coach, those who can't coach cast. I think that's the timeline that it typically goes with. But what kind of brings you over to the Solar Scarabs roster?
Did you say you could cast?
Ooh.
How about we get me on that desk and we'll get Mifflin to go coach them.
Okay. So we're gonna have a little bit of fun more than anything. Poking some shots at Mifflin more than anything. Wow. Yeah, do you have anything for kind of the EU fans out there? You know, EU SCC has kind of been the dominant factor when it comes to the amateur scene, even at this event now, having dominated up against a couple of the SPL teams. What do you have for your fans out there from Europe?
I've been dodging questions so far, haven't I? A lot of banter, which is obviously I'll bring. But in all honesty, I've just sat back, watched the boys, been more of a mental coach. I've been primarily not looking at Chrome because, as Mifflin said, he's literally the best ADC at this line. I've just left him to do what he wants. April, I've been keeping an eye on. I recommended the Mercury, absolutely popped on it. There's a couple more picks that he has in the bag ready because we expect that to be banned. But we just want to bring some good games. I want to bring a EU powerhouse to come to Worlds and possibly win. If they play how they did on Thursday, they have the chance to.
No, your team's been looking great out there. You've been doing great as a coach, Raffer. I'll let you get back to your team. Thanks, Scott, for the interview. Best of luck. We'll throw back to the desk.
You got cooked, bro. And like instantly.
OG banter, man. But we don't have it like that anymore. I'm not ready. He's still making eyes at me. Get him out of the room, J-Mac.
Well, you can hear. If I'm gonna take anything from that, I'm taking confidence. Also, I like barely dodged the stray, and I had to wait very specifically to say that until the mic was very far from Raffer to make sure that it was safe and fine. He is now officially out of the room, so
we can say whatever we want.
We're clear.
That guy's old.
Man, yeah. Well, you can't. I'm kind of old too, so that
yeah, you are.
Okay, well now I'm not catching strays; they're just coming right at me. Scarabs, a team that I'm excited to watch, and of course I think that it's going to be exciting to see what they have coming for them, especially with Raffer behind them. On the other side, though, the Wardens, Mifflin, you had mentioned how you were impressed, I think, with everything going on and player-wise, I think, for the Scarabs. I also have to say I'm really impressed with the comms we heard from the Wardens. They were very concise.
Yeah, so there's always been a stigma around ELLEON teams that he absolutely dominates comms. We've all heard the famous clip, look at Ra, 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 jump on Ra. Pause, look at Ra some more. That's generally been what ELLEON comms have been like. But I had the opportunity to listen in recently. That guy has calmed down a whole lot, but he's still looking forward towards the match. He's informing his allies about when the power spikes hit, when his enemies are strong, when he's strong, where they can play, what objective they're looking for afterward, why they want to fight. All that has been going through the comms. And that was at the 3-minute mark, looking at the 20-minute mark, right? So that's been very impressive for me. This team very good at feeding information. Nog as well reminds me of just some OG mid lane mentality. The only thing he's saying in comms is, hey, the jungler just crossed my lane, my ultimate's up, my abilities are ready, this, that, or the other relics. But the communication for this team has very much so impressed me. I would even argue SPL level from the Wardens so far. And they've got great talent around them. Delnny's been holding his own pretty well in the solo lane. Slash has been absolutely dominating out of the jungle. Seems like his picks might be targeted out in the ban phase. Andy's looked really good on his support gods. Has really diversified his god pool. Goes towards a lot of those sustain picks as well. But what I had brought up earlier, that dual lane matchup, a lot of it I think really is going to be rooted between those ADCs. And I think that's where I'm really keeping my eyes on for the Wardens. I could see a world where Tubahh really struggles against Chrome.
Now, that's going to be, like you said, a very, I think, strong contention point. I'm also actually really excited. Delnyyy versus Deathwalker, I think, will be very interesting. I think a couple days ago we got to see a very heavy presence from Delnyyy. Deathwalker likes to run the lane, and so that is going to be something that you have to contend with and have to control. But this team, you know, I think a lot of it has been, like you had said, and in the comms, in the shot calling, and in kind of the calm, collected moments that have kept them together. So the question is whether or not they can keep that going and how they're going to do up against the Scarabs. And the best person to answer that is the coach for this team. We've got Gamma standing by for an interview.
That's right, Gamma, coach for the Kaolin Wardens here standing with me. Gamma, what is it about this team that really kind of stands out to you? You kind of got to play against them a little bit during the phase, now joining them as their coach. What's kind of that big moment, that big hit for the team that kind of brings you towards them?
It's the vibes, the good vibes, you know, winning energy. And so we're looking to keep that going into today, right? I'm sure it won't be a problem.
And a lot of things that we talked about has been communication with the team, and especially the team comms during these fights. Usually we talk about ELLEON. Is there anybody else on the team that kind of stands out when it comes to these team fights, making these big shot calls?
Yeah, well, a lot of the big shot calling, like you said, comes from Chapo, but then Tubahh comes in, and slaaaaaaasH is also really important in comms. And then, you know, it's just really supported well by nnog, you know, the consistent playmaker, always there.
And now, just historically, NA versus EU hasn't been going too well for NA so far. So do you have any words to say out there for the NA believers trying to find some hope to qualify to Worlds?
You can trust us as NA's last hope, right? We got it.
We heard it here from Gamma, coach for the Wardens. Thanks so much for coming out for the interview, Gamma. I'll let you get back with your squad. Good luck in your match. We'll throw back to the desk.
NA's last hope, holding on as strong as they can.
I'm feeling patriotic now a little
yeah.
bit.
Man, you might not know it. Mifflin was actually really tempted to get up and go get like an American flag. You were gonna.
I wasn't.
Yeah. You're just
Anyway,
gonna.
yeah, go
Yeah,
on.
you're gonna shut me down like that instantly, man. Come on. NA's last hope. They're feeling solid. Gamma says it's all about the vibes. You competed a lot. How much is it about the vibes?
I mean, it's a bit of a meme, but legitimately a lot of it is very important. Vibes are really good, especially when you're losing. In a best of 5, very important. SPL's talked about it a lot. It's about adaptation. It's about not letting it get you down. If vibes are bad on a team, we've seen in the past what that can do to a squad when they go down in game 1 and then they're completely shut down in game 2. And game 3, if they lose there, it looks even worse. So knowing that this is a team that is very much so having fun together, they came out to this event as underdogs, they're still competing at a high level. Every single one of those guys thinks they have the potential to win. That's just great for keeping morale up.
It's something I think that they're going to potentially feel themselves. Again, the pressure that's going to be on. You know, we've talked a lot. You had mentioned the side lanes, Tubahh versus Echrome, and I think we're going to, when Picks and Bans comes around, probably break into that a lot more because we're going to get to see what carries they're actually playing and to see who's going to be able to maybe find the push to the other's pull. But, you know, we've kind of missed over and skipped over a little bit of the mid lane, which is to say that nnog has definitely been in this conversation, and to the point where the Wardens got here off of some really stellar plays from nnog in the mid lane. And since they're going to be first pick, they might be able to enable them a little bit more in mid.
But I think there is parity in mid lane playstyle between these teams. Both nnog and Zyrhoes are not, I'm running you down in the lane, I'm not getting hyper aggressive. It's, let me farm up, let me get my items stacked, I'm going to try and, I'll get left mid camp, you get right mid camp, meet you at the 20-minute mark, right? I think that's a lot of what we're going to see. It's really dependent on junglers to get involved there, which is why I do focus so much on the other side lane. Solo, clearly a 1v1 matchup, right? Those guys just going to be boxing back and forth for the entirety of this set. I think you would probably give slight advantage over to Deathwalker there, and then Echrome on that ADC role. I've made no qualm sharing my opinion on what that matchup's going to look like. I think a major win condition for the Kaolin Wardens is to just keep Tubahh afloat. I don't need to see Tubahh even levels. As long as he's getting level 18 by the time Echrome's at 20, things can look a little bit better, and you can rely on that hero win condition that has been nnog. You can rely on the presence we've seen from slaaaaaaasH throughout this event. There is certainly a lot of nuance to the laning phase in this matchup.
Athena.
Well, as Picks and Bans come through for game 1 here, Wardens, they ban out the Mercury, they ban out Baba Yaga, and Sobek. Scarabs take care of Athena, Kukulkan, and the Thaw. So targets towards that mid lane that we were talking about, and what do the Wardens go for? Well, they grab, presumably, their support up at the top, Athena, who we have not gotten to see virtually at all this weekend, Mifflin. What is she bringing, and why has she been so high prioritized?
Well, it's the global presence. It's the ability to just camp solo lane like no other. We see that a whole lot when Athena was making her way through the Picks and Bans. Generally, it's, I ticked over to level 5. Let's get that level 5 gank on solo. Jump on the cooldown buff. catch him out, have that 3 versus 2 best case scenario for the enemy team. It's also guaranteed simplified initiation. Ease of play in tournament time is one of the most important things on the planet. So just having, how do we start the fight? How do we break in? This fire giant dance has been going on for 10 minutes. Dash taunt, I hit 2, okay. And that's just it. I either burnt the beads or you burnt them. So Athena just incredibly powerful in that regard. Source Scarabs, though, I think that's a smart answer. Generally, there's a few answers to Athena. It's, can you stop Athena on dash? Can you prevent the taunt from coming out and kill her immediately? Ganesha is pretty good at that style of play. Just throw out the silence and hope that your team's got the damage behind you. Or you look for counter initiation. Athena just dash taunted my backline, so I blinked past her and did the exact same thing, right? I'm not exactly seeing that just yet from the Scarabs. Only 2 picks locked in. I would like to see now someone that can tank shred.
Well, the question, like you said, is maybe going to be a little bit of that. I'm curious. Hachi's been so high prioritized.
Yeah, where's the Maman?
Well, actually, that's an excellent question, and surely we see it soon, right? Otherwise, it admittedly should be banned in the next phase. Now we've got the Anhur, so that makes the question I was going to ask you a lot easier, which was going to be if it's a carry matchup that you are looking at. You got Hachi, you got Anhur. We'll talk about that Raijin and the Opwash in a little bit. Who do you give the edge to, even though I know you were leaning Echrome player-wise, but now God-wise, does that level things out a little?
If we were just doing gods, obviously you go towards the Anhur.
Yeah.
I mean, his pressure in lane, the damage output, the ultimate, how much kill pressure he has, unmatched in the Hunter tab. But because it's Echrome and because I know what that guy's capable of, this does put me in a position where I am still slightly concerned for Tubahh. I need to see Tubahh be able to leverage this aggression. And that is a vote of confidence by him and the team. There are certainly matchups in the past where you've said, hey, look, my ADC probably doesn't have the 1v1 advantage. Let's put him on something safe. Yeah, you don't need to win this lane. We're going to win as a team. But this looks to me like the Kaolin Wardens are doubling down, saying, Tubahh can hang. Echrome who, Anhur is going to run it down. We got to play aggressive. Had he decided to go towards something like the Jingwei or maybe the Heimdall, we would have got a better heat check on mentality. Kaolin Wardens, they're either going for set play, saying we can play aggressive, try and meet the Scarabs on their own ground, and play with this first game in a best of 5.
As the bans fold out for the second half, Raijin and Anhur get locked in, and there's a lot of question marks thrown up there. But for now, Daji, Thanatos banned by the Scarabs, a Wheelish, and it's going to be the Thor that get banned by the Warden. So the Maman, who has been one of the top priorities, period, since she was available, still up on the board. While the Scarabs think about what they're going to go next, Myth. Raijin we've seen a couple times this week. He's gone mid. He's looked all right. Opwash has ultimately disappeared, right, overall. Locked in for the Scarabs. We used to see him. He was the go-to solo. Who knows what Deathwalker's thinking anyway, but do you think this is something for Zyrhoes? Because he's liked that style before as well.
Zyrhoes has been an Opwash player in the past, a prolific Opwash player. Great damage output, decent sustain in lane, and now with Osiris locked in, I think guarantees Zyrhoes for this pick. So we've seen Opwash fall out of the solo lane meta because mage solos have essentially fallen out of the meta. The bully potential of these warriors is at an all-time high. But Opwash in mid is just as strong as it was on previous patches, does immense damage, has really good space control, and slept on objective secure. And that's something we're going to really see lacking here from the Kaolin Wardens. With the roles they still need to fill, they're not going to find anything that's going to match a double corpse explosion from Opwash.
I mean, damage-wise, like you said, it is just through the roof. Osiris, not someone who I admittedly had been anticipating, I guess, as heavily, although as time has gone on, maybe he's shown his strengths. What is blowing me away, Camazotz locked in. You had actually mentioned this, I think we were talking about Oath at the time, but Camazotz and I feel like Slash go hand in hand. Sun Wukong gets locked in, so you get the full draft of the Wardens. Wukong matchup versus the Osiris, as well as the last 2 picks for the Wardens. What are your feelings?
It depends on the Wukong build that we see. I am expecting Warrior's Axe and Jotun's Vigor, so should have some level of sustain to deal with Osiris, who's got immense poke potential. I know we've only seen Osiris a few times since his most recent changes, but that sickle now going through waves makes it really difficult to lane against this god. Previously, the style was, I'm going to throw sickle at the enemy god, group up the wave, leverage AoE auto attacks to just deal with it really fast. Now you can hit the wave and the enemy god at the same time. Just clear so much faster and then stick to that bully. So there's going to be maybe some contention throughout the early game. Once both of them tick over to level 5, I think it's pretty unlikely that we see either of them die. And then the Camazotz, as you said, that's just one of Slash's go-tos.
And not only that, it's been something that is, like you said, and I guess because it's been his go-tos, treated really well, right? So it treated the Wardens very well. Raijin, Anhur, Athena, when you're looking at team synergy, do the Wardens have everything that you're thinking of? I mean, a lot of it is, I guess, Athena taunt into follow-up. Do they have enough follow-up?
I actually really like how the Wardens' late-game team fight's going to look. Camazotz doesn't lose jungle 1v1s ever, so that kind of removes an avenue of play for the Scarabs. And then you've got the simplified initiation of dash taunt, please just land Raiju, Nog's not going to miss it, and then you just have the damage output behind you. If the fight looks really good, go into the Taiko drum to keep the fight rolling. Anhur is going to have a little bit of space control with the shifting sands. So the late game 5-on-5 for the Wardens, I think, a major strong point for them. And then the dive potential of Camazotz and Sun Wukong against an immobile mage like apreel is something Zyrhoes is going to have to figure out an answer to. Decent peel potential from Ganesha, but that's really the only peel you're seeing on this team. Osiris CC, not exactly guaranteed. Susano, for the most part, going to be trying his best to disrupt the Raijin on the other side. So I could see where this game almost devolves into, at the latest portions of the match, into a dive contest. Which one of the frontliners is hitting pay dirt first?
Now, Susano gets locked in, and I feel like Susano is in that area where every now and then he just has one of those games, right, where it's just like, okay, you know what, average jungle, 21-3, he just absolutely ran the show. This feels like you said, his job is really deal with the Raijin, get to the Anhur, like cause them trouble, dive a little bit. But is there a different style he's going to have to bring because his team is less peel-oriented?
You could have them hang out a little bit further back, but I feel like you're missing out on the strongest portions of that God's kit if you do decide to go for that. Maybe it's a front-to-back style where it's, I'll be the initiator, I could throw out my 2, pull someone in, and then I'm going to peel back, hold my own ultimate for when I know that dive's coming towards my own mid laner.
Well, the opportunity is there. We've walked a long way to get here, but the SEC squads, Scarabs, the Wardens, this is one step in a best of 5, but one of these teams is going to be going to the World Championship. And I know we've looked at this, but team fight wise, other fight wise, like, do you have a time limit for one of these teams? Right? Where is their strengths? Is anyone early game slanted, or are we going towards those 25-minute 5-on-5s?
I mean, they're scaling on both sides. I wouldn't say either composition is fully suited to one segment of the game. I'm seeing advantages for the Kaolin Wardens in global presence thanks to that Athena, as well as late game initiation. So maybe around that level 5 point, there's going to be a significant power spike for the Wardens. But on the other end, the Solar Scarabs space control around neutral objectives generally starts to rear its head at that 8 to 12 minute mark. And that's where apreel is really going to start controlling the map a bit. So it's not, there's a time limit here or you need to play here. It's both these teams have got nuanced approaches to the map. And I would say, if I had to give an advantage to one side or the other, it's just based off of ease of play of composition. I favor Athena that much. This Athena simplifies the draft entirely, and at 35 minutes when people are getting a little bit tired or maybe the game's gone a little bit long, maybe some frustration sets in, Athena can punish that so easily.
She's been banned, what, 17, 18 times up to this point for that reason. First pick Athena and first game she has of the event. We'll find out who puts the first win on the board as we go over to the casters.
That's right. We jump into SCC versus SCC for a qualifier match. This one, the winner of the set goes to the SMITE World Championships. It's J-Mac inbound and Doug here for game number 1 of this best of 5 between the Kaolin Wardens and the Solar Scarabs. Your number 1, NA, SCC, your number 2, EU. SCC now battle it out, and Twitch seems to put a bit of favor towards the EU side. And given the history of NA versus EU, especially in these SCC matchups, typically tends to go towards favor of the EU. I mean, we look at Worlds last year, 2 EU teams able to make it there, knocks out 2 SPL teams to get to that point. So maybe no surprise that, at least for the Twitch chat for now, has some favoritism towards the European team.
Yeah, I think EU SEC has been favored up to this point, but the Wardens team has played fantastic this weekend. Their 2-0 was very strong, and I think there's been very big standouts. I think Slash has looked good, Nog, exceptional player, and ELLEON with Tubahh in this dual lane has also looked pretty good, and you're going to have to be on top of your game picking this Anhur over in duo because it's been highlighted since Anhur was created as a character. You pick this character, you want to dominate lane, and that's where I want to pay attention to in this early portion. Nothing's really going to be happening in solo lane unless the junglers rotate. A lot of it comes down to farming, maybe that first blue buff, but in dual lane, level 1, level 2, there is so much kill potential with a character like Anhur.
The fact that Athena's been banned the entire weekend, assumedly, up until this one game where she's finally let through, I think this is now where we kind of get to see what Athena is capable of, especially given a lot of the nerfs that have come her way towards a lot of her kit, a little bit less mitigation from her ultimate, her taunts not being quite as effective, not quite as often for her combo, but still has shown just that much presence and that much priority. And I think as Myth put it best, able to simplify the game to such a heavy degree.
Yeah, and taking a look at how this Athena's going to have to play those mid games, we have 3 beads on the side of the Scarabs. Apreel even goes for the beads, the blink on Slash, so that's a difference in the jungle. Susano going for the beads means engage is not going to be that easy for this comp. A lot of it's going to rely on Ganesha getting that ult off or just finding a silence onto somebody else trying to engage onto her, or onto him. And already in dual lane, a little bit of fight.
Tubahh and Echrome both at half. Frontliners putting a little bit of harass over towards these 2 hunters. And even Nog in the mid lane getting very low on the opposite side, but it will be meditation picked up and meditation used by iSilenced. It's going to be a nice little bit of extra HP and mana going back over to Echrome to keep himself sustained up in this lane.
And I really love that. I think that's something that's underused with this meditation. A lot of times it's just used in actual trades to get that heal off. But now that there's no out-of-combat anti-heal, you can just use this to sustain up, and you just use it as many times as you can in laning phase. And it's an extra 200 health every time you pop it, as long as you're a little bit lower. On the opposite side, ELLEON has the shell, which is the better in-combat spell.
Nog pulled back, a couple more shots,
No.
but no, a Thunder Crash out by Nog is able to get him away from Apreel, so First Blood slipped away from the jungler of the Solar Scarabs, but this is now twice that we panned over to this mid lane in just 2 minutes to see Nog at sub 100 HP up against the opposition.
And in case, if you know, he got chased a little bit too far, Nog still did have that Aegis, so he had a little bit of survivability still there. Not too much worry to use it, but just enough to like kind of keep the threat away. Maybe April doesn't feel like he can actually commit to that because of the Aegis. And with these blue buffs spawning, seems like the game is kind of just playing, everybody's trying to get their own camps. And when you have these comps that kind of want their level 5s, none of these, other than the Anhur, none of these really want to stay level 4 and fight level 4. A lot of them want to get that level 5 so they can get that big spike, especially with this Athena. I mean, we've not seen it this entire tournament, but this is a character that once that level 5 is reached, instantly the game changes. Because now there's a character that can be all over the map at an instant.
And I kind of want to ask you about support build in general. Obviously, Gauntlet Thieves, Prophetic Cloak, those are kind of the normal, the standard over there.
Surprisingly.
But as far as stardoms go, we haven't really seen any diversity amongst the support stardoms. It's almost exclusively just been this War Flag. What is it about this starter item that just puts it that much higher and that much more prioritized than any of the other ones?
The recent nerf to Compassion really hurts Benevolence. I think even going beyond that, Compassion was the better option for the Benevolence tree. And then Sentinel was just a almost outright worse option than War Flag. War Flag is statted very well. It's not really the base War Flag that's that great. It's the War Banner upgrade. That is the go button in the late game, and that is really what's really strong.
Silence used by iSilenced. Slash on the way. Jumps over. Darmic Pillars used, and the ultimate from Echrome. Slash will be stuck inside the Darmic Pillars for the time, but Silence goes back in using his dash, but now Nog is on
Athena
the way.
ult.
Thunder Crash is ready to separate the two with Tubahh.
Echrome no
is
ult.
the one to strike first, and Echrome's stuck between a rock and a hard place. That's 2 for the North Americans, and Apreel gets taunted back in. ELLEON waiting for his taunt to come back off, and he's got it! And that's a double kill for Nog. North America up 3 kills in the first fight.
And just an overchase by Silence. They get the trade, they don't use anything, and then he looks for the dash back in, and Athena, ELLEON, gets the reset off, and that's the strength of the Athena. We saw it firsthand right there. Can reset, can ult back in, and just give herself the upper hand in the fight. And that entire time, Zyrhoes opts to not rotate. So that is a fight that the Scarabs are taking knowing Zyrhoes isn't coming over, and there's a threat of Nog coming over. Maybe a little bit of jitters by the Scarabs, because that is not something we saw last time the Scarabs played. They didn't really make the early mistakes like that. They played a lot more patient, a lot more calculated, played around. I mean, they play around April really well, and they play around Silence really well, but that one just seemed like they maybe expected Zyrhoes to be there, or just no chance Nog was.
And therein lies the danger of how these extended team fights get more and more dangerous up against an Athena. That entire team fight starts and ends with a taunt. It's ELLEON dashing forward, gets silenced out by the Ganesh, gets that immediate double taunt, and then what ends the fight, apreel, just a little too close, gets pulled in by that taunt one more time at the end, and that ends up being the killing blow on that end. Do you see a little fight over the mid camps? And, well, because of all the fighting that happened over in the duel end, because of all the back and forth, it ends up netting Tubahh a small lead in itemization. Already's got those Devourer's Gauntlets online, as you point out. We're on the other side for Echrome. Doesn't even have the item built just yet. For a little bit of danger, but we'll be able to avoid the second hit of damage from slaaaaaaasH, so can retreat back to his jungle for safety.
And Echrome still hasn't got his back off yet, so he's still not stacking that Dev's Gloves, and Tubahh's at 19 going back to lane. And these are the little advantages that Anhur can take advantage of. When he gets that Dev stacked, he gets that flat pen on top of the shred he gets from his passive. So he becomes a character that can nearly one-shot other squishies, especially around these shield camps. You can sit around the corner, you walk around the corner, not paying too much attention, and just like that, Anhur one-shots you. And on top of that, Anhur wants these 1v1s, but what Athena provides is, yes, that's a 1v1 over there, and we want that to be a 1v1 for the Anhur, but if he does get ganked, I can be over there and make that a 2v2. And he is so scary that Anhur has the damage and threat to win 2v2s with just Athena taunt.
Speaking of, taunt used to try and steal green. Does not happen this time. ELLEON unsuccessful in stealing that buff away. But it's just keeping his presence known on the map. Procs over to 7 as another battle around the shield buff this time breaks out. The dual lane seems to be the topic of conversation for both of these two teams, or at least for the Wardens to try and get aggressive early. Opens up that shield buff, allows for Tubahh to get that experience. And now it's the Kaolin Wardens backing away. They got exactly what they wanted. Maybe they could have hoped for a little bit of extra, maybe a kill, but Echrome being patient and playing. Meanwhile, there's that Athena ultimate. Zyrhoes' beads save him from death. Is able to juke out just enough drum beats. Nog is stuck inside the Dharmic Pillar, but not enough follow-up damage after apreel a bit too far away. Thunder Crash will get Nog out and ELLEON too tanky for apreel to kill.
And if Nog hits one more of the ult, if he just hits one more, he only hit one, they will be taking down Zyrhoes there with the beads. Unfortunately, he misses those. They're not able to get the kill. But that is still now a beads down on the Opwash, which an Opwash without beads is fodder for a character like Raijin, a character like Camazotz, and a character like Athena. So now expect eyes on this mid lane. Silenced is going to be sitting there, and also expect ELLEON to be there.
Tubahh playing a bit aggressive. Maybe just to stack up his gooseberries at the very least. Get some nice chip damage over against Echrome in the duo, but so rotate back towards right side. Soul Lane at least has been kind of the main topic for a lot of these teams out here. So much focus goes over towards getting these blue buffs, fighting over that, the shield buff, ganks over and right. It's one of the first few games we've had in a while where a lot of the focus is over in the dual lane, trying to get Tubahh on this Anhur further and further ahead. He's sitting at about the same pacing level-wise as Echrome, both of them at that level 9 point, but it's still some of those early stacks on those Devourer's Gauntlets that's really giving Tubahh that extra advantage in the 1v1s at least.
And with iSilenced sitting over there, something we've seen him do a lot is upgrade this meditation early. It's something that a lot of supports do, but he really likes this med over other options. On the other side, we have ELLEON with the shell, and the kind of difference in these relics is one of them you need to upgrade. Base med is one of the worst relics in the game, and you compare it to the tier 3 upgraded med, and it is phenomenal with how much it sustains with health, with mana, and then it also gives you cooldown resets. On the opposite side, the shell is basically just good as is. You don't need to upgrade it. You get obviously better stats with it, and you get it up more often, but base shell just does what you need it to do, which provides a shield that protects you. So something to keep an eye on with these builds is now ELLEON does not need to put that gold towards the relics.
So you see a grouping by the mid Harpies. Two of them at least go on the way of the Kaolin Wardens, one stolen away by the Solar Scarabs. And immediately looking back over to ELLEON's build, going in towards that tier 2 breastplate, could see an early breastplate of Valor in response. And we've been seeing this a lot with Athena. As you get Athena, what's the one thing you want to do? Dash taunt. What's the next thing you want to do? Dash taunt. As these fights go, we saw it when Panaton was jungle. Just build as much CDR as you can in your first few slots. It seems ELLEON might be going that same direction. So we do see the Hunters square off, but if you look at the itemization for the Hunters, it's fully stacked Devourers and an Executioner for Tubahh versus only the tier 2 towards that dominance for Echrome.
And with this lead that Tubahh has right now, I want them to get wards deep in the left side jungle, because you want Tubahh to keep taking this fight. You don't want him worried. And kind of like the weakness of Anhur is the ability to just kind of bait him, because Anhurs want to take fights. So if Tubahh jumps in, doesn't know where the jungler is, then he might get punished for it. But right now they know where the jungler is. They know the jungler's on the right side, and they're pulling this Gold Fury.
Gold Fury started up by the Kaolin Wardens, already at half HP. Nog on the way. Echrome going to try and see if he can get anything done, but it's a shot in the dark to try and steal it away from 4. The Kaolin Wardens secure themselves a Gold Fury and about a 1,500 gold lead nearly. 600 in the experience department. Nothing too wild at this point, but the 1v2 is now turning into a 2v2 because ELLEON's on the way. A crash onto Apreel. Can they get the pull back? Can they get the damage now with Zyrhoes showing up
Silence
as well
is
as iSilenced? This is not the turnaround the Kaolin Wardens were wanting. Instead, it's all going Solar Scarabs. 4 rotate to the right side and get the first kill for the European team.
And that's a good trade there by the Scarabs. They lose that Gold Fury, but they get, wait, that damage.
Echrome in danger, needs another swipe and one more in hand, and Slash has got the damage to get it done. The Kaolin Wardens strike on the opposite side of the map.
And when we saw this Camazotz locked in, we know Camazotz is a good god, but we've not seen Slash play it. We've seen a lot of Thanatos with Slash, and we've seen the Thor. I was a little worried about what he's going to be able to do with this Kama, and so far, not very many missed abilities. He's there where it fights where he needs to be. Right there, he picks up that kill onto Echrome. And Echrome almost plays that a little disrespectful, walking back up after getting out through the gank, and his team won on the opposite side of the map. And that's not what we really expect of Echrome. Echrome is usually the more calculated player. He takes his wins when he can get them, and he punishes you when he has his leads. And that's not something we really expect to see. And just looking down now, he's down about a level, almost 2 levels to Tubahh.
Fight over shield buff. Again, goes in favor of Kaolin Wardens. Dual lane has been complete control for this Warden squad. But if we do check back in with the solo laners, we can kind of see that the build isn't going entirely as expected for really either side. Delnyyy, we don't really see too much of this Runeforge hammer as far as the Wukong, but one thing that Deathwalker kind of started up in the first time that he brought the god out was this Executioner build on these auto-attack solo laners with this Osiris.
Yeah, he loves this Executioner, and I think it's just the cost efficiency of it, and then that passive into the late game allows him to actually threaten the frontliners. He doesn't become this full tank god, but he's this very high hybrid, high damage god. And he's very hard to deal with. I mean, as you can see, the damage is already coming out a ton. He's forcing Delnyyy into that ult. Delnyy's been on the back foot since the early portion of the game, and it's not going to let up soon. His build is not meant to 1v1 this Osiris, and Osiris' build on the opposite side is meant to take this 1v1 and to dominate it.
Tubahh's been playing aggressive on the Anhur, jump after jump to try and find out Echrome, but not able to do so. The gold lead still sitting around that 1,500. The experience starting to creep up a little bit more for some of these lanes. Now 1,300 in favor of the Kaolin Wardens, and we start to see some of that peak between the mid laners. About a level and a half between them. Nog, level 15 on the Raijin. Zyrhoes just now peeking over to that level 14 with that mid camp. So starting to see those 2 kills that Nog got in the early game finally starting to come to fruition for him.
And he's going for that Soul Gem, which is going to provide him a little bit more survivability, not as much damage. And we see this Soul Gem as kind of like a preference item for some mid laners. Some mid laners love it, and they'll buy it nearly every game. Benny, I know, is a big lover of Soul Gem.
Oh, yeah.
And then other mid laners never build it, and they refuse to build it. We also saw Big Man build that Soul Gem. So it's kind of interesting to see which ones opt for it, which ones do not opt for it. But it is pretty popular on Raijin, probably from the high base damage.
Echrome beats us very late, but Tubahh's used everything he's got to try and kill him already. So up onto the mounted archery, Echrome able to escape with some bailout from the support. Both beads and the meditation used from the dual lanes. Solar Scarabs out on a relic this time, and they don't reset the shield buff, so iSilenced is able to steal it. So silver lining for the Solar Scarabs, they're able to get some farm away from the Wardens.
And my silver lining for this game so far is Tubahh on the Anhur. There was a few questions. We heard it in the interview in the beginning with Raffer, with how confident he was in Echrome. They lock in this Hachiman early, but Tubahh on this Anhur has really kind of been taking it to him, taking a lot of these fights, playing for the shield camps. The only thing that I'm missing from this Anhur is that purple buff ward. They have not invaded a single purple buff. Imagine the lead that they would have. They even took away 1 or 2 of these away from Echrome. Instead of actually getting that ward and getting timer on the purple, they're mostly warding like defensive for this Anhur. When you have this Athena, play offensive on that side.
But we haven't seen too many of the Athena ults come in just yet. We've seen one over to the right side to try and bail Delnyyy out. That one didn't go so well for ELLEON as they were for the Solar Scarabs, but at least able to turn around and get a kill on the opposite side of the map did help at least a little bit there, but it has been very quiet from ELLEON on the Athena. When we typically see these Athenas, and especially with how much heavy investment in CDR that we've been seeing some of them go, you'd expect it to be ultimate after ultimate firing, almost essentially when that ult is on cooldown, you're putting it off cooldown by trying to get something going, but haven't seen that quite yet with the Kaolin Wardens.
No, opting for it, well, now he's going for it.
Well, Echrome pulled back, half HP, used the Aegis a bit late this time, impale backwards, one more in-hand from Tubahh will do it, but Tubah's missing those in-hands. ELLEON will hold that, make sure that Tubahh can get that kill, puts 5 up now for the Kaolin Wardens. It opens up the door for the Fury as an opportunity, maybe a chance for the Kaolin Wardens. They'll have the man advantage, but Delnyyy kind of locked into his blue on the other side. Instead, it's silenced, loses out on the bubble from the taunt of ELLEON. And that'll be another defensive tool stripped away from the Solar Scarabs. And that opens up the door now for the Primal Fury. Kaolin Wardens putting that one down to a quarter already. And even with the vision that the Solar Scarabs grabbed on the opposite side, they'll let that one go to the Wardens.
Despite the early game and the mid game so far from the Scarabs, only about a 4,000 lead, 4,000 gold lead for the Wardens. A little bit of XP though in the backliners pockets for the Wardens. Both nnog and Tubahh level 16, level 17, up at least a level on their counterpart. Now I want to see them starting to make plays around the map, starting to take these towers down. That tier 1 in middle is a free option. You could look to rotate to the solo lane, maybe try to kill Deathwalker, because this build that Deathwalker goes, it's not the tankiest option. This is I want to be threatening on top of I want to be a little bit tankier. He's also level 17, so maybe not yet we want to go over there. But with the type of comp that the Wardens have, Deathwalker would get blown up if his beads are down. A dash taunt with Raijin follow-up, Anhur follow-up, and then Kama chase potential. They can kill Deathwalker, but I think they just need to look for this middle tower first.
You can even see that Tubahh's trying to deny as much farm to Echrome as possible. Echrome's scrounging through the jungle for any opportunity of farm that he can get, but has now missed out on 2 full waves to Tubahh. ELLEON even going to bring a camp over and just distract for a little bit longer, so Tubahh's just holding on and denying as many minions as much farm as possible. Now 2 full levels up guaranteed over his opposition. Rotation from slaaaaaaasH. Breakout around the shield buff. Never going to have to use the taunt to break bubble, but with how low of a cooldown it is, ELLEON more than happy to remove that defensive tool from Silence, which now sets up the taunt, and he caught the dash in front. Dharmic Pillars and a Typhoon in response. Great heads-up play by ELLEON to catch that one out.
This dual lane for the Wardens is playing phenomenal so far. The ability to get that dash taunt out, and he gets to the blink. He's finding iSilenced.
Gets the taunt onto support, but only support. And meanwhile, slaaaaaaasH is getting shredded by Echrome. You may be down a couple levels to Tubahh, but will still take that fight against slaaaaaaasH. apreel goes back in, but eats about 400 damage from Tubahh's 2 in-hands, and that might be enough of the fight unless Zyrhoes gets a good catch out here. slaaaaaaasH going back to base, but Zyrhoes thinks twice about jumping into the lane. ELLEON still got a little bit more going. Silence from the Ganesha, gonna make sure that ELLEON can't continue any further forward, and no casualties, no blood spilled in this fight.
But that time that Zyrhoes looks to rotate over, nnog is just sitting mid and farming, and the Wardens knowing that, back up and just take the rotation from Zyrhoes. And now we have a level 19 Raijin at 18 minutes. Nog's gonna hit 20 very soon. Tubahh's level 17 with a 2-level lead.
Oh, he's like a minion.
He is literally one minion off. Literally 1 minion off.
All I gotta do, hit this wave. That'll be level 20 right at about that 19-minute mark. A very fast pace for Nog, which means a really big power spike with that time, whether he goes timeline or into that pendulum. Nog, as long as he's got the golden hand to be able to do so. Meanwhile, Pyromancer,
stolen.
All the while, Solar Scarab is able to sneak that one away by stealing it out from under the nose of the Kaolin Wardens now. Tries to bump them back up, because as far as the goal is concerned, it's not too out of control just yet. Kaolin Wardens are up about 3K. It was closer to about 3,500 or so before that objective gets stolen away from them. Solar Scarab's down, but not entirely out just yet. I think the maybe big saving grace that the Scarabs could have might come a little bit later once we see Deathwalker leave this lane.
Yeah, and Deathwalker trying to get those stacks on this cloak so far. 14, 15 now. Most of them are going to be physical because he's just...
I think they're all physical.
Yeah, they're probably all physical because he's beating down on the Wukong, getting those stacks there. But when he rotates in, the worry isn't Tubahh. The worry isn't the Camazotz. The worry is the level 20 Raijin, who now has that alternate timeline finished. Doesn't have any pen yet, though. which is something that should be highlighted with how many. I mean, Pesty is a really good tank option. It's not like a ton of magical protections for Deathwalker, but that's enough where if he has no pen, Nog, he's not getting through the 70 magical protections.
Yeah, sitting at just the double flat pen from that Book of Thoth and Divine Ruin, so missing out some of that percent. ELLEON goes forward, taunt onto apreel. Apreel beats at the end of it, turns at the Typhoon, but apreel doesn't have anywhere else to go. There's just too much collapse in by the Kaolin Wardens. They now put 6 up for themselves and will start their line over towards the Fury, but with Nog so low, ELLEON goes back in alongside Delnyyy. Knockup is good onto Ganesha. iSilenced drops the Dharmic Pillars, but it's just his own burial ground. It's Nog
Deathwalker
who picks up the kill from a range, but Deathwalker on the scene. The Solar Scarabs in the 3v what will be 4 because Nog is just so low, has to go back to base. Deathwalker just got to make sure the Wardens can't go for anything more.
And a 5v3 available once Nog gets back. Deathwalker is full health. And a little bit of poke onto everyone on the Warden, so maybe no opportunity for gold. Deathwalker still has those beads available.
Ultimate used by ELLEON, gets him back to the Fury. Still missing out on just one player who shows up. It's Nog back on the scene. Oni Fury goes down. Kaolin Wardens pick up their 3rd Fury of the game. And a split 1-1 on Pyromancer. This gives a nice little nearly 4K lead up for the Kaolin Wardens. And you look to the opposite end. We've been seeing how a lot of these fights have been going. It's been, again, ELLEON. When you think the Kaolin Wardens are out, ELLEON says, wait guys, what if we just go back in, see what else I can pull? Turn around, dash taunt, hit 2 people. Okay, now we're done. Oh wait, but they just stepped a little further forward. What if I dash taunt again? This constant pressure that ELLEON is putting out is starting to prove to be a bit much for the Scarabs.
Yeah, those beads are almost always down by at least somebody on the Scarabs. And that's somebody that Silenced kind of has to be forced to play around then until those beads are back up. We saw it in the early game. Opwash loses those beads, and the Ganesh has to stand around him until they're back up. And now with this nice lead the Wardens have, you look at Tubahh hitting 20, getting that Leader's Cowl. You have the level 20 Nog. Still no pen, opted for that Reaver. But now this is 2 level 20 backliners as opposed to just the 1 on the Scarab side. And it looks like 5 strong getting ready to do this Fire Giant. And keep in mind, they don't have to do this Fire Giant. They can just look for a dash taunt with the Athena. That is the strength of this character.
Just play the pick style of comp and then give yourself the man advantage going to the objective. Seems to be the game plan for the Kaolin Wardens. Dash taunt by ELLEON. Pulls the bubble away from iSilenced. Now 70 seconds on that cooldown. Might just have to give up this tower. ELLEON and Nog gonna stand by. No need for the Hunter when the Mage can do just enough damage to burn away tier 1 tower. That's now 2 off the map on the side of the Solar Scarabs. And for the Scarabs, they've got to be careful because you never know where ELLEON is. Bead still down for 15. A blink taunt from the Athena is once more a death sentence for a Scarab.
Now with the pretty big advantage, Hachiman showing up in mid. They have eyes on the other 3. Still, the dash taunt is available. Nobody looking for fire.
Dash taunt by ELLEON. Silence before he can get the top of
double taunt.
2 after beads away from Zyrhoes. Deathwalker used the ultimate to jump away, and Delnyyy up onto the cloud. He's in the middle of 3 and can just rejoin because he's got the rest of the team behind him. Crashed on top of Echrome, hits him with the cudgel, and that's almost half health on the Hunter before Delnyyy able to fly away in that bird form. Kaolin Wardens got their pick. They'll go straight to the Pyromancer for an extra objective.
And ELLEON gets poked super hard, but the strength of Athena, we keep dragging on it. We're going to talk about it the entire time. As long as there's an Athena, she has 2 major strengths. 1, her global potential, and 2, the dash taunt. As long as she can do those things, which anyone can do that with Athena, can press your 4 key.
Even me?
Yeah, even JMac can dash taunt with Athena, can ult with Athena. And that's what they're going to keep playing around. With fire still being available, it was a little awkward, I think, that they went for another play on top of the other one when they had the opportunity for fire. But I think it's their burn and their secure isn't great, especially when you're fighting into this Opwash.
ELLEON wants to get that bubble away so bad. He says, man, 70 seconds, that's not that long of a cooldown, but hey, if we can keep that one away and make iSilenced an easier target, especially if you can taunt before those silences go off, before that ohm is channeled out, makes your engage a little bit easier. As we start approaching 25 minutes, the gold lead not too far ahead. It's mostly just the fact that some of these items are finally getting built up as the Wardens mark up their defense, maybe even their offense, around this Fire Giant. Haven't seen too much from Deathwalker just yet in these team fights. It's mostly been as a deterrent, and that's just because the man right there in the center of your screen, ELLEON, has just been wreaking havoc on the Scarabs team.
And with the Wardens in the spot they're currently in, they aren't spiking too hard. I think they want to delay this game another 30 seconds, maybe minute. Tubahh's 5 items deep, the exact same spot that Echrome is in. It doesn't matter that he's up 1,500 gold. They're even because that's the items they have built. And then you also look at Nog. Nog's only got the tier 2 Upshard, which is not a good spike. They should just keep slowing this down a little bit, wait a little bit longer. They don't need to really look for anything right now.
Whoa. Delnyyy, he dives into the backline, gets hit by 1 silence, and now it's almost all of his HP gone. He's up on the cloud, jumps down, but will be able to escape for now. Dharmic Pillar will not slow down the Wukong this time, and maybe slowing down Nog is Deathwalker, crashed in with the ultimate, and now it's a chase onto ELLEON, keeps slowing the Athena, the one who's been the problem for the Solar Scarabs, but Delnyyy takes an awkward path to engage that fight with the blink and gets punished heavily for it.
And I think that's the highlight. He uses the blink, so he's the one looking for an engage there, but it's either his team wasn't ready or they weren't on the same page. It looked like they were playing for the Titan and he was playing for the fight. They still get the Titan advantage. This is still a little bit of an advantage. Now the Scarabs have to play to this side of the map. And again, Nog is still trying to finish that Upshard, which just got finished. Tubahh is still waiting for that final item, whether it's the Kin Size or whether it's the Deathbringer. Those are the biggest spikes.
Gotta play around iSilenced and the Ganesha as well, because that Ohm was been the kryptonite for Delnyyy in that fight. As you can see, another half of his health chipped away just because a single silence lasting for so long. No one on the Wardens are able to reliably stop that CC from any kind of range. You've got to be up close, and close is exactly where Silence wants you to be. Dharmic Pillar's used. ELLEON walks forward, gets the taunt onto apreel. Apreel low. Apreel nearly down. The bat of hell chase out, but the shell is there to keep him alive for the time being. It's ELLEON who's low, and they're running through the empty. The Crypts, low health bars on both sides, but apreel able to blink away. The Pillar slows him down, so Delnyyy can try and go for the pincer. Cut off his only escape path, but apreel able to get right past him, and the cudgel off the mark. No casualties in this fight, but close on both sides.
No casualties to the characters, but look at those relics on the side of the Wardens. Nothing on Tubahh. Nog still has something available. Slash has got nothing now. And on the opposite side, apreel is now down both relics, and both iSilenced relics are down also. Zyrhoes, no Aegis, so we have big openings now on both sides. But again, Tubahh still doesn't have that Deathbringer spike, so he doesn't have this massive spike. But Nog, again, I'll state it again because it's not completely clear to everyone. This Raijin is huge right now. 401 in full build.
Kaolin Wardens go in for a team fight against the Scarabs. Let's take a listen in with the Warden squad.
That's everything.
I hit him.
I'm ulting you. I got you. You're not gonna die. You're not gonna die here.
I'm owning him.
I'm pulling now. I'm hitting. Listen to me for taunts. Stay on it. I'm gonna use bomb to secure. Keep hitting. It's going down kind of slow. I'm looking for a taunt. Here. No, looking for a taunt. Listen to me.
Okay.
Can you look at Osiris? Just hit Osiris. SS3. SS Back up. We Wukong ult. I'm looking for a dash on a 7. Susano on the left. Look at him right here. 4 seconds. That's a partial. Back up. Hit pyro.
Yeah.
Hit pyro. That's all their ults. I'm gonna have 2 bombs here.
I got it.
Why?
Quick and decisive calls coming from the shot caller on the Kaolin Wardens here. ELLEON there that entire time. Listen to me, wait for taunts, listen to me, wait for our calls, go to fire. Osiris is here, hit him, that's his abilities. Calling relics, calling cooldowns. ELLEON making sure the team is on top of everything around those objectives.
And you see the strength of the Scarabs comp, the defensiveness, the relics that they have. There's so many things that the Warden's comp has to work through before they can even really get a kill. You have to work through both the silence, the med, the shell, then the individual relics. Then you also have to work through the ultimates. There's a lot that the Scarabs have that the Wardens have to play into. But now, a lot of that stuff is down right now, so keep an eye on the Wardens looking for making a play right now.
Blink down for ELLEON. He's got kids to backline the old-fashioned way, but again, the trouble comes down once you can get to this Ganesh. Who's going to be the one to break that bubble? Who's going to get past the silence? I think, at least for me, that's become the biggest problem for the Kaolin Wardens. Fire Giant's been started up. It's down to half HP. It's a double taunt by ELLEON in the backline as Nog goes in with the Tycho. Trump's not enough damage, and now it's Nog getting run down by Deathwalker. Even Tubahh starting to fall low. Typhoon hits Tubahh. He's nearly gone. Deathwalker just needs one good shot to take down the Hunter, but he can't get the cooldowns. The taunt by ELLEON keeps his dual lane alive. Delnyyy gonna go back to base, and
He's
ELLEON
out.
just barely out.
He went onto him!
apreel latched on and used ELLEON as a taxi service right to the back line. Double kill for the jungler of the Solar Scarabs, who can now go right to the fire. The empty, the crypts are down. It's half HP on the objective. Nog is low. Delnyyy is back. Slash trying to find his way in. The Solar Scarabs, they're playing in dangerous waters here. The fire is still batting away at all their health. Slash is in. Delnyyy gets one. Delnyyy pops the alternate timeline, but Zyrhoes, the Kaolin Wardens, they take the fire giant back, and it's on the belt of 3 of them.
And that is an incredible play there by the Wardens. They delay long enough. They take down Echrome. 4 get out, yes, but you steal away the Fire Giant. And that is on top of the fact that apreel made a fantastic play to take down both ELLEON and Tubahh to give his team that advantage. But the secure wasn't there because guess what? Zyrhoes was in his alternate timeline, so he wasn't able to empty the or to explode the crypts and to actually get that secure off. What an incredible like 30 seconds, minute by both teams. And those small plays, those tiny differences can change up the game a ton.
So while Zyrhoes doesn't go down during that fight, that one proc of the timeline ended up being, as you say, almost the disaster for the Solar Scarabs because they lose out on that secure, and now it's the Wardens with fire on 3. Would be ideal if ELLEON or Tubahh, specifically if Tubahh could have gotten that for himself, but still getting it at least on 3 of your players is going to be nice for them. And as we start hitting this 31-minute mark, builds are really starting to finalize for at least the entirety of the Kaolin Wardens here, being 10,000 up. It's a malicious Deathbringer for Tubahh. Not the one that we typically see. Usually it's that green glyph that Envenom, but going for those crits give me more cooldown style of play seems to be the idea of Tubahh.
Yeah, Tubahh really likes this malicious Deathbringer. He likes getting those cooldown resets. And I kind of like it with Anhur. Just the ability to throw up more obelisks and separate more space. The buff to his 1, making the speed, it's like 45% late game, and it is impossible to walk across that, especially if you're Osiris. You don't have that dash and that ability to actually get through it. So I like the idea behind it. Maybe the anti-heal would also be nice against the Death Embrace Osiris, but I mean, we'll see. He's been building this a lot, and he seems to like it.
They've done their best to really kind of try and ignore the Osiris, but got to give props to Leon in that last engagement, even though he still ends up delivering a death to Tubahh. Mostly better play out of apreel to capitalize off of that one. His ability to jump in front, body block Deathwalker, get those taunts to pull him away. ELLEON really jumping into the support role, has really made a name for himself. Taunt onto Deathwalker, some big crit damage. Deathwalker half HP, has to ult over the wall. And it's just so hard to get away from this Athena, especially when the Wardens are backing him up.
And if Athena hits that dash taunt, beads are going to have to be pulled at this point because of how much damage Tubahh is able to do. 40% slow. Osiris is not getting through that. He is going to have to ult out, and that is him setting up inside of also the Athena taunt. It's not like Tubahh is going to be able to miss that with all that setup. And we see how much damage he is actually taking in that. And something that we've seen a couple times this game that we haven't spent too much time talking about is Delnyyy has no beads into this Ganesha. He's also not a full tank type of solo laner. It is a Wukong who's got, I mean, he's got mostly defense, but late game, if he blinks in and iSilenced can react quickly, get the ohm off, Delnyyy could die before even getting into the air, and that's something we have to keep our eyes on, especially when we get to these late game fights. The amount of damage, Deathbringer on Echrome. We also have Zyrhoes almost finishing this Reaver. Once those items get finished, maybe we're talking about Delnyyy blinking in and dying before his ult.
I kind of haven't really gotten an opportunity to talk too much on the subject because it's mostly just been the team fighting phase, but as we start getting these fire giants, as we start pushing a little bit later in the game, the sieges are going to start to become a major factor for both these two teams. For the Solar Scarabs, who have been kind of going back and forth 50-50 in these team fights, how does it look for the team under these Phoenixes when they have to defend their base against the Kaolin Wardens?
The Scarabs probably drafted one of the best anti-siege comps in the game, Opwash, Ganesh. You also have an ADC that also helps clearing a little bit. And then on top of all that, Susano covers more ground than most other junglers do very, very quickly. So the ability to be middle and then go left, or the ability to go middle and then go right, apreel's going to be able to do that. And then finally, Deathwalker, very hard to 1v1 because of the damage he has and the survivability. So I really do like the Scarabs' defensive capabilities, but if you give up an EFG, it is still very hard to defend under a Phoenix.
We're at the point of upgraded relics, and power potions, elixirs starting to come online for the Kaolin Wardens team compared to that of the Solar Scarabs.
Dashed wall!
Echrome gonna lose out on his beads and ultimate. That's down for quite some time. Not going to be able to get the beats for this next team fight. And ultimate being down means a lot of that safety removed from the Hunter. It's now the Kaolin Wardens setting up offense. Fire Giant's not even in, and ELLEON's going to go back one more time. But taunted off the mark, doesn't matter. Deathwalker walked into 3 and has to jump out with the Lord of the Afterlife. Nnog, stuck inside the Dharmic Pillar, doesn't care. He'll just keep firing damage at the jungler.
And that's just more beads being pulled. Osiris didn't use his beads, but the Susano was forced to beads. The Susano was forced to blink in to try to follow up with Deathwalker. And then prior to that, Echrome lost his beads, so now it's on iSilenced.
Blink taunt by Leon. Beads gone from Zyrhoes. Delnyyy locks him in place inside of the Rune Forge. And Zyrhoes is solo and help, but so is Slash and apreel. The junglers boxing out, put both of themselves at about 300 HP, but some healing for Slash. Find a puddle, find a camp, anything to try and resustain back up.
Now the Scarabs with only 1 beads available on Deathwalker. Nothing for Zyrhoes, nothing for Echrome. It's going to have to be on iSilenced to react fast enough to get his ohm off to not allow ELLEON to taunt. Because if he taunts a backliner, they are going to be insta-dead. Unless they can even, get their Aegis off, or the alternate timeline is coming back up. There's a few more things, but EFG is now spawned, and we have got a little bit of a lull. And one thing to highlight is Deathwalker needs 1 more magical hit to get that cloak stacked. Maybe that's something we need to keep an eye on.
That extra bump in mitigation might just be what he needs to survive some of these initial onslaughts. But all we have to wait for is ELLEON and his blink. 60 seconds till that's back up. Still has access to dash taunt, but what we just saw in that last little skirmish, ELLEON blinks over a wall and no one expects it. Dashes right over to Deathwalker, taunts him back in. Beat's still available, but Deathwalker will hold on. Instead, it's just chip damage from the Kaolin Wardens. Deathwalker can resustain. In fact, thanks to the helps of the totems, he's able to do that almost instantly for himself. But ELLEON's fishing for yet another battle, yet another taunt if he can find it. But that bubble on iSilenced makes him an unideal target for it. Deathwalker taunts it again, but Deathwalker fine. Pops that third ability and keeps himself healthy.
And Nnog is unable to hit these 2s onto Deathwalker, so not a ton of follow-up with this Athena taunt. And Delnyyy just wrapped behind the entire Scarab squad without looking to go in. So there was no real opening. What they're waiting for is to get enough poke onto the enemy backliners or the enemy frontliners to actually look for the all-in. Before that, they will not actually be looking. And ELLEON actually going super deep here.
But again, this is, what, 2 times now just in this fight. It's been, all right, dash taunt Deathwalker, see what we can get. Didn't get his beads, just got his tether. What does Deathwalker do? Walk back to blue, resustain off the totems, and it's like nothing ever happened for Deathwalker. In fact, doing that allowed him to help him stack up that prophetic. So now it's the Kaolin Wardens back on Fire Giant. It's melting quick, half health on the objective. So Scarabs have got to be quick. You got to keep Tubahh out of this one. You got to stop the Fire Giant from going down. But who will it go to? Tubahh low. The Kaolin Wardens will get the Fire Giant. Beats and Aegis are both gone from the carry. Tubah's gone. Deathwalker has struck first in the team fight, and he might get another one. Nnog is not going to be able to get through this one. Gets the alternate timeline, but he's dead as soon as he comes right out of it. It's a double kill for Echrome. The Scarabs, who are down 14,000 gold, find their opening. They take down 3 of the Wardens.
And ELLEON going to be getting chased out by apreel, so it's really just on Delnyyy to defend this 1v4. He's got 43 seconds on Tubahh. ELLEON with no ultimate available will just have to sit around here, and apreel doesn't even have to make a play. He just has to stop the back.
Delnyyy versus 4. No ultimate available to him, but this is a very slow Phoenix for the Scarabs. Didn't have those minions to help out. Now has to fight against the 4. ELLEON still can't get back. No ult to jump him back in. Delnyy's doing his best to fight, but he gets stunned out by Echrome. The Titan gets pulled in. Delnyyy gets the knockup, but he cannot even get back in with the Dharmic pillars down. The Titan melting away. Delnyyy up on the cloud, but he doesn't have the damage. He doesn't have the defense. The Solar Scarabs in one fell swoop take down 3 and get game number 1 for Europe.
And it seems like the Wardens got a little bit antsy with that Fire Giant call. They're not able to burn it as fast as expected. And by the time they get it low enough, blinks by apreel, blinks by Deathwalker, ult by Deathwalker, able to get them close enough to actually take the fight after they secure the EFG. Overall, though, the Wardens were making really good plays. I think when they came around to these Fire Giants, their damage wasn't as high on those objectives, and they took a little bit too much damage from it, and then they weren't punishing the beads being down. And one of it comes down to they don't really have anyone else that can pull relics like the Athena can. Cam is not pulling relics. Wukong is rarely pulling relics. So if you don't have somebody that can pull the relics with the Athena, we're going to just see that, where she makes those plays, she gets the relics, and then they can't get punished.
I think not even just the relic, just that one bubble on the Ganesha made it to where it's almost impossible to go for any other frontliner. So it almost felt like ELLEON was kind of forced to go against Deathwalker anytime, because Deathwalker's the only one stepping forward, because nobody's able to reliably break that bubble. All of that CC, you got to be in close. You want to go in for it with the Anhur, you got to be close enough to throw out that Impale. You want to do it with the Athena, melee range to that taunt. Same thing for the Wukong if you go for that transformation. So just felt like once that bubble got online and once we got a little bit further in the game, just made it so much more difficult for the engage of the Kaolin Wardens. It's the Solar Scarabs. All they needed was one team fight to pull this one back, and they do just that. Europe up 1-0 over NA so far. We'll see if the Scarabs can keep it going in Game 2 right after this.
I got money in my pocket. you got a glass, fill it, cause I need it now. Money is a in it, I don't wanna think about it. So if you know the song, sing it, cause I need it now. Take me to a place where the music's loud. I don't wanna think right now. Flashing lights running through the crowd. I don't ever wanna stop. So let's get out, let's get out. I got money in my pocket and I'm about to fucking drop it with you now. With you now. Tear the roof off every building. I know I'll be spending millions with you. Just tell me what you wanna do. So let's get out, let's get out. I got money in my pocket and I'm about to spend it all. About to spend it all.
That's right, like the players' dreams are to get to Worlds. Cthulhu's dream as just a delicious flavor that you can go to advanced.gg/smite and pick up right now, as well as a shaker, which I believe is just phenomenal. I was trying to decide. I'm impartial. I love the Maui one because of the color, but the Cthulhu design I think wins me over. Also, the bottle that I've used for years is also just a black bottle, having a black case, but it'd be even cooler with Cthulhu on it. You can pick those up now. Go to advanced.gg/smite. Get yourself Cthulhu's Dream, the Cthulhu Cup, and anything else that you would want using code SMITE. Make sure you're using that on checkout. And thanks to advanced.gg for hanging with us here throughout Season 10. And speaking of dreams, maybe shattered at the very end there. 98% of a game win, I would argue, for the Wardens. And then essentially one fight, it feels like, ruins everything for them.
It was a catastrophically bad fight, in all fairness. Yeah. You get 4-man wiped, essentially. That's bound to happen at that 35-some-odd minute mark. But yeah, got to give credit where it's due. 99% of that game is the Kaolin Wardens through and through. Tubahh has a great performance in lane, actually bullying Echrome out pretty consistently. Great rotations from slaaaaaaasH to get things started. And then it was that first team fight in the dual lane where I really thought to myself, wow, the Kaolin Wardens are playing so well around ELLEON. Starts the fight off with a dash taunt, falls back, ults back in, makes things look good. All the while, the Solar Scarabs just scrounging for farm on the map, and they do a great job of it. Even when the slash lines are as poor as they were throughout the early, the gold lead didn't really extend before neutral objectives around that 25-minute mark, past that 3,000 to 4,000 mark. The Solar Scarabs keep their heads just barely above water for long enough, biding their time, waiting for their opportunity. And unfortunately, I can't sing too many praises because there's really only one thing that goes great for them, and it was that absolute last team fight where the Solar Scarabs just pop off greatly. Deathwalker does a whole lot of space creation. We saw, what, 3-4 dash taunts in that last engagement alone, just connecting with Deathwalker, and he says, well, I'm kind of tanky. I'm going to hold on to my beads. At least you're not doing it to my backline, until eventually the Solar Scarabs found their opportunity to fight back in. Echrome puts out a ton of damage, 30,000 from a losing position on ADC. Not exactly easy, especially considering how his lane had gone.
The thing that really stands out to me, for how many times Deathwalker got taunted, that death column should not have been a 0, right? And that, I think, maybe speaks to some of the issue. But I will give him a little more credit, Myth, because I think the Scarabs had one other thing that went really well, because it was the play that we talked about, and there's that teleport,
oh my God,
that follow-through from
coolest
apreel.
Play of the weekend.
Yeah, that one stands out. Admittedly, the rest of that fight wasn't really too great for them, but that was a really sick play. And the one that wins them the game a little bit later, of course, stands out. But we really get to see, I think, again, a massive difference. And now something that you've got to approach if you're the Wardens. We had talked about this, and you told me, specifically for ELLEON, unshakable mental, which is maybe necessary after a game like that. They're going to be first pick for a second time here. Mercury, the Baba Yaga, and then something to be determined towards the end. Scarabs, I've got to ask, with how many taunts and how much of a difference the Athena made, surely you're not letting her through again, right?
It should never be let through against anybody. ELLEON has got a phenomenal Athena in his own right. He will elevate the pick, but I don't think there is a single support player at the amateur level or at the pro level that can't play that god and just absolutely run over games. And we saw it in the previous match. He starts off just about every single engagement. Athena needs to be addressed and will be.
But this does leave open, so Sobek gets banned, Athena, as you just mentioned, Thoth gets banned. Kukulkan, which is something that Nog played incredibly well. Is that something you can first pick and feel confident and maybe comfortable with it, or do you just hope that it comes back around to you?
Well, we know for a fact in the EU SCC, up until this tournament, Kukulkan was actually one of the top picks every single game. Has really good laning phase, can hold his own, doesn't exactly have any explicitly poor matchups. The only things that really come to mind is if you pick him this early in your draft, you do open yourself up to maybe some walls as counter selections. Things like Ymir or Thor can make it a little bit more difficult. So I don't hate seeing Kukulkan that early on. Should be able to just play safe. At the end of the day, the whole play cycle of Kukulkan is I'm going to walk up to the wave, I'm going to drop my tornado. If anyone gets too close, Zephyr to walk away, right? And the tornado is going to deal with the wave on its own. So great laning phase potential, and then also good objective secure. If you want to go for an objective-based composition, Kukulkan can do that for you.
The difference is now setup. Athena would have been a sick setup for a machine for a Kukulkan, at least for late game ults. Instead, you're going to need something else. A lot of supports on the board, though. Leon really notably had been going, Afro, is listed on the ban column already, but the Maui as well has been up there. So definitely options and things that typically aren't getting banned anyway. Delnyyy locked in. And if I'm used to seeing this get locked in much later than where it's picked up, but the Wardens go for it pretty early.
Yeah, but when I see Delnyyy, I want to see more CC around her, and the Wardens draft it immediately. Another one of ELLEON's go-tos as of recent, that Maui. What is it, like 4 or 5 pulls, a stun, just every bit of CC that you could possibly hope for. A built-in Heavenly Sprint in the kit, as well as a teleport for your allies. So should be able to put decent threat on beats with Landfall alone towards the Solar Scarabs and create some of that space for Delnyyy to actually pull someone in with the Powwow. That said, though, we saw Kirmi earlier on this week play essentially only CC god in the game was his Delnyyy.
Yeah.
And he said, well, I'm not going to hit anybody with the pull. No one's coming in towards me. But also, I still do immense damage. So there's a really high potential for just going for isolated picks. Delnyy's very good in the 1v1. The only thing that I could see maybe the Scarabs going towards if they're concerned about like 4-1 splits or jungler pushing down mid, Camazotz has a really good matchup into her.
The best CC in the game is death, right? If you kill them, they're just not going to do anything for a little while. But Osiris gets locked back in. You got the Hachi, you got the Ganesha. Scarabs are feeling comfortable on these picks after what they just saw. And they're going to force another set of change-ups coming out from the Wardens. They get rid of the Anhur. You had called out how Camazotz could have a good matchup here, and so the Wardens say, no, and cut him out immediately as well. So a couple more to focus on. Jungle ban seems to be where the Wardens are at. Scarabs seem to be a little more focused. I would argue maybe even just kind of a shotgun blast, because you know what you're going to be dealing with. You take care of the Anhur to make sure that the Hachi can have a better time. Maybe something in solo to help out Deathwalker, although, again, based on /line, not sure help out Deathwalker is something that Deathwalker is going to need. They are going to instead, assist Echrome a little further, get rid of the Ishtar, limit Tubahh as far as they can. It's going to be a Thor ban on the other side. So jungle-wise, I mean, the Susano looked really good. Does it still mesh well, and or does it play well into the Wardens?
Susano's got decent potential. Susano almost isn't exactly concerned with who he's playing against. It's just, I'm going to do my damage combo. It's high CC, so very often if beads are down, you're not really getting an opportunity to counterplay them, and then you just run away afterward. It's this hit-and-run play style. So if you want to play Susano, there are not many gods that would say, well, you can't play it into that. So I wouldn't be surprised if the Scarabs go back towards it. My major concern here is that both teams have essentially completely foregone Maman Brigitte. That is a
second
major,
time in a row, huh?
A major red flag to me. That god is so incredibly strong, and also would, for the Solar Scarabs, play pretty decently into Delnyyy. Goes into the 1,000 cuts. You can utilize the dash just to make yourself out of the play field while simultaneously dealing damage to your enemy. Some potential there, should the Solar Scarabs elect to go down that path. Another god I think we could see, we've seen Apreel play it a fair amount, that a Wheelich does come to mind.
And it's been pretty popular this weekend as well. Tiamat as well. Popular, not winning, though, and locked in here for the Scarabs. And I believe I saw 3 games played, 0% win rate. And so if that is the case, and that's what you're playing with, you're either hoping to change the numbers or hoping that the numbers don't dictate anything for you. Sun Wukong gets locked in, matchup for the Osiris. Delnyyy last game, there were a couple of moments of, we'll call them overextensions, right? Going maybe a little too deep, a little too far from the team. And before you had like the Athena to kind of help peel and save off. Now you still have Maui, but the Wukong-Osiris matchup definitely had moments where it was leaning very heavily in Deathwalker's favor.
Yeah, Deathwalker is just infinitely more tanky than Sun Wukong is, or the Osiris, I should say. Having the tether means that he's allowed to stand in front of the Kaolin Wardens and just tank up all of them without using his beads, without even having the passive stacked up. Whereas Sun Wukong, it felt like anytime he was hit by the silence from Ganesha, probably just dropped to 10% or just legitimately sent to the grayscale. That Sun Wukong, I think, is maybe a misplay here from the Kaolin Wardens and P's and B's. When I see Sun Wukong, I think, okay, well, it's really good dive potential. You can make it really miserable to exist as a backliner. And then I look at the backline of the Solar Scarabs, and Tiamat isn't really overly concerned if Sun Wukong's running him down. Just go into the quadrupedal stance, get additional defense, and join the rest of your team with a dive. Hachiman, as safe as he is, not exactly concerned about Sun Wukong either. We even saw in the previous match a few times, Delnyyy tries to isolate Echrome, and then just died on the way in, even through the 72 transformation. So I'm not a huge fan of Wukong into this draft in particular. I think Wukong has a place in the meta right now, but this feels more so to me that Delnyy's saying, I need to play something I'm comfortable with.
So I'd mentioned a second ago, 3 games played, 0 wins so far for Tiamat. That's relatively low. Rat is 7 games played, 0% win rate, and that's the bottom 2 for the Scarabs. I want to know, obviously numbers-wise, I'm already feeling shaky about it, but for your money and your mind, how solid of the gods are those compared to what the numbers have indicated so far this weekend?
It's hard to say, right? Results-based analysis. You know, maybe we just stick with the stats a little bit.
Yeah, 0% win rate for Rat, man. Which is kind of astonishing, right?
He's better than that.
He's definitely better than that, but 0 across 7, man.
It's been 7?
It's been 7. This is his 8th game.
How many of those were NASEC? No disrespect.
Okay, hold on. That one I'd have to go in a little more depth to kind of figure out, but at least a couple of them. I know for sure.
Rat's better than 0.
Rat's better than 0.
Rat's better than 0. Rat's good, in fact.
And that's the thing. Like, that's what's mind-boggling to me is the fact that it is 0, because it feels like he's got everything you would want, right? Like, he's got a CC, he's got a chase down, he's
global
got
presence,
a great, engage.
Adaptable build that can completely change up how you play the game or where you're playing it. No, Rat's good, okay? Yeah. At least a 20% win rate god. I guarantee you that.
I don't know if that's the argument that you think it is, but the good news is that at least reassures me that it might not be the end of the road for the Scarabs immediately. And maybe just some players are costing Rat.
Scarabs just won from like 16K down. I don't think anything's going to be the end of the road for these guys.
Another really, really good point. But that's how they rounded out. Full draft-wise, right? You know, the Kukulkan definitely favored, I think, over what we've seen out of a Tiamat. You got Maui. You've got some setup for him. But team fight-wise, because that's what these went to last time, and I'm willing to bet it. The Athena was the real balancer. Where are the Wardens relying on this time to get things going?
When I see a composition like this, the entirety of the team fight for the Wardens is contingent on one person's singular ability. If Spirit of the 9 Winds is hitting, you're probably going to win an engagement or at least knock one person out. If that ability doesn't hit, this is a composition from the Wardens that could really struggle in actually securing kills. Astral Barrage will help out a fair deal with that semi-global from Ram to secure maybe some lower HP targets, but relatively low damage from Wukong, Maui relatively low damage as well. Could be a bit of a concern.
Seems like we need to keep our eyes on the Wardens, what they have to offer, and how they're going to bounce back after that loss. The best way to find out is to go down to Gore Casters for Game 2.
Thank you so much, Gore and Mifflin. Game 2 between the Wardens and the Scarabs. We'll see if the Wardens can tie things up or if the Scarabs will put themselves at match and Worlds qualification point here in Game number 2. It's J-Mac inbound and Doug back here for Game number 2. And already we're seeing something different. You pointed out to me it's a good shout there. We talked about it last game about the rise of War Flag. Everybody's going War Flag. Such a great thing. We're starting to see a Sentinels now popped up here for ELLEON.
And I don't like it. I feel like Maui is
just like
so
that.
good with War Flag. You have so much pressure with it. You have good chase down. You have good clear. The Sentinels is like a little bit more of a defensive option, but I think Maui makes a lot more sense with the more offensive option and like the chase potential of that War Flag. And on the opposite side, we have beads on iSilenced this time. So against the Athena, he goes that Magi's because there wasn't a ton of CC to kind of punish him not having beads. This time, kind of like the exact opposite. This time, if he doesn't have beads, if he doesn't have the ability to immune that Daji pull or the Maui ult or the Maui one, there is chances he gets one-shot by this Cuckoo. As Myth said, Spirit of the Nine Winds is a game-changing, fight-changing ultimate. And if it's hitting, it is one-shotting nearly anybody, especially when you get that Mirrodin finished and get that Pen finished. Now, we see him have to opt for that beads to actually survive that. And when we get to those, you know, more middle portions of the game, the difference between having that shell and having this beads is pretty night and day, because that shield is pretty massive for multiple different people instead of just that beads for yourself.
Apreel getting low. Slash pushes up aggressively, but having a Kukulkan, not the best of early damage right away unless you can land one of those tornadoes right dead center on top of somebody, or get a nice little sneeze with that Zephyr, but Apreel will be fine. Re-sustaining up with those potions in hand, but definitely don't want to take a 1v1 against Slash this early on in the game. The advantage towards Kaolin Wardens in mid, but ELLEON now twice off the mark with that dash, with that leap, trying to land on top of one of these players. First tried for silence right at that first wave, this time just misses the mark on Echrome, but it's still giving that pressure over to the dual lane for the Kaolin Wardens. And I think one thing that's going to come up big, and maybe kind of warrants the change you were talking about from the Magi's to the beads, is that Magi's isn't going to save you from that hook that ELLEON throws out time and time again.
No, it's not. That's something that you have to beads it, or mantle or something like that. But Slash actually over here. I was curious to see if he was going to... I was curious again to see if he was going to look to go in there, so I had to pause for a second. But he's just coming over to secure this shield camp. And this is something we saw last game also. Slash is making a genuine effort to make sure that his dual lane is getting that shield. And on the opposite side, Apreel's deciding to go for those cooldown camps. And we saw like this difference in the laning phase in that middle portion of the game where Deathwalker was up a level, almost a level and a half. And on the opposite side, Tubahh is up a level, almost a level and a half. And that seems like it's going to be the case again this game.
Do see Kaolin Wardens. Small little gold lead because of that rotation over and how much has been pushed into the tower of the dual lane. Rather even health bars, but not even battle state for the solo laners. Delnyyy, for these, I was going to say for these first few levels of the game, but for a lot of the entire game number one was being pushed back by Deathwalker, who goes back on the Osiris again. I'd say rather early this time compared to last time. I think it was in the bottom two that Deathwalker went for that pick in game one. This time picks up in the top three. And has a lot of confidence on that pick, and for all reason to do so. I mean, look what happened to him last game. Gets Dash Athena taunted twice in the late game, lives both times, re-sustains, and ends up being the driving factor for the Scarabs to win that last team fight.
And we saw the difference once he got that. Like, we kind of made a joke out of it where, like, oh, the last cloak stack. It really did make a massive difference for his survivability. They actually won the fight immediately after he got that cloak stack. He was able to live that dash taunt prior to it because of that extra mitigation. So something to keep an eye on, again, is how fast can he get that cloak stacked. And if he can get that cloak stacked this game, because that did seem to make a huge difference in those late games. Maybe a little bit less of a hard engaged comp this time. They don't really have the Athena dash taunt, so it's not the same. ELLEON looking to bully out a little bit. And this is something that's interesting to see which supports opt to invade versus which supports just play for their own buffs. ELLEON loves trying to just look for that first invade. He loves it.
I mean, a lot of Maui players we see there, the sit back, wait for that good chance to use a landfall, maybe try and go for a max range hook. ELLEON is the up-in-your-face player, and he's been playing the Maui like that really since the qualifiers when he jumped over with this team. He was playing Afro and Maui. Those were his two gods. He had the Afro. Might as well chalk it up GG. It's probably good there. The Maui was a little bit more hit and miss on there, but very often ELLEON really just sitting up in the face of the enemies, constantly using those leaps to try and stun out enemy supports in the early game to get those early kills, jumping inside of the Fire Giant pit just to try and get anything started. So not surprised to see ELLEON keeping up that same mentality going into this game.
So far we've seen... Oh, well, we just see the Maui ult force out Echrome beads. And we see the slight counterplay there with the Ganesha doesn't force to use the beads. Instead, he can just use the Ohm / maybe looking to dive.
Oh, but he used beads on Echrome instead. Now it can just be a collapse to silence. Two snipes, third one hits. Slash Gonna use the ultimate this time, but it's just for the damage on the kill. First blood to the Kaolin Wardens and Slash. And we got out of that one. Leon not able to take up the tower too many more times, and Slash is only one hit away from death there. But the NA team once again up with first blood.
And we saw this, and we were seeing it again. Slash wants to play the duo, and Apreel's playing for solo. And it's going to cause level leads for a certain side, and then it's going to be which team can kind of play that side stronger. We saw the Wardens play that mid game phenomenally through Tubahh, and Tubahh actually play with that lead really well. Deathwalker could just kind of look to farm.
No beads. Easy pull for Apreel as he just waltzes right into the mid lane, hits with an Acorn Blast. Now no relic for the mid laner. We'll have to see how effective that loss of beads can now be for the Solar Scarabs. Can they take advantage of Nog no longer having that relic? For now, it's going to be an invade towards blue. Down about half HP. Apreel sneaking right behind. There's no beads on this Wukong. The stun is there. The spin after. Deathwalker misses the ult, though, but a couple more in hands to chop away the last of his health bar. Blue buff not stolen away, secured by the Wardens, but a life and a kill going the way of the Solar Scarabs.
And I think Delnyyy thought his ult was available. He oxed through and insta-canceled it. If he didn't have ult, surely you just dash through and you just fully commit and try to get away. Instead, he cancels it. Maybe he's looking to get a little bit more damage out, knowing he's going to die, but they do secure the blue buff. They do kind of give Delnyyy that opportunity to continue living through that lane once he gets back to lane. And again, another shield camp for ELLEON, another shield camp for Tubahh. And actually, it looks like they got the purple buff invade this time. This is the first time they had 35 minutes last game to actually invade a purple buff, and this is their first time they actually got the invade off. So now they have the timer for purple buff. We need to see them continuously snowball and continuously invade that. We also need to see iSilenced maybe look to defend it, maybe send Zyrhoes over to defend it. Apreel can maybe even be there, because the chase potential of this Scarabs comp, if the Wardens go too far forward into their jungle, Rat's chase potential, Ganesha's chase potential, and even, I mean, Zyrhoes' chase potential isn't that bad either with that jump in, so that's something we have to keep an eye on.
And then Echrome can always close in that gap on the horse as well if need be.
True.
For now, Kaolin Wardens, they'll go ahead and prioritize a little bit of extra farm. Will be the mid Harpies, and with the 1-to-1 scoreboard, doesn't leave too much of a gold lead for the Kaolin Wardens, only to the tune really of that first blood bounty at this point, that 500 gold, a couple hundred XP. Echrome dashes away. ELLEON is nearby. Will walk right into the tower, but misses the hook. Takes quite a bit of damage from those few tower shots, plus Echrome returning after, but all of it just keeps setting up. Deny Echrome neutral farm, take away that shield buff, but now it's Apreel and Deathwalker trying to go for a kill onto Delnyyy.
He missed.
But Delnyy's under the tier 1 tower and will be just fine. Even pops that horn shot, tries to stay alive. Echrome, he dashes in aggressively. I don't think he realized that Slash was right behind him. Beats are still there. Slash will go up into the ultimate, but it's just going to be once more for the damage. Slash fine. Even after another tower shot, that's 2 dives under tier 1 and 2 kills for the jungler.
And there's a massive effort for Slash to get Tubahh ahead. And I think it was kind of written down in their notes that they wanted to make sure Echrome was not ahead in any of these matchups, because it doesn't matter what Tubah's playing. I thought it was an Anhur thing. I thought it was, let's play around Tubahh because he's on Anhur. No, it's just play around Tubahh to put Echrome behind. He's playing Rama, and he's getting all this help right now. Now the Warden's trying to transfer this over to the blue buff, here to defend it for Delnyyy.
Apreel and Deathwalker. Deathwalker just tries to walk past everybody that he can. Blue buff is secured for the Wardens as ELLEON zones away the 2 members of the Solar Scarabs, and Tubahh dashing in aggressively. There's no ultimate available to Echrome, neither for Tubahh, so it would just be a battle of in-hands. The 2 doesn't have quite enough range. It sets up for a second purple buff invade. They got that first one. Now they want a second, maybe a little bit more. Zyrhoes jumps away, Serpent of the Night Wind flips him, but it's not enough damage. The few procs from that silence may have just been enough to save the mid laner's life.
That was, he was single-digit health living there. Tubah's actually getting pressured and left.
Tubahh goes down, just gets clotheslined by Silenced and by Apreel. And now that's 2 kills up for the Solar Scarabs. It's been trade for trade, kill for kill. And over the wall, ELLEON lands on top of Apreel. Will Slash continue the fight, though? No, he will not. Just a pull back from ELLEON, but no landfall, no powwow available means Kaolin Wardens will have to let this one go.
Echrome has
they
no
might
ult.
be able to just go for Echrome instead. Trickster Spirit in, Echrome gets away on the gap, but throws for the powwow, instantly realizes Echrome's too far away, and backs out.
That was almost perfect timing for Slash to actually go over there and look for that gank. His ult had just came up, but then Echrome's came up like half a second later. And on top of that, and what happened to Zyrhoes in mid, little unlucky couple situations there for the Wardens. And right there, we also saw the strength of the Ratatoskr. The little bit of a scuffle in mid doesn't really work out too well. Rat goes into the air and then just heads to the duo lane and gets a kill onto Tubahh, just like that. Fighting in mid, appears in duo, gets the kill. And now Tubahh, who had that nice little early lead, still ahead, but it's very small now.
It's rare we really get moments to maybe kind of highlight the secondary benefit of that Ohm from Ganesha, those extra protections you get from it by channeling that one. The only reason Zyrhoes lives is because that silence is channeled up and giving those extra pots over to the mid laner. So props to the support on the Solar Scarabs for recognizing that. And even at base rank, giving 20 protections to any of your squishy targets essentially kind of doubles up on the defense that they have at this stage of the game.
Yeah, it is crazy what that ability does outside of just having that silence that you can move around to just follow an enemy. And on top of that, the knock-up immunity, so he can actually not get knocked up also by ELLEON's ult. So kind of a few things on top of each other, seeing how in-depth the game can be at some points. And a fight over here on Shield Camp, both mid laners sitting in mid.
3 versus 3. The mid laners might not be a part of it. ELLEON thrown up into the sky. It's a 1v1 that goes to Nog, but what about the 3v3? For the Kaolin Wardens, apreel up on the tree, crashes down on top of only Tubahh.
Beats
and
available.
just firing in hands back at Echrome gets pulled back by the Pal forced up onto the mountain archery, but ELLEON's gonna keep up the chase, swinging away, distracting as Echrome gets left out to dry. Now the snipes in from Tubahh, gets all 3 shots, but Slash not gonna go under the tower this time, realizing with the rat there, it might be a bit too much. The Kaolin Wardens can now break back over to the Gold Fury, but no one's super healthy to tank this one up entirely. But also, for the Solar Scarabs, no one in range to take it away. The Kaolin Wardens pick up 2 kills off the back of a solo from Nog to get a Gold Fury on top.
Just the fact that it was a Cuckoo soloing someone, like you've seen 1v1s in mid before, but not a Cuckoo.
Yeah, Kukulkan 1v1s. Oh, we caught him in the full tornado and then a Zephyr after. There was just 3 abilities quick, and
no way.
Zyrhoes zigged when he should have zagged, went right back into the ultimate. Maybe not knowing where the line was going to land out for him, but easy kill for Nog. He'll take those any day of the week.
And now Nog again, highest level in the game, level 14 at 12 minutes. He's got that tier 2 Mirrodin. Once he gets that Mirrodin finish, the damage on that ultimate is going to be exponentially higher. And again, this difference in mid lane, it doesn't seem like either team is putting a lot of pressure in mid lane, but Nog is just getting these leads via, I mean, they are a solo kill, but just out-farming Zyrhoes also.
It's really one of the benefits of gods like Kukulkan with how simple his clear is, isn't it? I mean, you walk up, you drop a tornado on top of the wave, and you essentially just kind of walk away from it. No need to stick around. Kind of lets him just go farm other places on the map. But with the 4 kills, Kaolin Wardens have over the 2 of the Solar Scarabs. The lead hasn't gotten too far out of control. The Gold Fury certainly helped out. Now the tier 1 tower will give that extra little boon of gold. Sitting around that 2,000 mark, jumps up to nearly 2,700 with that tower going down. Kaolin Wardens starting to establish their early lead, but now it's a matter of what will they do with that lead.
And this seems almost completely like a replica of the first game. It was same type of play, duo lane dominating for the Wardens, Tubahh getting a lead, also Nog getting a lead. On the opposite side, Deathwalker having a pretty nice lead over in solo lane. Last game, we didn't really see a ton of stuff happening, but Slash looking to make another play in duo.
Wow. Slash just walked up, and that's the ultimate mental battle going up against the Hunter. Echrome can't afford to go down, so use that mounted archery just to run back, especially considering that his beads are still on cooldown at that point. 1 Pala tick pulls him back. ELLEON swings forward up towards Zyrhoes, but missed the stun, misses the hook, and now eats a bit of poke back. apreel able to land the Acorn Blast. ELLEON taking a nice bit of poke from the Solar Scarab side of the map, but will be just fine for the time. Distracting to allow his team to start working on some of these camps in the jungle and maybe head over towards Pyromancer. Solar Scarab's a bit far back. Not an easy steal opportunity for the Scarabs around this Pyromancer. Zyrhoes already thrown out his damage. Servant 9 wins. The best secure, but he gets out-secured with a tornado that just takes it away from him on the Tiamat. apreel trying to go for a gank to Tubahh, but Zyrhoes stealing away with the help of Silence to remove Pyromancer, and that was through the ultimate that Nog had that entire time.
Yeah, I don't know. That is like one of those things where you're like, how does that happen? How are we not securing objectives at Kukulkan? And it's not even like he's behind and the Tiamat's ahead. He's level 16, and he's got the mirrored and finished, and he was still getting out-secured there. That is something that cannot happen if you want to keep pushing this lead you have. And actually, the lead you have is down to under 1,000. An entire lead you worked up for 14 minutes is now almost gone. Still have a nice little lead in mid, a nice little lead in duo. Delnyyy is still pretty far behind. And with gold spawning in the next 30 seconds, minute, I want to see some deep wards for Tubahh's team. This Wardens team needs to get some deep wards, and then Tubahh needs to back up and they need to get ready for this gold fury. Because again, yes, we got out-secured on the pyro, but we have to be ready to do the next one.
Fast beads, quick reaction from him. Gets away
Holy.
from the ultimate. Has to use the Aegis on the last tick of the tornado. As Nog nearly picks up another one. Great startup by ELLEON to force the beads away. But man, Zyrhoes falling on narrow margins there. Kaolin Wardens can set up around the Fury, knowing that the mid lane of the Scarabs is back at base.
Did you see that little burst at the end? That was him getting the party punch back up, so he actually got the party punch tick that Zyrhoes almost didn't expect. And it almost killed him without even getting the Aegis off. And that's something that you don't really think of really. If you hit that 1 with Kukulkan and then you hit the 3 follow-up, if you walk around a little bit, you can double puck party punch nearly instantly.
Deathwalker takes tier 1 tower. apreel gonna join the fray. Force the somersault cloud out of Delnyyy. He'll probably have to watch this as blue buff gets stolen away yet again. Cannot catch a break over in the solo lane versus this Osiris. It's been both games that Delnyyy has kind of been the underdog on that side of the map.
Yeah, he spent like half of both of these games in the air in that somersault cloud, just trying to get some healing back from all the pressure that Deathwalker and apreel are putting onto him. But the same thing could be said for Echrome on the opposite side of the map. A lot of pressure onto him. Tubahh's getting a lot of help. Slash is trying to keep Echrome behind. That's allowing them to go for this Primal Fury, but nnog is not able to get here, so they don't have that secure.
We'll see if the Kaolin Wardens do anything different this time, since they can't go for the major objective on left. Beacon not spawned in just yet either, so still a bit of time to wait before the Kaolin Wardens have anything else they can fight for. Deathwalker's already teleported towards the Fury and standing around just in case the Wardens want to try and pull this one again. There is a ward nearby, ELLEON walking right past it. Not sure if he fully knows that Deathwalker's on this side of the map, if he walked in the pit or not. The Kaolin Wardens just taking some time. This gives Delnyyy more than anything, gives Delnyyy the opportunity to kind of just freely farm up on this right side, not have to worry about anybody coming over, stealing his blue buff, or stealing his farm away.
And with how much pressure Deathwalker's kind of put out over there, Delnyyy being even is a little surprising. I mean, down maybe half a level to Deathwalker, but with how much apreel's been on his blue buffs, with how much Deathwalker's been kind of beating down on him, forcing out his ult, Delnyy's not in a bad position here. If they do force a fight and Delnyyy is forced to rotate over, he's not going to be a weak Wukong. Will he be as strong as the Osiris? No, he won't be. But a lot of times, all your Wukong needs to do is just waste time in the back line so your team can actually kill frontliners. So I think that's actually a pretty big difference this game. They have very easy and clear ways to just execute frontliners with Nog's ultimate. They don't have to wait for Raijin to use his entire 1-2 combo and then to go into ultimate. They can just wipe out a frontliner.
Yeah, it's a lot simpler. Press 1, press 4.
Exactly.
Kind of just the old classic of SMITE. Primal Fury started by the Kaolin Wardens. All the Scarabs grouping around mid. Instead going to Pyromancer. Can Echrome steal it away? That's another objective that the Solar Scarabs take right from under the noses of the Kaolin Wardens, and will make it 2 because the Solar Scarabs get an extra Pyromancer with it. I cannot believe that's 2 times now that the Kaolin Wardens are just losing out on objectives. Now Delnyyy trying to fight for his life and for his blue buff. Use the cudgel, maybe trying to go for a kill on apreel, but it's another buff stolen away. And an ultimate by the Ratatoskr bails the Solar Scarabs out.
Wow. And the Wardens just being a little sloppy right now around these objectives. There should be an extra 2 objectives in their pocket that they've lost to the Scarabs. And because of that, the Scarabs actually have a gold lead right now. And across the map, other than in mid lane, they've got a lead everywhere.
iSilenced actually going for the Pridwin second item. We typically see that 3rd, maybe 4th. And on top of that, going for that Absolution. So no inherent CC meter for himself, but drop down those Dharmic Pillars, and now you've got an answer to this dodge E that not really anybody on the team fully struggled with, but I mean, anything to save your carries, your frontliners from having to use any of their actual relics. Kind of like this pickup from iSilenced.
Also forces him to be able to hold his beads. He just uses that absolution to clear himself and his teammates. Makes it so everyone also wants to just group around this Ganesh, because that's what you want to do. When you have this Ganesh, you want to be grouped on him.
Silence. In a bit of danger, same with Zyrhoes, so Slash walks through, but not going to get anything. Beacon's not even up yet, so just a bunch of fighting for the sake of fighting at this point. Ultimate used by ELLEON, pulls Zyrhoes back, but he clips the side of the wall, and ultimate used into the Aegis of Zyrhoes, but Slash is back, but he gets bursted before he can even get up to the powerhouse, stuck on the Dharmic Pillar ring, and eliminated by the Hunter. Echrome with a big crit combo to take down the jungle of the Kaolin Wardens. I don't think Slash was expecting that much damage.
And that's kind of the difficulty of playing Daji into this Ganesh. If you 3 in, instantly silence, you're almost forced into beadsing as you go in. Because if you don't do that, you'll be caught out. And as we saw, just instantly bursted off of it. And again, another combo by nnog and ELLEON. Those two seem to be working really well together with this Maui Cuckoo, forcing out relics left and right from Zyrhoes and others.
But now it's Echrome. Wants that 1v1 against Tubahh, steals the shield buff. And this could be the true 1v1, not so much now. ELLEON swings over the wall. Echrome up on the horse. We'll fire the ultimate off, but it clips the walls, so no damage done towards ELLEON, but a lot of it thrown Tubah's way instead.
And Echrome taking that fight with that spiked Demon Blade on the opposite side. Tubahh still only had the tier 2. And actually, Tubah's now down in XP and down in gold after all those early game resources used over there. Because of those 2 objectives, it kind of always comes back to this. I mean, this is a 2,000 gold lead for the Scarabs. And this is off the back of 2 objective steals, giving big swings back to the Scarabs. And Echrome is actually going to hit 20 before Tubahh, most likely.
Walks in. Threatens tier 1 tower, but Echrome not going to stick around with Tubahh nearby. Especially the fact that his ultimate's down. Look at how much chip damage nnog can do to Zyrhoes. With just one Zephyr, that's not even full build, it's only 4 items deep. And even with the support standing around, I mean, that's 20% of Zyrhoes' health with a single ability. Gotta be careful as this Cuckoo starts stacking up a little bit further. Do have some of that pen online. Staff of Mirrodin and Obsidian Shard available and picked up by nnog. The objective is about to respawn. We've seen now 2 of them stolen away by the Solar Scarabs from the Kaolin Wardens, and then 1 Pyromancer that was just done by the Solar Scarabs at that point. Because everybody is over on the left side of the map, so we might start to see some group ups around these objectives.
My worry here with the Wardens is that they don't do what their comp is designed to do, which is around these objectives. And actually, as I say, objectives, Fire Giant pulled by the Scarabs.
Well, you're thinking Fury, Pyromancer, or anything like that, but no, it's Fire. Zyrhoes used the ultimate to immune out ELLEON, so the Fire Giant gets dropped. Delnyyy off the cloud and onto the ground, gets some damage to the enemy team. Zyrhoes is going to have to give up his tier 1 tower, though, because all the Kaolin Wardens have regrouped. They pushed down that tier 1.
And an overall good play there by the Wardens, a good response for Delnyyy to go in there. They pressure out Zyrhoes in mid. This allows them to get that tier 1 tower and to get the Pyromancer. And it almost allows them to set up for this Gold Fury also. But in the back of their mind, they've got to be worried about this Fire Giant, because we almost saw the Scarabs pull the trigger right there. They went to it, they pulled it a little bit. Unfortunately, somebody showed up. But they're happy to go walk to it and try to take that Fire Giant fight.
So now Solar Scarabs. Game is tied back nearly with that objective for the Kaolin Wardens. About 600-700 gold separating the 2 teams at this point. And a group up of that 3rd beacon now for the Kaolin Wardens. The chart's all over the place as far as gold, but XP has still been going Scarab's way. And what are they going to do? They say, okay, that's cool. You can keep your beacon. We'll go for an Oni Fury. ELLEON can't get in. Neither can nnog. It's just going to be a Fury for the Solar Scarabs, and a Dharmic Pillar dropped by iSilenced just to make sure that this team can guarantee themselves another objective.
And now with the Oni minions pushing down on each of the lanes, some potential to maybe use it to get that tier 1 in middle, or to even get the tier 1 in left. A lot of towers still available for both teams, 4 on the side of the Scarabs and 5 on the side of the Wardens. And with that, that's a lot of gold potential for either of these teams. Whichever team gets this Fire Giant will be getting more than this Fire Giant's gold and XP. They'll be getting the tower's XP also, which that's probably one of the best ways to get like a massive lead around the 20-25 minute mark, is getting that first Fire Giant, because a lot of the times the teams just usually give up their towers because it's just not worth the defense over them. So this next Fire Giant could decide the next couple minutes until that EFG spawns.
Solar Scarabs back with momentum. Fury down, Pyro down, Fire Giant the only objective on the map. Titans marching down mid though. It's taking a while for the Hunters to make their rotation over. Tubahh heading back to base. Likely to spike up and get that starter item finished up for himself. Meanwhile, Solar Scarabs are going to try and march forward and start dealing with these Titans. They clash pretty close to the Tier 1 tower on the Warden side of the map. This is Solar Scarabs who are holding back, sitting firm. It's because you have to keep watch out for Nog more than anything. These Serpent of the Nine Winds have been on point, even if they've had to be Aegis or beads away by the Scarabs. There's always that looming threat of a 1,000, 1,500 damage ultimate clipping through one of these carries or one of those frontliners.
And Nog this game opts for that pendulum, so full damage Kukulkan has the op shard finished also. A huge threat right now on objectives and tanks.
Speaking of threat, Deathwalker gonna W-key at two of them. Actually locks Tubahh on top of the Dharmic Pillar and gets the beads away from him. ELLEON starting to fall low into the backline, however. It's a paddle out for Slash and Delnyyy to try and bother these carries. Echrome low. The snipe is there, but it's into the Aegis, and a Serpent of the Nine Winds clips Deathwalker, takes him down. It's Silence on the run, but Delnyyy and ELLEON are going to close the gap once more. Echrome pulled in by Leon, and it's a double kill for Tubahh. The Kaolin Wardens take 3 of the Solar Scarabs off the map, and it's a beeline back over towards the Fire Giant.
And actually a massive play there by Delnyyy and Slash. Starts to get gone on ELLEON does, and instead they actually look to dive the enemy backline. Apreel is walking up here, maybe looking for an what's he doing?
He killed him. Okay, he wins the 1v1. I guarantee Slash and they're going down. A little extra help here. I can't do it on my own. Fortunate for Slash and the squad. They're able to get the Fire Giant through all of that, but probably would have preferred not going down in a 1v1 that wasn't necessary.
Probably would have preferred it, maybe a little bit. 5 Fire Giants is usually better than 4 Fire Giants, but still 4 Fire Giants strong. In a 4v4, still allowed to go for this Tier 1 in right. Just a little iffy having Slash into with no Fire Giant, because I think one of the most underrated things about Fire is the health sustain. If he does take a little bit of poke, if Deathwalker is able to hit him with a few abilities, maybe Tiamat is able to hit him with a few abilities, Slash will be able to heal up with that Fire Giant, but no longer will he have that. Just the other 4 do. And with the Pyromancer available, Nog ults at this time, just to make sure that Pyro's not secured.
Yeah, you gotta be safe. Gotta make sure it goes down, even when there's no Solar Scarabs around.
Somebody might have stolen it.
It could have been a bug. A bug scattering across the ground could have just gone and grabbed that
bug,
one.
Scarab?
Yeah, exactly. Kaolin Wardens, though, able to take control back of the game. Now nearly 5,000 up. One of the largest leads we've had this game between any of these teams so far. We saw this last game, though. This is a game that's going to be scaling a little bit longer. How are the Kaolin Wardens going to adapt to the Solar Scarabs' late gameplay? Deathwalker does have that prophetic built once more, starting to get some of those other stacks on, some of those magical stacks as these fights begin to break out. And that was, legitimately, that was the tipping point of game number 1, was Deathwalker got his 30th sack on prophetic, and then it was just, let's go, W key, run at the enemy team. And it worked out well for the Scarabs. I don't know if they necessarily want to have to make that same decision, same playstyle again, but more than willing to just bunker down inside the jungle.
Speaking of last game, the mid lane Nog hit that 20, hit that 6 item spike very early. I feel like the Raijin wasn't able to get a ton of things done, and I think it's the character just doesn't scale as well as a character like Kuku, because at this point, if you walk up and Kuku ones you and then polys you, that's like 1.5 thousand health that's going to be hitting you for. So now you have to be uber aware of where this Kuku is and also where that ultimate is coming from. We obviously saw that ult hit Deathwalker and do 700 damage. And now he's just got another item finished, helping that book Kuku passive get more power. Also the book passive getting him more power. So now Nog going to be one-shotting eyes on Nog.
The ultimate double dip in damage, more than anything. Pick up that Book of Thought that's essentially Kuku passive built in. But now with a tier 2 tower down, Fire still around everybody. Delnyyy very far off from this one, scattered away from his team. He's clearing out the jungle, but maybe the secondary benefit of that poly put on display when you get to these sieges. Yeah, it does a lot of damage against gods, but now you don't entirely rely on just Tubahh to get the damage on those objectives and on those structures.
On the opposite side, Nog got that poly, that full damage build. Zyrhoes, still only 5 items deep, but has that alternate timeline here. And right there we see a little bit of poke onto Echrome, already down to about 2/3.
Minion wave in, landfall misses, but Delnyy's already keeping Zyrhoes back. It's Dharmic Pillars used by the support for the Scarabs. Delnyyy in the sky, as well as Apreel on the Ratatoskr, biding his time before he needs to land down. And it's right on top of Delnyyy, but he misses. Server 9 wins, will only hit silence this time, but the support's able to walk away. The Ganesha sitting at about a third HP. The Solar Scarabs have successfully defended their Phoenix. Not a scratch on it from the engage of those Kaolin Wardens.
And 2 bombs available for the Wardens, both used on that Phoenix and both destroyed by the Scarabs. Not able to explode and actually kill that Phoenix. Good awareness by the Scarabs. Only so far losing a few towers along with this Fire Giant. And with Fire dropping in 10 seconds, it's a retreat call. I mean, it's a grouping call back in mid, looking for this final tier 2 tower with 3 seconds left on fire.
Still a couple of those structures to knock away for the Kaolin Wardens. Poked by Delnyyy onto the carry. Meanwhile, tier 2 tower not going to go down just yet. Good defense and just enough presence by the Solar Scarabs means that their tier 2 tower will live and the Fire Giant will fall by the wayside now. The Kaolin Wardens' only big thing they got from it was 1 Fury and then 1 Phoenix. Or not even Phoenix, I'm sorry, 1 tier 2 tower over on that left-hand side. So essentially almost a wasted Fire Giant in this case, but not quite there just yet. As you point out, the difference in the Hunter builds. We saw this before. I think it was Tubahh who did it the last time. Goes for a Demon Blade, you think, okay, cool, Deathbringer, next up, easy peasy. Goes for the kin size instead, so lacking out on a bit of that extra power from the crit.
I think he realized that Deathwalker just a little unkillable last game. And Deathwalker didn't even have the Spectral. So now, maybe if I go for that kin size, maybe I can shred through him when he actually is diving in. But he still does not have those mitigations from that cloak. So maybe they just want to really focus out Deathwalker and not allow him to dive. But in trade, their objective damage will be dropped down significantly. On the opposite side, Echrome with that Deathbringer will have a lot of objective damage.
Grouping up around the Fire Giants, the Solar Scarabs, who are playing defensively, playing a little further back. iSilenced at the forefront with Deathwalker. ELLEON stepping forward with Delnyyy, but all the carries kind of scattered to the winds at the moment. Apreel won the last 1v1 up against slaaaaaaasH. Echrome, half his health gone, snipes in from Tubahh, put a lot towards Zyrhoes. Solar Scarabs might have to back into this fight. Let's take a listen in with the Scarabs roster.
Echrome might be fine. Kill Wukong, guys. I shelled you. Fuck. I have nothing. I will. Are we good? We're fine. We're good, yeah. With that fire or? We can stay against this, I think. I'm fucking low as well.
Even losing 1, Solar Scarabs not too beaten up just yet, going, well, can't really do anything about this one. We'll go ahead and back away. Echrome now down for 45 seconds, but inbound, that does open up the door. Enhanced Fire Giant now start up once again by the Kaolin Wardens. Those snipes from Tubahh to start these fights off, put these carries at low HP. It's starting to affect the Scarabs as far as their sustain goes, but keep your eyes on Deathwalker for the Solar Scarabs. He's been the one to make the playmaking. There's no ultimate available for nnog just yet. And so for now, the Kaolin Wardens temporarily reset fire. They go back to it, and shortly, nnog should be getting that ultimate back up for secure. Doesn't seem there's anything the Solar Scarabs can do, so they'll give this one up to the Kaolin Wardens.
With a 32-minute Fire Giant, they get the EFG here, which should allow them to do Phoenix's split instead of actually having to be 5-man groups. The defense by the Scarabs is very strong in 5v5s, but when it comes down to splits, it's not going to be nearly as strong. And I think when we get down to these points, having a 3v3 or a 5v5 on the left side is very different. The 3v3, true one-shot potential on nnog with anyone, and they also have that poly auto with that EFG, so if anybody walks up a little bit too far or gives up a little bit too much space, they can walk into that Phoenix and do a lot of damage to it. But I'm very interested to see what split do they opt for. Do they opt for a 3-1-1, a 3-2, 4-1, whatever it is? I just don't want to see 5-man grouped. Anything split, just not 5-man grouped.
Wardens up 12,000 gold over the Solar Scarabs at this point. Experience doesn't matter this far into the game. It's all about that gold difference. Where's the build differences really come through? Delnyyy has been able to upgrade his last item compared to Deathwalker still sitting on that tier 2 cloak. And then it's really just the supports, the only one who haven't finished out builds, and now Relic's starting to come up, still sitting just on that tier 1 beads for Silenced. The Kaolin Wardens, though, starting to group up as 5. You were calling for some kind of 4-1 split, maybe a 3-2, but right now it's 2 standing in lane, 3 in the jungle. Slash, no, it's Delnyyy who goes in first. He bird forms in, landfall comes up empty-handed, and ultimate from Nog only hits silence, and that just essentially broke the shield from his Pridway. Now it's the Solar Scarabs who can hold firm. They can stand back and wait for the Kaolin Wardens to try and make their second strike, because look at how many ults were used. That was 3 just to try and get to the Phoenix.
Now they're just trying to sustain up with this fire. And as you said, 3 ultimates down as opposed to just iSilenced ult. Can they keep out this wave? ELLEON already taking a lot of pokes, same with Delnyyy. ELLEON down to 1/3 health.
No real way to sustain back up for the Maui. It's just what that enhanced Fire Giant buff can provide to you. The Kaolin Wardens trying to get this big push back, trying to put that mark out there for North America up against the Solar Scarabs. They've got them on the ropes. They've got them at the back door right now, waiting to try and push in that Phoenix. Enhanced Fire Giant makes it a bit easier. Don't necessarily need that wave, just need a few more hits on it, but the Solar Scarabs are so good on this defense, keeping these minions out, keeping Nog away is the key, but they couldn't keep Nog away. He walks up, throws a tornado and a single poly, takes out a quarter of that Phoenix's health bar.
And they're doing this incorrectly with this EFG. Actually, they're going in now.
Well, Phoenix starts up, Serpentine wins, Eclipse Echrome. That's almost all of his health. Zyrhoes has to reset entirely from the alternate timeline. Delnyyy takes down one in the back, and Nog takes down apreel with his last dying breath. The snipes help out Delnyyy. That's 2 for the Kaolin Wardens, but it's Deathwalker versus 2 in the back. He's not going to win out on this one, no. Using every resource he's got available, but none of them are enough. The Kaolin Wardens, they put up the first win for North America, but that is only win number 1 here in the best of 5 to keep this set going.
And I was about to say, they're trying to wait for the waves to go in, but there's too much clear on the side of the Scarabs, and as soon as I start saying that, they instantly go in, and they're able to get onto the backliners. Huge Cuckoo ult comes through, smacks Echrome, almost one-shots him, just barely lives, but they're able to clean him up, and that is how easy it is to siege with EFG. If you just gotta commit, and then, as Miff said on the desk, when there's a Cuckoo, when it does go late game, if the ult hits, you're probably winning the fight. If the ult misses, you're probably losing the fight. It missed the first time, they lost it, basically. They hit the second time, they won it.
Right. 75-80% of Echrome's health with a single shot, and meanwhile Delnyyy sitting by saying, oh, that's a nice little treat for me. Dives right in the back. Now Slash can come in, get a cleanup kill on the Zyrhoes, who was not even hit by any of those abilities, just was dying to the jungle and the solo laner during that fight. The timeline procs, and then as soon as it's up, Zyrhoes immediately off the field, and the Kaolin Wardens a little bit similar to how game number 1 goes as far as their bout, but this time able to close it out that Phoenix.
And I think the confidence by the Wardens just seemed a little bit more there on that Phoenix, and they finally actually went for that commit. So, same game, different ending because they actually, closed it out. But Scarabs, if that goes a little bit longer, maybe we have resemblance of game 1.
Well, we're at least guaranteeing ourselves a game 4 here between the SCC squads as North America to kick back, and now we're tied up at 1-1. We'll bring you game 3 right after this break.
Well, it's all tied up here. In the first game, Wardens control 98% of it, slip at the very end. This time, they control 98% of it and then seal the deal and get themselves the win. And Mifflin, there's just a lot in the line that goes right for them throughout all of it. And a lot of it, you know, you get to see. I'm going to have to highlight where it is, the Kukulkan, I think, right? A lot of really good ults, really good presence on the board, and it feels like it really is a controlling presence from the mid lane.
Yeah, Kukulkan, after level 12, I think you can almost put like 40 to 50% of that game completely on his shoulders. Nnog was just going absolutely crazy in mid. Solo kill up against his opponent, rotates in the team fights, 3 of the 9 wins, never missing. But what facilitates Nnog to go for that playstyle is this side lane dominance. Tubahh has been manhandling Echrome in the laning phase, keeping him on that tower line, making sure that they're always on top of the neutral farm. A few purple buff invades also go his way. Overstays once or twice, goes for a purple buff invade, gets punished by Apreel, but always has Slash nearby to make sure that something at least goes the way of the Kaolin Wardens. That presence in the duo serving them so well. Here's the solo kill I'm talking about. Zyrhoes just clowned on by Nnog, and anyone who's been playing ranked at MMR cap over the last 6 months knows that's just what Nnog does. Great stuff to the Kaolin Wardens, finally able to close out that game. The Solar Scarabs now in a position where they have lost the early game twice in a row. I think game 1 maybe puts the thought in their mind, okay, well, even if we're losing out on early, our team fight's really good, we'll be able to fight back in. But if you're going to lose twice in a row as consistently as that was, and the Kaolin Wardens going to have as large of a lead as they had twice again in a row, maybe you got to draft a little bit more early game. Also, just to put a little asterisk on a statement made on the previous test segment, maybe Rat's bad. Maybe, just maybe.
It is an unfortunate time. So now 0-4 for Tiamat, 0-8 for Ratatoskr, which
Tiamat we knew was not great.
Yeah, that one was like
Rat. You had to convince me, and 8 times I'm there.
If he was still in like the 3, even 4, 5, at 6 you were still willing to give it to him. 7 you were starting to concede a little. 8, all of a sudden it's...
At 6 losses, I was at the top of Rat's Hill holding the line, okay? I was waiting until I saw the whites of their eyes. At 8, you know, maybe I'll hop off the hill a little bit.
And, well, unfortunately, yeah, it seems like you're going to have to. Now it honestly makes me dread seeing him get locked in. It feels like it's a curse, an omen that is just going to be fated. What's wild is that games played-wise, he's like number 4 on the list, right? It's so like... Just win rates. Hachi, you know, most games played 57. Sun Wukong, second most, 30%. Not great, but you know he's getting the job done. Then you got like your Baba Yaga, who's got 89, which is on the other side, and then Ratatoskr was 0. So I don't know, man. Things are getting pretty wonky and wild here. It feels like, but a lot of that's going to shift in picks and bans. And one thing that me and you had been talking about, I think what you had said was you can't ban them all. If you're the Scarabs, and right, if you were in second pick, it feels like no matter what you swap out, if you're like, hey, you know what, I want to get rid of the Kukulkan, or I want to get rid of the Dodgy, I want to get rid of something that was just really strong, then you're letting something else through that was really strong. So how do you beat it? You go first pick.
Yeah, grab first pick, and you can ban out some of those priority mages, grab one for yourself. I think a major concern for the Solar Scarabs as well is the fact that we're seeing off-kilter picks from ELLEON. You don't want to dedicate a ban towards the Maui, but if you don't dedicate your bans towards the top of the meta Guardians, ELLEON's very capable of playing that as well. So he's going to absorb maybe at least one here from the Solar Scarabs. Scarabs in first pick position won't be the ones with the onus on them to ban out the Athena, so the Kaolin Wardens likely will be the one to do that themselves. But Aphrodite's still on the table. We haven't seen a whole lot of Aphrodite from the Solar Scarabs. Maybe Leon finds himself in a position where he can go towards that one. Kukulkan answered by the Solar Scarabs to decide, hey, Nnog doesn't miss. Let's make sure if he's not missing, maybe he's going to play a god with a little bit less damage on his ultimate this time.
Yeah, slow him down. Actually, that was one of the things I'd said, and I don't know why I got quiet, as if the Scarabs could hear me, but I did. Thoth, right, was what I had said. Like, I was like, oh yeah, what do you ban? You know, if you let something else through, it's like, okay, well now you've got Thoth that makes it out.
Maybe they first pick it.
Maybe the Scarabs go, and that's what I was thinking, because Europe was first picking Kukulkan and Thoth almost constantly, right? If one wasn't available, if Kuku wasn't available, they immediately went for Thoth, and sometimes some of them went for Thoth over Kuku anyway.
Yeah, a lot of damage output. Thoth, one of the best applicators of Divine Ruin, really, really good at bullying out the laning phase. Great transition to the late game, objective secure, and steal potential. Wouldn't be surprised to see it locked in. And this is going to be a really good look for Zyrhoes. I mean, it's one of his favorite picks when you're not talking about maybe the less standard picks that Zyrhoes is known for.
Yeah.
If I had to pick, you know, between Thoth and his signature Changa, I'll take the Thoth every single day of the week. And the Sora Scarabs going to be doing exactly that. Kaolin Wardens, on the other hand, now in second pick. Option to take one away from Echrome. Maybe you just go ahead, lock that Hachi. If you don't, you're guaranteed giving it over to the Solar Scarabs. Alongside it, I might be looking towards jungle presence, but considering Slash's God Pool has gone largely unbanned, things like Thanatos, Camazotz, and other gods along those lines, you might be able to hold off a bit on that pick. So in that position, do you look towards Guardian selections? Yamoja's still very strong, certainly available here for ELLEON if he so chooses. Could just go back towards the Maui, though, if the Kaolin Wardens want to hold off on showing their hands.
I want to say Maui, every game that he's been played has been a Wardens game. I don't think anybody else has touched him. Leon, though, consistently going back and admittedly winning with him, so it's not really something that you can argue against. But something that's been banned a lot this week, especially by the SEC squads, and we got to see a few times earlier in the Ravens Mambo set, is this Sobek. They get Hachi Sobek, which isn't maybe a classic combo, but Miff, does still feel very deadly in the right hands.
Really good lane disruption, great chase potential. The kill pressure of Hachi Sobek is actually very high. Just go for the pluck into EI Jutsu combo, CC lockdown, Heavenly Banner, and if anybody starts to walk away from you, Lurking the Water slow applied on top of the Mounted Cavalry slow. Makes it really difficult to get out of those sticky situations. Great scaling into the mid game. High objective DPS potential thanks to the Heavenly Banner boost to the rest of your allies. I like this top two from the Kaolin Wardens. And maybe it's worth mentioning that Sobek does have some flex potential. It's been a little while since we've seen it, but has gone towards solo once or twice this year. I think we are looking at the duo lane, though.
Yeah, that's something that, if it was the EU team that locked it in, for some reason my brain is a little more lenient and thinks, okay, that I could lean a little more, probably like 80-20 as opposed to 90-10 for it being solo. But yeah, like you said, it's more than likely going to be duo lane.
What?
Fafnir.
Hey, yo.
And Ho Yi.
Right.
So not only not contested, but also real high priority all of a sudden.
That's so crazy.
Well, that, Mifflin, you can take this as good news or not good news, which is that there was a misinput from one of the players, so they're going to be a little bit of a reset for them. And so whether or not you liked the OE and the Fafnir will be TBD as to whether or not it actually is what they had intended to lock in and wanted to lock in. But that would throw a whole wrench in the plan, wouldn't it? Start questioning everything. Look, like the Rom, I wouldn't even second guess the Rom pick from last game because, like, he's been there, right? He's been around.
Rom's great.
With the Ishtar, with the Anhurs, your Hachiman, and it's kind of been those four. I guess every now and then you get a vague fifth or sixth. But really, yeah, that would have been an absolute loop for us to be thrown. Instead, we'll focus on what was locked in. And you had already kind of mentioned a lot of the strengths of what the Thoth is going to bring. The question I have, though, is a lot of the time we always ask, okay, Thoth, how do you get to that guy? How are you going to deal with him? Sobek and Hachi are not the guys that I'm usually thinking. I mean, maybe a Sobek could get for the pluck, but
Hachi old a little bit.
You probably want someone else on your squad to be able to pick it up, which is why I'm going to mention Thor, because we haven't really gotten to see a whole lot of him this set.
Thor comes to mind. If Delnyyy can get back on the Sun Wukong, that's actually a time where you like seeing Sun Wukong disrupting that Thoth. There are options available to chase it out. And again, TLDR, the Solar Scarabs have maybe some tech issues there. We're not certain of whether or not those were the accurate picks. So hard to say. All we got for the Solar Scarabs as of now guaranteed is that Thoth. If it were Fafnir Ho Yi, I'd accuse them of throwing, personally.
Yeah, that egregious, you think?
Dude, Ho Yi.
Okay, so first off, Fafnir, what, single target, right? CCs.
If you're going to play Fafnir, you probably want to play it with like multi-auto attackers. I wouldn't even put Ho Yi in that category, right? He's there for ability damage for the most part.
Yeah.
Ho Yi also PvP god, one of the worst wave clears in the hunter role. Also not the best PvP hunter anymore. Anhur has completely taken over that slot. So I think it's likely that both of those picks maybe erroneous.
Yeah, and oopsie doodles, get him out of here. Not something, and the question I think then falls down, and maybe, again, we're getting too hypothetical here, but moving in for what the Wardens could lock in. But I also want to ask you, because you had mentioned the Yemoja, right? Maui has been the go-to. If Afro's gone and Athena's gone, that's where Leon is going. So I'm not too worried about what the Wardens are going to be looking for. But I haven't gotten to see a whole lot of the Yemoja really in general, especially with Sobek locked in. We have to really start to isolate like what the Scarabs might go to and what their pickup could be. So I guess the real question for you is what would you like him to go? Charon has been way too up
Never
there.
want to see Charon.
Okay.
Never once have I ever wanted to see Charon.
Hey, but he's been picked a whole lot.
Way too much. is his win rate also at 0?
It's not 0, but it is 29%.
Right.
Which is not
out of how many
good.
games?
Out of 7.
You're right.
Yeah. The only person who's doing around that number, but with more games, is the Wukong, who's got 30% out of 10 games.
More games, higher percentage. I'll go to bat for Sun Wukong on occasion. Charon, though, I mean, that god just doesn't peel, and if the ultimate's down, it doesn't really CC. It's got to be one of the most fun picks to play as a support player. You got a lot of damage output, but
you get to do stuff.
Yeah, you get to do a lot of stuff, but it is not fun to be the ADC watching your Charon just throwing out auto attacks, hoping that he would do anything else.
Speaking of ADCs, what was it? Last game, I think we got to see a few bans thrown that way towards Echrome specifically. Echrome's damage in the late game has been really good for someone who is getting more or less bodied in the lane phase, right? So I'm kind of curious if now Hachi's on the other foot, what kind of matchup, what kind of god do you lock into that? Especially if you know, like, hey, you know what? It's a Sobek Hachi lane. Like, maybe I'm not even doing anything for these first 15 minutes, but when we hit 20, I'm going over there and going to decimate you.
Knowing Echrome, maybe a selection that he's thinking of. Heimdall's been one of his go-tos. Ram could look pretty good as well. I would be hovering between those two for the Solar Scarabs. Maybe favoring the Ram just a bit, just because global presence plus late game scaling seems to be a little bit better. But considering we've seen Slash put a lot of emphasis on the duo lane, has made a lot of rotations over there, been trying to facilitate Tubahh. Heimdall's safety probably does come into play. You could try to consider that a little bit throughout the early, but it would really restrict your ability to look towards objectives. Heim is not great in the early game on Gold Fury.
I was looking up 0% win rate gods because you zoned in on that earlier, and there's 8 gods that were only played 1 game. That match, Ratatoskr, is also 8 games that he's lost for the 0. I don't know. It was just interesting to see. It's really been up there. Tiamat, we had already mentioned. Hunbats and Odin stand out to me as something that Odin maybe you could have expected. The Morgan's on that list as well. So it's going to be really, I think, an interesting dynamic what kind of gods they pick in lieu of those, especially since Rat's been so popular. This jungle game also has been kind of, I don't want to call it awkward. I feel like we got to see a lot of good from Slash last time, and I think when you go and look at the Susano play, maybe just one Susano play, but that Susano play from game 1, they really stand out, but it hasn't been like the typical jungles. I mean, Mamon's been completely ignored.
Yeah, I couldn't tell you why Mamon's getting ignored, except for maybe we don't have any Mamon players in this lobby. That's the only thing that comes to my mind, because we saw even earlier on this weekend what Kirimi was able to do on that pick was just running it down, doing so much damage. Thank you very much for your patience, Smite fans, as we jump back into P's and B's. Thank God it's not Fafnir, and it's not Ho-Yi, but it's still got to be something. Solar Scarabs.
Now watch, their bank time will go down.
It's Fafnir.
It's Fafnir. And if they lock in the Ho-Yi, I will laugh so hard, Mifflin.
It wouldn't be. Why would we have restarted to redo it?
Yeah. Okay, you're right. I wouldn't have laughed. I maybe would have cried a little bit. Do you like... Okay, so Ishtar makes more sense. Fafnir, on board, off board, half and half.
Fafnir's... It's interesting. It's a very interesting pick. It does lean the Solar Scarabs now towards a very objective-based composition. You've got confirmation from Thoth and burn potential from Ishtar. I'm also now trying to consider what junglers would make great usage of Coerce. Could we be in a world where Erlong Shen maybe rears his head, any other auto attackers that could come to mind? But just Fafnir, Ishtar together, that in of itself, strong laning phase, really good stim. Just get the shotgun blast auto attack with a crit build and all this with a Coerce on top of it. You will shred through objectives. So the Solar Scarabs, with pressure, should be able to look towards those neutrals. But the pressure isn't going to come from the Thoth. It maybe can from the Ishtar Fafnir. I'm considering jungle picks. I want to see early game junglers for the Solar Scarabs.
So far, Camazotz Thor get banned away. So the Wardens isolating a few of those. Sun Wukong banned out. Alongside the Nike. So Delnyyy gonna have to go to something new, something fresh, something different. Got the Raijin locked in, and despite the fact that a month ago that would have been the guaranteed solo lane pick, right now it feels like it's going to be what Nog is going to be locking in. How do you feel about like the transition, like a Kukulkan versus a Thoth, and what a Raijin bring? Like, it's very different, it feels like, styles.
It is. The Thoth and Kukulkan are essentially, I'm an ultimate guy. If the ultimate hits, awesome. Otherwise, I'll pepper in some damage in a team fight, maybe control space a little bit. Raijin is all about damage in standard kit. Taiko Drum more so, generally used for CC or to secure a kill that's kind of limping away after the Raiju Thunder Crash combo. So this is another aggressive pick for the Kaolin Wardens and would facilitate early mid 3v3 plays or fighting over neutral camps or playing around the mids. That is a style of play now available to the Kaolin Wardens. But it's a bit of a miserable laning phase, I think, for Raijin up against Thoth. Thoth just has the range advantage, should be able to clear wave around the same time. So until junglers get involved, Nog's going to have a hard time keeping his HP above 50.
Raijin, like you said, someone who can be a nuisance if given the time, especially against the Thoth. Really curious where they're going to go next. I mean, grand scheme solo was what I was thinking, right? You maybe hold on to your junglers. We've seen that be very often the play. That being said, not often lately that we've gotten to see Hercules. I feel like Baskin played it a couple months ago. We got to see it, but not many other players are picking it up. And even then, you know, the mages were taking over the solo line. So how do you feel about the Hercules, especially in a world of your Wukongs, your Achilles, your Nikes, Osiris who's been up there? Hercules is potentially looking like he could be strong.
Yeah, I don't hate Hercules. The only thing I see from Hercules here is I would have almost just blanket statement preferred it to have been Achilles. It serves a similar purpose in that Hercules is probably just going to try and run down this Thoth in the back line, utilize mitigate wounds to walk through that poke damage, but there is likely going to be a Divine Ruin on that Thoth. You're going to have to work through the peel potential of this Fafnir, and even then, you're really only going to utilize Driving Strike to probably prevent the ultimate from Thoth. I think Achilles would have been a bit more threatening to both the front and back line of the Solar Scarabs, but Hercules solidly within Delnyy's God pool. He's been playing that God for a very long time. I've got plenty of experience playing against Delnyyy in console on this pick, so he's been doing it for a while now. And with the Wheelish, another knock-up to set up for Gravity Surge. That's a bit of synergy.
Now, to add on to the list of things that are just uncommon, because if Wheelish gets locked in, like you said, it's going to be synergistic. We've seen her a lot. Bellona locked in on the other side. And not only that, but it's not the only time that Bellona could, you know, make it through and make her appearance so far this year.
It's Deathwalker.
It's Deathwalker who loves playing her. And so I'm curious, like, how does that impact, I guess, the way you're looking at the Scarabs draft?
It's another auto attacker, so Coerce user has disarm to deal with the Hachiman, could prevent maybe some of that auto attack damage around objectives from the Wardens themselves. Good chase down potential, really good boxing, so if you want to just make sure Hachiman's having a miserable game, I mean, you've got a multitude of ways to do it. But I think Deathwalker himself essentially summed it up entirely in his first interview of the week. He said, look, I might not have a solid grasp of the Soul Lane meta right now, but I will probably be playing Bellona, and that was all you had to say about it. So I think it's another comfort pick for Deathwalker. It's a decent lane bully, has good sustain in lane. With itemization as it stands right now, Warrior's on the rise, and a lot of those auto attack Warrior items also getting buffed. You can go for the Death Toll build if you so choose. You can also, at times, go Bluestone. I think it is a little bit more likely that we see the Death Toll, though, for Deathwalker. Bellona is like a solid B-tier warrior in my mind.
Personally, I always love a Bellona. So, in the right hands, Deathwalker's got some good ones. Can do a whole lot. Again, this one, grand scheme, is going to be for an advantage, right? You win this game, you go up 2-1, you put yourself on match point for qualifying to the SMITE World Championship. Now, for a couple of these teams, and specifically if you look towards Deathwalker right there, a couple of these players, he was able to make it onto that stage last time around, and he looked good doing it. For the Wardens, you had kind of mentioned it, but for ELLEON, while he went to every console championship, has not gone to one for PC. In fact, for LANs in general, that's usually where some of the struggles have really mounted for him. So getting a win, getting this far has been big. The Thanatos lock-in at the very end, presumably for slaaaaaaasH, has been something that has treated the Wardens well to the point where it's in a lot of their highlight reels. How do you feel about their team comp as a whole, even though it's not the Awelish with some synergy?
It's one of slaaaaaaash's favorites. We've talked about his Thanatos all week here. Great global presence, ability to get involved in those side lanes in the early game, which has been the bread and butter for the Kaolin Wardens. The main thing I'm imagining him doing in those late game team fights is joining up with Delnyyy to try and punish the Thoth existing in the backline. Otherwise, you're always a constant threat of execute on frontliners. So if Fafnir's dropped low, if Bellona's ever dropped low, there are opportunities to at least just remove one at 40% HP, which is pretty decent. But up against Susano, I could see that jungle 1v1 going a little bit more Susano favored. The displacement potential, the AoE CC, especially in the team fight phase, is going to bring a little bit more. So when I'm evaluating jungle performance in this game, I would say I'm looking a little bit more so at slaaaaash's early game because I expect him to fall off a bit towards the late.
Well, that's going to be something that, you know, while the Wardens have looked really good through a lot of it, that can be the dangerous territory, right? This is a team you don't want to be falling off towards the late. That's what went wrong so catastrophically in Game 1. The goal here is to balance and put your best foot forward. Who's going to go up 2-1? The only way to find out is to jump into Game 3, and to do that, we'll go over to our casters.
Thank you so much, Gore and Mifflin. Game 3 with the Scarabs and the Wardens. Who will go up to match point with their win? Will it be the North Americans? Will it be the Europeans? We'll find out here in this third game. It's JMac inbound and Doug back one more time. And a couple of big picks, a couple of new ones really popping out here. Not necessarily that Deathwalker on Bellona is anything new if you look at the course of his career, but really only this weekend we're starting to see that one come back out. We see the Thanatos come back from slaaaaaash, nothing too crazy there. It's mostly out of Hercules, but before we even talk about those, as you point out, and as I noticed there, Twitch poll, the second time now this weekend, we are at a dead 50-50 between the poll.
Just be decisive, guys. Why are we, like, coin flipping? Like, somebody choose a winner. Like, this 50-50 stuff is ridiculous. Let's start choosing sides. But as you were saying, Bellona is really just a Deathwalker thing. And even with what he is playing, like this Bellona, we saw it one other time, and with that one other time, Deathwalker's also been building differently than everyone else. Big surprise, Deathwalker usually has these builds that are a little bit more different than others. Actually, I guess before that, iSilenced is invading.
Well, he'll get at least the smalls. Don't think he'll stick around for the larger minion, so nice bit of denial that way from the support of the Solar Scarabs. Does make it a little bit longer until Echrome is able to get there and start clearing things out, but not too bad for him. Now rejoins with iSilenced, make sure that purple buff goes down. They'll be the lane just a little bit later, at least in that regard, but all these small little plays, you start getting into the depths of these games, especially on ones that, not going to say this is a game that doesn't entirely matter, but now you have at least that extra game of cushion. It means you can start making some of these riskier plays like iSilenced has.
Super interesting start by the Scarabs, having both apreel and Echrome bring the back cams, the green buff, and the speed buff together as iSilenced invaded. So far it hasn't amounted to too much, but they do have a slight invade on Echrome. It's just Silenced is going to be slightly behind, but I think you'll trade your support being a tiny bit behind for your ADC being ahead. And especially the purple buff highlight is now The enemy purple buff is now after your purple buff, so there might be some potential where you can get both.
We do see Silence getting heavily poked out. Same with Delnyyy. Doesn't matter which auto attack based warrior it is that Deathwalker's on. He's been getting the upper hand in this lane. Might be starting over towards that Phalanx like we saw in the previous 2 matches. It was it Phalanx into Executioner? Yep. Was kind of just the start that Deathwalker was going over in that solo lane. I wonder if he'll repeat that same process here again, even up against the Hercules. But I kind of want to draw attention to the Hercules. There was a time where it was Hercules and Amaterasu, the only warriors who were still standing the test of time against the major solos that really kind of popped up a couple months back. And now seeing Hercules kind of find his way back over into the solo lane once more, kind of just reigniting at least a little bit of that warrior solo. What are kind of your general thoughts on Hercules maybe right now in the meta?
I love that character. I think there is very rarely a bad Hercules game. There's a couple matchups that he maybe isn't great with, but very few warriors are able to scale into the late game like a Herc can because of the potential of just the pluck and push. If you get a pluck push onto anybody that doesn't have beads, or if you just get a pluck onto somebody that doesn't have beads, they're just dead. Or you're just forcing out a relic, or their team is going to have to in for them. But it's no way.
No, Echrome dashed forward. He's made a mistake, and a grave one at that. It's Tubahh who puts him down. An unfortunate dash by Echrome puts him right out of position. Apreel trying to run away. Thunder Crash in from Nog, but Slash is not there. It's just Nog in the 2v1. Blink in by Slash. The silence is good too now for the Kaolin Wardens in the blink of an eye.
And just like that, Warden's out to another massive lead, and the blue buff is spawning, and Slash is here.
Slash gonna walk up, steals it from under the Eagles rally, and now at the back above a Hercules means that it's a guaranteed invade, and he'll be able to walk away with his life. Nog, not going to go for the dive under the tower, but nearly kills Zyrhoes. We were talking about how it's going to be a tough time for Nog in mid up against the Thoth, but right now the inverse is what's true after that first kill, or I should say at least the first assist he's gotten.
So far, it almost seems like it doesn't matter what matchup Nog has. It just looks like it's a good matchup for him, and it doesn't really make sense. It doesn't really make sense. I don't think a Thoth should ever be getting pressured out that hard, but maybe that comes from apreel getting killed. Level 5 for Nog gets hit first, and just like that pressure out there. And also something that we've seen Nog also doing that Paul tends to do a few times is he likes to start that Aegis. And so far with this nice early game, about 1,000 gold lead. And this is probably the fastest lead we've had from the Warden so far.
Yeah, 1,000 this early. Not something we're used to seeing with really too many teams out there. Usually this 3 minutes, you're still seeing 500 gold up. We saw it a lot in the Raven set where Hex Mambo would get up really far in kills, but
never
not
gold.
Super far in gold.
Never gold.
Starting to see a bit of that inverse here now. Kaolin Wardens with their 2 kills and with their 1k gold. Some of that off the back of the invade from Silence, at least mitigating a bit of that gold going over to the Kaolin Wardens. But when you looked at it, I mean, because there's 2 less minions to kill, purple buffs went down at relatively the same time. They're back on similar cooldowns. In fact, I think, or respawns, I should say. It's a better phrase than cooldowns. But they're on respawn. In fact, I think the one on the Kaolin Warden side comes up just a tad bit sooner than that of the Solar Scarabs. But now, eyes on Slash this game. We've been seeing a lot of the Thanatos through the qualifier rounds for the North American SCC. We've been seeing a little bit of it during this tournament specifically, again, from North American SCC. We'll have to see how well it can perform here up against the Solar Scarabs, and still going with, at least towards this right side of the map, similar mindset as to what we saw in game number 1. Apreel back on the Susano, Deathwalker. Maybe not on as unkillable of a solo laner, but something that's still so annoying to deal with late game.
Yeah, this Bellona, I expect a somewhat similar build to that Osiris. And it's going to have kind of like an up and down strength factor. Right now, it's very strong. It has that Phalanx, one of the strongest laning phase items. And then once it gets that Xe, the 1v1 potential and the damage potential is going to be insane. And then that third item, it kind of falls off a little bit, trying to get some cloak stacks. But, I mean, we saw game 1 how much that cloak really matters.
We do have Echrome's ultimate on cooldown. Tubahh playing up and aggressive against the Ishtar. Gets the better of that trade, taking ultimate for essentially nothing at that point. So Echrome, and I think this is a big story that goes all the way back to the interview with Raffer, where, and even to the the pre-game testament of game 1, where Tubahh has been this very aggressive, in-your-face style of hunter. He's going to bring the fight. He's going to want to go 1v1 as many times as he can. The Kaolin Wardens, and ELLEON Tubahh specifically, have really mitigated a lot of what Echrome wants to do, so much so that he can't even sit comfortably at his purple buff. ELLEON body blocking him so Tubahh can try and set up, and now ELLEON just gonna hold off the path. Echrome nowhere to go. This duo of the Kaolin Wardens has been monstrous today.
And again, it's just Echrome is just being a little disrespectful there. If he just walks back to his tower after picking up the purple buff, he is fine. Or if he just beads the pluck, but he does neither, and the Hachi potential to get there with that ultimate, and there's just enough damage. And with that starter item that, or the relic that Silenced has, this med, it's really not that effective for good actual healing. It's not a great shield like Shell is, so it's just not healing you a ton. And on top of that, Sobek is anti-healing that little bit of healing it actually does also with that Sickening Strike, the 3. And again, duo lane in a bit of danger again. And this has been all 3 games. Tubahh and ELLEON have just been ahead of iSilenced and Echrome almost every game. Can they transition it though? That's kind of been like the story.
Game number 1, we'll hold that thought. Delnyyy, we haven't seen a whole lot in the solo lane from either team, but this time, apreel says, all right, well, I'm done with the duo lane. We're going to start really hammering down solo lane. Get Deathwalker ahead, get him up and going, and knocks up a first kill for himself on the Solar Scarab side. And as you highlight, it's not even a Jotun's Wrath that we're so accustomed to. It's anti-heal. Brawler's Beatstick, first slot, helps get the kill against Delnyyy.
And with the healing in the solo lane and jungle for the Wardens, it makes a little bit of sense, but it is a risky item to start with because your cooldown isn't there. You also run out of mana a little bit quicker because you don't have that extra 150 mana from Jotuns. And on top of that, it's also just more expensive. So curious to keep an eye on apreel's build and what he opts for, especially compared to Slash. Slash's build is going to be just so effective.
ELLEON looking at maybe invading that green buff, but instead he's just going to find Zyrhoes and Silenced at the beacon. Quick dash back by Zyrhoes. Gets him away from the pluck from ELLEON. And let's talk about a lot of the displacement that's on the side of the Kaolin Wardens. We talked about the Hercules earlier. Now you combo that with the Sobek. One person gets plucked, pushed back by the Hercules, add an extra pluck from the Sobek, and there's essentially no way to really get back to your team. Stun good on Slash. Can he get to the sky in time?
Wow.
Yes, just barely. Living on a sliver of HP. Able to fly back, crash down, heal a bit off the purple buff. That way Tubahh can go ahead and grab that one. But what about ELLEON? He's still in a little bit of danger, able to escape under his tier 1 tower, but now there's 3 players on the Solar Scarabs hunting around like vultures, seeing if they can find any scraps left.
Nothing comes out from that. The purple buff is secured. A little bit of fighting over there for not a lot of things. And you see iSilenced has finally finished that meditation, so a little bit more threat there. iSilenced a lot stronger. ELLEON still only had that Thebes, so he's just a lot stronger, just relic-wise. And this is such an interesting relic to play around, especially with a god like Thoth, because Thoth is already a god that has super low cooldowns, and if you give him even more cooldowns, that's just even more harass and more survivability. So it's just going to be very interesting to see how they're going to be playing around this, and with this Fafnir, with the med, are they going to be looking at a lot of objectives? Because Fafnir is an objective god, and meditation, while not normally thought of as an objective item, or objective relic, it does add a lot of damage to the just constant use of abilities.
Deathwalker really punishing Delnyyy now. Really keeping him under that tier 1 tower. We do see Echrome still taking some of these boxing matches against Tubahh. Getting the better end. Shield buff really has helped out Echrome in at least the poke war. ELLEON's going to rejoin Tubahh. Was apreel spotted out? I think ELLEON just noticed him around the corner. So apreel will use that jet stream, get himself out of danger because Slash right around the corner on the Thanatos. Ultimate back up for the assassins. So execute always that looming threat when dealing with the Thanatos. So now for the Solar Scarabs. At least more than anything for this team, able to hold down the fort. It was 1,000 pushing almost 1,200 gold up for the Kaolin Wardens earlier after their first couple of kills. Now it's been mitigated down to only about 300 in the lead for the Wardens. Solar Scarabs doing a really good job of getting their farm on the map.
Yeah, and it just seems like Deathwalker through these totems, the shield camps, the cooldown camps, seems like just a pretty decent amount of trades throughout the map for the Scarabs. Because as you said, this gold lead is almost gone. And with the 3 kills, that early massive lead that the Wardens had, especially for 3 minutes, surprising to see them not capitalize on it a ton. And with this 11 minutes mark starting to tick. This is usually the time we start to see those first Gold Furies, and with the pressure on the left side of the map, you'd think it would be the Wardens looking for it. But with the Fafnir, with the Thoth, the secure, the damage is heavily favored towards the Scarabs.
Wow, that's a fast tower in solo lane. Usually we'll see some of these EU solo laners, or just solos in general, kind of leave that tower up just so we can make sure they always get farm going to their side. But now that leaves open a window of opportunity for Deathwalker. Can start rotating out of this lane a little bit sooner than that usual level 20 mark that we're more accustomed to. Gives the Kaolin Wardens an option to be able to kind of play a bit more defensively, forcing the enemy team to have to walk so far across the map to try and secure some farm for themselves in the lane. So surprising to see that Apreel and Deathwalker were willing to drop down that tier 1 tower at only 11 minutes in.
And with that, a little bit of a lead for Deathwalker also is that level 13. Has not backed for that second relic, has also not upgraded that TP. There's a possible play for Deathwalker to actually get that back off and actually just look for a fight on this Gold Fury, because Fafnir is the objective god. When you think of objective supports, Fafnir is the first one that comes to mind, and probably one of the last, because he is probably the one support where you can just happily walk to an objective and just solo it, or sorry, duo it, not necessarily solo it, duo it with someone else.
And you throw something like Bellona along with it, man, you double up on just really doubling down more than anything. You know, you get the coerce buff with iSilenced, go in dragon form, get multiple. Then imagine throwing an Eagle's Rally on top. That extra power, they can just quickly continue bursting out those objectives. Maybe not to the same degree that you can have something like the Amaterasu right away, that more easily accessible,
damage,
but
yeah.
Bellona kind of the Ama Light in that sense. You have to use an ultimate to get that same level of value, but you still get that extra ability to really start bursting down objectives.
And with Echrome down 2 levels, it seems like he's kind of getting a little bit of damage onto Tubahh. Tubahh gets his dash hot.
Apreel catches him, and Apreel takes him down. A great bait by Echrome. He's been stepping up time after time against Tubahh, even being down 1-2 levels. It's not enough to deter the Hunter from the Solar Scarabs. He walks up, baits Tubahh a little too far forward, and more than anything, Apreel with the catch out off that siphon, pulls him back in, gets the ultimate, able to chase out. A kill once more for the Solar Scarabs jungler.
And even more than just a normal kill, Tubahh was also a pretty far lead ahead, and now Apreel gets that shutdown kill. Tubahh stops farming. Echrome is able to get some farm for himself. Kind of just evens up that dual lane. And with that kill on the left side, they're able to go for this Pyromancer.
Pyro started. They've got confirmed with Zyrhoes, who will use his ultimate. Secures the Pyromancer for the Solar Scarabs, but loses his beads. Quick pluck from ELLEON will remove that one. So now, safety and defense taken off the board for the mid laner, but Solar Scarabs get the objective and now take the lead in this game. Almost 1,000 gold up for the Order side team. But you see the Kaolin Wardens starts group up left. If they can find a pick, or even just send Echrome back to base, that could open up the door for a Gold Fury.
The shield camp spawning first, that's their first idea. ELLEON plucked barely off the mark. And with that, it seems like more of a disengage for the Wardens. Happy to kind of just farm this one up. This one seems a lot more, other than that first 3 minutes, it seems like both of these teams are just kind of happy farming it up for now. I mean, you look at the late game of both of them. We've seen how the Scarabs team wants to play in those late games. Deathwalker is going to be diving the back line, trying to get them low. Apreel is going to try to clean them up. And the front to back of Zyrhoes, Echrome, and iSilenced is going to be incredible once it gets to this late game portion. The Thoth one-shot potential with also objective potential with both Ishtar and this Fafnir. Because when Ishtar was OP, it was very easy to just walk to objectives and just kind of get them for free with their shotgun stance.
ELLEON catches
No
Echrome.
beads.
No beads used. Aegis in response, plus the ultimate. That's enough to bail him out, but better man than I. As soon as that pluck hits, I'm popping beads, I'm walking away. Instead, chooses to lose the Relic and Aegis instead this time around.
And gets that reset off, goes back to base, gets that Executioner, which just improves their objective damage even higher. Has that spike faster than Tubahh does, even though Tubahh has that XP lead. The gold, or the build lead, I guess, is in favor of Echrome. And looking at those support relics, both level 10, level 11, thinking about what they're going to be opting for. No need for Onk. Also, we haven't seen a ton of Onk this entire weekend. But Bracer or something, Frenzy is something that usually comes to mind with just Fafnir.
Oh, yeah.
And we've also seen a lot of teams just happy to go with Shell and Med, which is something that iSilenced really likes to do. But on Fafnir, that's not really the normal.
Apreel. Gonna throw out that jet stream, gets him away from ELLEON and Slash. I think kind of going back to that conversation around iSilenced and Relic selection. One thing that Aurora did, at least for one set in particular that I can recall, was went Relic Dagger and then immediately kind of just jumps into, oh, well, I want to just drop a Bracer down. And then it was essentially a 50-second cooldown on dropping a Bracer on the ground, then getting all that extra ward coverage if you get something like an Eldritch Dagger with it. We'll see if that ends up being the call. Apreel's and ELLEON kind of trading around who's going to get pulled where. ELLEON will dash away. Don't want to stand anywhere near 0, especially now that he's nearly got that Mirrodin online. That extra pen, once it comes up, going to be devastating. On the opposite end, you look. And nnog already has his percent pen up there. Obsidian Shard locked in for the mid lane of the Kaolin Wardens, and ELLEON keeps putting his sights towards somebody. Wants to get that pluck, but last few times he's gone for it, it's been a dash trade out to get whoever he's aiming for, usually pulled away. But what is Apreel doing? 1v3 beads used. Slash can go up to the sky. All he needs a little damage for that execute, and Slash will take one. iSilenced walking forward. ELLEON low, stunned out, but there's no follow-up with him on the side of the Solar Scarabs. It's all the Kaolin Wardens on the left side of the map. Meanwhile, Deathwalker still just moseying around on the right side. Nobody has called for the solo lane of the Scarabs to come over and help just yet.
Actually secured by Echrome and iSilenced there. Looks like a grouping on Gold Fury. Deathwalker still not there. Looks to be TPing in. And the Thoth. This is eyes on Thoth. Can he get the out secure?
Gold Fury, 4 HP. Pushed away, though, now. Deathwalker in the middle of 4. Zyrhoes charging up that ultimate that keeps canceling in the back line. Gets dove on by the Raijin, by the Sobek. Can he even get a dash away in time? Uses the Aegis, but he gets silenced out and pulled back by the Trum. Zyrhoes can't dash out. It's nnog with the kill, and Deathwalker jumps over the wall. Grabbed by ELLEON, and beads forced away. The Kaolin Wardens playing aggressively, playing forward. ELLEON, though, maybe too far forward. Apreel's on the way, wants to try and steal this one out, but he cannot. He loses his life. It's a Gold Fury for 1. The execute down won't take any lives this time, but Deathwalker on the run. The Death Scythe hits, and the lurking in the waters are back. Deathwalker gonna go down to Tubahh. The Kaolin Wardens come up massive in the fight.
Massive swing towards the Wardens. Yes, not huge in the gold, but when you look at how much they were behind, they were down about 1,000 gold. Now they're up almost 2,000. And after that nice little pick onto Apreel, which, what was Apreel looking to do there? He walked over the entire enemy jungle and then tried to look for the solo, I guess? I guess he tried to look for the solo on the Tubahh, but unfortunately for him, there was 3 waiting around the corner, and they just take him down. And off that, Deathwalker's forced to rotate over, and they get the Gold Fury, and then after this...
Uh-oh.
Wow, that was close.
Slash, fortunate that he was able to back up just in time.
Pick it up.
Resets his life. Runic Bomb.
Come on, guys, pick it up.
Sits on the ground for a moment. Oh, give ELLEON a moment.
All right, there we go.
You got to make sure he gets his farm.
Had to make sure.
Got to get his farm. Look, supports need farm too. Well, you got to...
Okay.
Now he's just trolling
What's
us.
that excuse now? Had to get farm the first time. This time, he's trolling.
Maximizing how much time it sits on the floor. Getting every last second that he can. But, speaking of time, that second beacon now picked up. We'll have to wait another 5 minutes before we see that one spawn back in. The Kaolin Wardens with that Pyromancer, with those few kills and the Fury, as mentioned earlier, net themselves a little over a 2,000 gold lead, but more importantly, about a 3,000 gold swing back their direction. Just haven't seen iSilenced go back for his Relic just yet. I think a lot of eyes are going to be on there. It's going to be Sunder plus Spectral in that slot. I mean, we see the crit started up by Tubahh, so maybe no surprise there, but we haven't really seen a whole lot of Sunder as of recent.
Sunder got a pretty big nerf during that Sunder meta, and we hadn't really seen it a ton. I mean, it's a counter to Nike and maybe like Odin, but other than that, you don't usually see the Sunder. But the positive is, especially with the godlike Fafnir, if you hit your hammer and then you Sunder right after, if your team is ready, you will blow up the character that is getting hit. So ELLEON is going to have to be really safe with his positioning, especially because he has no beads, and Delnyyy needs to be ready to use those beads if he does get Sundered.
With the Relic Dagger. Hold that. We might even worry about a Relic Dagger. What about Zyrhoes HP goes under, gets a big ult up, and Slash gets to the sky. Can Slash get far enough away? What in the world is happening on the left side? Tubahh gets a kill on Apreel on a 2 versus 2. Now it's Echrome on the run. Beads Aegis gone from the Hunter there. Alternate timeline for nnog. He's able to crash out. He escapes. Level 420 for him, already has that starter item upgraded, and it pays off immediately on first purchase of it. The Kaolin Wardens, they get 2 kills and they lose nothing for it.
They dove the tier 2. Zyrhoes was under the tier 2 and he got killed. 1 health for Slash. Nog was like half health and there was 2 collapsing on him. Somehow he gets out. Somehow Apreel dies in the 2v2 and left. I mean, this is a massive, massive swing for the Wardens. 5,000 gold now after just being up almost, or down 1,000 gold 5 minutes ago. Massive swing. Now we need to get ready for this Gold Fury. Fire's also some potential, especially with your comp. You don't have great secure, so you have to be a little, you know, cautious with it. But you have a crit ADC. Tubahh's level 19, and Nog is level 20, up 2 levels on Zyrhoes.
Was I mistaken? I think that Zyrhoes did he just not have his relics? Or were
They
they
were
still
not.
on cooldown?
They were not. Yeah, they were not.
Okay, so they were just coming back after. I'm sitting here, I'm like, man, he's got Aegis, he's got beads. Where were any of those during that? But just coming back off of cooldown. Can't fault him too much for that, especially with how far back he had dove and how far and how deep the Kaolin Wardens had to go for that kill. Banking on hopefully making sure that they had the proper timers on those. And they did just indeed. So now it's the Kaolin Wardens back in the driver's seat once more. 5,000 gold in all nearly. Now for the Warden squad. Zyrhoes just got back. He just got back to lane, and Nog is already going back to the bully tactics. Tier 1 tower living on just a few bricks, keeping that one standing. As the Primal Fury is the next target for the Kaolin Wardens, and not a single Solar Scarab in range. It'll be silenced to see if he can try and steal with a hammer, but those are extremely narrow margins to be able to try and steal that with Fafnir.
Now with that Gold Fury down, Tubahh level 20, maybe just trying to get some fight. He's got the gold for Cal, so maybe he's looking to clear one more wave, get that back off. But they should be looking to groove now. They have a really nice lead, but they have to start to look to extend it, especially if there's Pyro spawning. They see Tubahh and left. Depending on where Echrome goes, looks like 5 strong on fire for the Scarabs, or Pyro.
Pyro, half. ELLEON blinks forward. Tail Whip Solar Scarabs do get Pyromancer, and ELLEON gets stunned out, but he charge parties in.
Delnnyyy's
Missed
here.
the pluck this time. Delnnyy pushes back 2.
Silence?
iSilenced low, and is now gone. The boulder is enough to take him out. Deathwalker jumps away, but how far can you run from Slash? Instead, Slash won't even go towards that target because it's apreel. It's terrorizing the backline. 2 for the jungler, and 1 more for Tubahh, but Nog has found Echrome. It's just Zyrhoes left with Deathwalker on one side and 3 on the other. A bloodbath in the mid lane around Pyromancer, but it comes up better for the Kaolin Wardens.
And if Tubahh's there just a couple steps faster, maybe we're talking about a completely different fight and maybe potential for fire, but he greeted that wave and left. And unfortunately, his team loses. I guess they don't really lose it, but they don't trade as favorably as they could have since Tubahh was not there. And with all those relics still available, not really much use there. It just seems like a lot of the players just kind of went down.
So now the Kaolin Wardens, where will they go? Having this Pyromancer with a Runic Bomb in pocket for them, but a Runic Bomb in response to the Solar Scarabs did manage to secure and confirm to pick up for themselves before that fight breaks out. Even in that department, so fire on fire, probably not ideal for either team just yet. Wards abundant for the Kaolin Wardens, a bit scarce on the side of the Solar Scarabs right now. The 3rd and final beacon is here, and this usually indicates where the next bit of fighting is going to be. Which lane will these Titans eventually march down? Silence going to try and slow things down, but not going to work out. It will be back towards mid once more. It seems to have been the most common lane that we've really seen these Titans kind of push up in these games.
And a little risky taking this fight in mid against this Thoth. This is where Thoth is incredibly strong. 5v5, neutral game where you're both just staring at each other. He can get a lot of poke off, and Nog can't really match his range. So they have to either look for a hard engage or they have to look for poke on a frontliner. And the somewhat difficulty about their comp is their reliance on this Sobek pluck and this Sobek blink. If ELLEON is not able to hit anybody, or if he's not able to at least pull a relic, then there's not going to be a ton of bright spots for the Wardens.
ELLEON's trying to find a target. He does just that. The wall silence able to jump away. Not something that too many of the Wardens are able to chase out, except for Slash if he goes into that ultimate, but not want to chase out a pretty healthy Fafnir in this regard. But you can see the hunger in the Kaolin Wardens' eyes whenever they go for plays like that, when they're grouping up 5-man death ball through the jungle with nothing but a fire giant up, just finding any stray target they can. Unfortunate for ELLEON, that one that he found was iSilenced, and there was a wall to jump right past. So now instead, we have the teams recenter up and start working down and taking out these Titans that are marching up mid.
And this is, again, Thoth's strength. Keep an eye on the ultimate. He does have the Mirrodin finish. He does have the Pendulum finish. No Obshar yet, so his frontline damage isn't going to be incredible, but it's still going to be good.
Kaolin Wardens trying to go in. ELLEON falling low, and now we see the ultimate used by iSilenced. The Wardens had to go back on defense under their tier 1 tower. The Solar Scarabs are happy with the trade-out they made. Sure, their Titans didn't get a whole lot, but they pulled at least the ultimate away, pulled ELLEON back. Slash goes in, and a blink from Delnyyy. Not going to get any value this time. The Kaolin Wardens, 4 healthy members, they head over towards the Fire Giant side of the map.
And with beads down now on Zyrhoes, he's going to have to be very careful with his positioning. Slash has the potential to just one-shot him if he's not paying attention, or if he's just, you know, kind of wrapped around. Same with Delnyyy. Has those beads available, is able to walk up pretty far. Little surprising, though, not seeing the regrowth on this Hercules. That's a lot of the time the item we mainly see on him, and that strength in the late game. So his strength is not nearly as strong as it could be.
Delnyyy with a bit of danger, but now Deathwalker all by himself. The Kaolin Wardens trying for a collapse, but Deathwalker is down. Let's take a listen to the Wardens, maybe as they try and go for a push up. His slash is in the sky. But we'll see if he goes for the dunk down. He does land on apreel. Let's listen in with the Wardens on the team fight.
Hey, can you kill fast? Can you kill fast?
Yeah.
Just hit who's in front of you.
I'm running fast.
I'm ulting. Right here on the left side.
Left side, Sus
It's done. Don't run into him. Pyro go.
Thought for a moment we weren't going to get a team fight there, but then as soon as Slash goes up in the sky, we see the Kaolin Wardens are ready to go for the kill. They get one, but they unfortunately lose Slash at the end. Deathwalker tries to steal Pyromancer away, but just too little too late on grabbing that one out. The Kaolin Wardens take the 1-for-1, grab a Pyro for themselves, and now ELLEON pockets both Runic Bombs.
And it seemed a little greedy by Slash to make that play. He goes in for the 1v1 against apreel, but apreel has beads available. And with those beads available, Slash does not have that one-shot potential, that true one-shot, one auto combo to actually kill apreel, and apreel just turns, plucks him back into his team. Thankfully, they're able to take down iSilenced, so it's a 1-for-1 trade. But at that point, Slash has to be a little bit smarter with his life. His life is very important. He has, like, penta potential, he has cleanup potential, especially with how much damage Nog is doing and Tubahh is doing and Delnyy's doing. So Slash needs to be a little bit more patient with this ult.
I mean, the big thing, you know, now that we're max levels on nearly anybody, especially for Slash, that execute is massive at this stage of the game. It's 100%. No longer that, you know, 24 whatever percent, you know, kind of lower to lower mid-20s. We're at 40% of somebody's health bar is all that needs to be left for Slash to be able to take them down off the map. I guess technically you need like 39.99 or whatever to make sure they don't go under, but Slash has that potential. Let's see if he can get that. Beads coming back up for Zyrhoes, but still 66 seconds until apreel gets his. So with that minute, the Kaolin Wardens have a target. At that same time, it's a minute till Slashes is back. Silenced, able to get away for the time. Delnyyy trying to find that push, but it's Deathwalker right to the back line. And Nog zoning out. Don't want to get hit by one of the stray Raijus that Nog is able to throw out. Being fully 6-slotted at this point in the game means this Raijin is really starting to slam hard. As the Solar Scarabs start up the Fire Giant. Nog on his way back in. Zyrhoes charging ultimate. It might just be a bait for a fight because Delnyy's falling low. Push on Deathwalker is massive. And Slash gets one. Execute is good for the double kill. The Kaolin Wardens, they take the bait that the Solar Scarabs dangle down and they pull the whole fishing rod back, and they're going to go for the catch themselves. Fire Giant falling low. Zyrhoes canceled out the ultimate, but that's being charged at by ELLEON, by Nog. apreel gets one, and Zyrhoes takes down another. What? Now it's Tubahh dropping down the jungler. Nog on the run. He's got the timeline to reset this fight. He might just very well need it, but ELLEON not going to be there to help. Delnyyy to assist with that one. Zyrhoes, the lone man left for the Solar Scarabs. No ultimate available, but plenty of low health bars. No one can lazy back inside this jungle. Did he just
right by
miss? Did he just not see him in the dash?
He just dashed right by Tubahh, didn't see him, and then Nog got that back off. But that is a... I almost think that's just bad by the Wardens. They get such an...
You were...
lazy backing.
You had one job. We just said don't lazy... We just said don't lazy back with Sirius. He's got like the most range of any god in the game, minus a Giannis ultimate.
He was also on a ward. And
Criminal.
that is bad. And that is also on top of the fact that the Wardens had a 5v3 on Fire Giant, and then they split. And Apreel gets a solo on the backline. And then ELLEON, when he goes in, just gets blown up. And that is supposed to be a massive, massive bright spot after those 2 kills. Unfortunately, though, they really just do not want to commit to Fire Giant because of this threat of Thothol.
Now they know. On the side of the Scarabs, there is no alternate timeline, no second win for Nog this time around. So the Solar Scarabs go right back to the Fire Giant. You gotta keep watch on Zyrhoes. He's gotta be the first one down in these fights because he is just getting so much extra damage. And especially Echrome as well, sitting 28,000 on the charts, topping everybody in damage this game. Not even going towards a crit route, a Titan's Bane in that last slot for him. Slash picked off in mid. Maybe a bit of an overcommit by Deathwalker using the Eagles rally, but I guess better safe than sorry, say the Solar Scarabs. They knock down the jungler.
Now they have this 5v4 for 50 seconds. Opportunity for a Fire or for Pyro, and they also have Fafnir ult here. Should be looking at Fire here. This is a massive opportunity to blow the game open with this EFG.
Scarabs do get Pyro. Don't need to use Zyrhoes' ultimate for this one. They're going to have somebody else pick up the Runic Bomb. Don't want to double pocket it for silence, maybe. Compared to ELLEON, that means one less player that can pick up any kind of ward coverage is maybe the thought there for the Scarabs, but not really playing with this time that they've been given. Slash is still down for 20 seconds, and being a Thanatos means he's going to get back to this Fire Giant relatively quickly.
They opted just to farm out, get Zyrhoes, his Soul Reaver, have Ishtar go farm out just a little bit more. They still have a few seconds, but it seems like they just kind of gave up that advantage to get the Pyro and just to get to full build. Now they have this true 5v5, and eyes on this cloak. Again, Deathwalker 1 stack off this cloak.
ELLEON, wow, some
look at
big
that
damage
poke
from Zyrhoes. And guess what? He can do that again in like 4 seconds to anybody else. If it's anybody other than ELLEON or Delnyyy, that's more than just a quarter. That's half their health or more. Prophetic Cloak now stacked up for Deathwalker. He's got the full mitigations, the full stacks available to him. That Zyrhoes just going to charge up that ult. This is the dangers of the Thoth, man. It always makes me wonder when a Thoth falls out of meta, what's the reason? When you can just sit here and do this so freely? Why does this god ever feel like he's bad? Fire Giant started by the Scarabs.
Getting
Kaolin Wardens, you can barely even walk up because Zyrhoes just laying out brick walls of damage up against everyone. ELLEON plucks and blinks over towards the Fire Giant. Delnyyy stuck on the ring as Silence zones out too. Delnyyy down to a quarter. Echrome down at half. Slash is waiting for his target, but he might not get a chance to use it. Typhoon not enough to kill it. Silence taking down ELLEON. 1 gone on the side of the Kaolin Wardens, and Slash has to back away for turn, tail, and run for the Kaolin Wardens. The Scarabs go back to fire.
Now we're starting to see that weakness of the Sobek. The pluck is hit. Unfortunately, it just gets beads, and then he just dies. There's so much frontline damage with this current Ishtar build. Echrome is itemizing to kill the frontline. And right now, with this Oni Fury getting dropped by the Wardens, we have a 5v4 for 30 seconds with EFG.
Man, that tier 2 tower gone pretty quickly. 3. Now with their 4th one, Delnyyy throws out the boulder, clear out the minions, but drop every runic bomb you've got in pocket, and you'll make sure that that bird goes down. Solar Scarabs, again, may have been more than they needed, but they guarantee the Phoenix dies, and every one of them go back to base and reset.
There is absolutely no way they were not killing that Phoenix there. Burn everything to kill that Phoenix.
Something's killing that Phoenix. It's us or it's these bombs, one of the two.
And with the EFG for another about 3 minutes, plenty of opportunity. The difference between breaking the base and having 3 Phoenixes up is a massive difference, because now you have those fire waves going down right lane. The threat over there, somebody eventually is going to have to clear out those waves. And now it allows them to go left, to go middle. And with how their comp is set up again, this is a comp that's fine to 5v5 because of the poke potential of this Thoth. And this is the strength of this character. Now we get to this late game. Potion of Power, EFG, fully slotted Thoth. This is one-shot potential for both Tubahh and nnog, and potentially if Slash is close enough, also Slash, such 3 people that have to be very wary of where Zyrhoes is at all times.
I think a big difference maker from Game 1 leads that Kaolin Wardens have, Game 3 lead that they had, and then you compare it to what they had in Game number 2, we're sitting 5,000 to 7,000 ahead for Kaolin Wardens getting to this stage of the game. and they're not able to fully close out these fights. Game number 2, they're sitting 10, 12, 13,000 up by the time they're going for any kind of fire giant fights, any kind of pushes or anything like that. And so they're able to just walk through because they just have more gold and more luxury than the Solar Scarabs. But I mean, at this point in the game, everybody's even. Relics are starting to get completed out. You see elixirs being bought on one side or another, power potions. So it's not as far of a lead as the Kaolin Wardens once had. In fact, now it's swung all the way back over to the Solar Scarabs. I mean, look at the dip in the chart that started up and then that immediate climb back now for the Solar Scarabs. All 7,000 at gold completely gone to the wayside for the Kaolin Wardens. 2 of the Scarabs up mid, the other 3 over to the left side.
And we've seen it a couple times this game. If it is apreel splitting, and if Slash is meant to match him, apreel will dominate that 1v1. That is not something we've seen Slash able to win. That was before the EFG that apreel has, so that's something to keep an eye on too.
Silence walks forward to start tanking the Phoenix. Few big shots from Echrome, tail about half of its health right away. Eagles rally out and
good damage.
The Typhoon by apreel. So that's 2 massive ultimates gone from the Solar Scarabs. Echrome and Silencing get caught up by the damage of Raijin. Echrome got to use the Aegis. There's 2 in range for the execute. The target is Echrome. Slash starts off with 1. Scythe hits on the iSilenced, plucked back. It's Slash with the double kill. The defense of the Kaolin Wardens pushes back the Solar Scarabs.
And what happened in mid? Why are both apreel and Deathwalker half health having to use their ultimates without even hitting the Phoenix? What happens in mid? It also bleeds over to left lane because of the pressure that they have now. Slash is able to rotate faster because of winning that 2v2 in mid. That is not something I expected to see. I did not expect Deathwalker and apreel to lose that 2v2.
It's a 2v2 they probably shouldn't realistically be losing, and when you have as much damage they have with the against Fire Giant, the fact that that Phoenix is not a single feather was even ruffled as they walked through. They're just taking a stroll, seeing who's around. All of a sudden, they're run into by the Kaolin Wardens, who now have a 20-second window to play before everybody is up on the side of the Solar Scarabs. Delnyyy off in the right jungle. The rest of the Wardens up mid. Tier 2 tower. Gonna be all they can grab, though. Because for 10 seconds, it'll be Echrome and iSilenced back up on the map.
And Delnyyy getting that back off quickly, trying to keep that right Phoenix alive. Have good eyes on that. Fire's not up for another about 1.5 minutes, so a little bit of a reset here. Warding vision is going to be down, keeping an eye on, and I think when we get to this 38, 40-minute mark, secure on Fire Giant is one of the biggest things, but we also see teams over-trust their secure, where they just have 5 people committing to fire and they use everything on the fire, and then they get wiped after that. We saw that in an earlier game for literally this set, so that is something else to keep an eye on. But if we are just talking about secure, you can't sell the Thoth short. It does not matter that the bomb is on the side of the Wardens. It does not matter that they have 2 of them even, because at the end of the day, Thoth is the best secure you can have in this game.
And because runic bombs can also just be destroyed if they're spotted out fast enough.
Thoth can be destroyed if he's spotted out.
That is true.
Fast.
I mean, I guess in that case, yes, both of them can be killed if they're spotted quick enough. Delnyyy gets spotted inside the pit. God, this poke from Zyrhoes. Good pluck, takes his beads away, but has ELLEON gone too far forward? Deathwalker with an Eagles rally, 2 of them at low HP. The Thoth ult tears through ELLEON's health bar, and that's the Kaolin Wardens on the run. But Nog, what are you doing in no man's land? He's by himself. Can anybody even catch him out? I don't think so, because apreel's on the opposite side of that fight. Instead, it's back to the Fire Giant for the Solar Scarabs. 2 of the Wardens can't even dream of stepping in. It might not even be Tubahh. Aegis has been used. Beads as well. But apreel cares about none of that. The Scythe misses. Slash uses the beads, though. He's able to keep it going. Deathwalker takes down Delnyyy. But Slash in the sky. His target is Zyrhoes. And that's a double for the jungler. But he gets stunned out instantly. Deathwalker trying to slow him down. Nog comes back in. Echrome slow. Slash goes in, but the Death Scythe doesn't connect. Instead, it's Nog who's got to get the job done. Thunder Crash out as ELLEON bails out his mid laner and saves the Fire Giant once more.
Oh my goodness, and that is the worst part about these fights, because nothing now can happen. It's now going to be a reset. ELLEON and Nog are not able to get a Fire Giant done. Same with Silenced and Deathwalker. My one problem so far with the Scarabs comp, where is Fafnir Dragon? Every single fight we have not seen this Fafnir Dragon. The only time that I've seen Fafnir Dragon was when they double bombed the right Phoenix. That is something that's got to change. If you're taking the fight, if you're going for these Fire Giants, make sure you transform before the fight even happens.
Luck misses on Deathwalker. It's 2 versus 2. I don't think Fire Giant's really on the chopping block right now. It's kind of just sitting there as a bystander watching the carnage happen around it at this point. Silence walks up. Nog gonna get some decent damage on the Fafnir. Silence has got to be careful.
3K pot.
We're talking about the chip damage that Zyrhoes was doing. Nog is able to put up similar numbers at this point as more power potions, elixirs all starting to pop up. Look what Apreel put one in his pocket. Oh, Silence got to step away. Drums.
Oh, no.
Every one of them misses Silence. Bit uncharacteristic of Nog to miss every single one of those, but at max range, we'll cut him a little bit of slack.
Just a little bit, not too much.
Not
He
too
missed all
much.
of them. He missed
I mean,
all
we're
of them,
42 minutes in almost. These guys are starting to wear down a bit. This is normally
That is a good
the
call.
ending point of a set for a lot of these SCC guys, and now we still got at least one more game to go, plus everything happening in this game.
I mean, that's a really good highlight. Myth even talks about it game 1 with the Athena is once you get to this 38 minutes, 40-minute mark, fatigue, mental fatigue starts to set in.
ELLEON blinks to the back line. Boulder clips right past him, but he'll be
Apreel.
fine for the night. Apreel finds a double typhoon in the back, but doesn't get the kill on Tubahh just yet. It's
Slash.
silent from Slash is good to take one down. Won't be able to go for the execute because look how low the health bars are on the Kaolin Wardens. Nog is the healthiest one, and he's a half-health Raijin at this point. Everybody gonna go back and resustain.
And what an incredible pick. Apreel almost makes the play, gets both Nog and Tubahh down to under half. Unfortunately, that alternate timeline is making Nog just a little bit too tanky, and Tubahh, I don't know if Nog or if Apreel misses the auto on Tubahh or if Tubah's just able to dash away from it, but Tubahh able to live after Apreel hits that ult and the 2. And now with a 5v4 getting ready for this Pyro and this EFG.
Pyro dropped by the Kaolin Wardens, so we now sit 3k damage in pocket for the Kaolin Wardens with just those alone. As the Fire Giant does get started up by Leon and Tubahh. Frontliners of the Solar Scarabs are ready to go. Beat's still down for 70 on Zyrhoes. He's got to be careful around
That's a
Delnyyy.
dash,
That's
the
not
block.
the person that you want to find all by yourself. The push is there. Slash goes on to Echrome. The Aegis keeps him alive for the time being. Slash will think twice about going in, and he'll say, yep, that's the right decision. Echrome goes down. Zyrhoes being chased out by Delnyyy. Not much for the thought to do, but Deathwalker's able to grab Tubahh. Nog in danger, but he's got alternate timeline. Can ELLEON keep him alive long enough to Thunder Crash out? He can, and Slash closes out the gap, takes down Zyrhoes, and the Solar Scarabs left with Apreel with their frontliners. ELLEON pulled back. The damage is just good enough. iSilenced gets one, but Nog Thunder crashes in, but his timeline's already gone. Double Typhoon from Apreel is enough, but isn't enough to get the kill. It is iSilenced gets the double. Delnyyy alone, and Delnyyy gone. Apreel comes up massive in the fight. It's a double for the support, but the Scarabs might just be able to run this one down. It's low health bars, low chances, but it's not 0 yet for the Scarabs.
Fafnir transform, is it going to be up for this entire siege? If this is up for an entire siege, they can potentially end. They have good consistent damage.
fading.
It's dying now.
They didn't get
the
a
timing.
chance. The coerce wasn't there. They've
20
got to be able to
seconds.
do the Phoenix. They've got Phoenix and then 15 seconds before Tubahh is back. The Solar Scarabs march back in. Deathwalker drops the ult. Apreel's got more than enough damage in kit.
He was
6
tanking.
seconds until
He's
Tubahh
still
comes
tanking.
back up. 5 seconds until Tubahh is up. It's low. Tubah's got ultimate, but it's going to be just too late. The Solar Scarabs squeak one by and put themselves on match point.
What a wild ending fight to that game. That is incredible that it ends with the Wardens losing. It looked like a phenomenal start to the fight. Delnyyy gets the pluck onto Zyrhoes, who just dashed in front of him with no beads. And where was the follow-up? Nobody was with him. He was forced to chase out Zyrhoes for 30 seconds. And then after a couple trades, a 2-for-1, Nog dashes onto 3 people with alternate timeline and just gets instantly taken down.
Bobby, I'm going cross-eyed in these fights trying to keep track of Nog, trying to keep track of Apreel this entire time. I'm getting everything twisted as to where people are. Why is Nog going back in? He just lost his timeline, and he Thunder crashes into 3 people? That is a madman mentality that he has. I respect the attempt, but at some points you gotta realize, just let the support go because you gotta live for a defense.
And if he lives, there's no possibility of an end there for the Scarabs, and I think that's what makes it the worst. And that's like these late game fights. A decision here, a decision there, completely different game. But Scarabs clean up that team fight nicely. Apreel comes back after getting picked, and I mean, cleans up the fight and has enough damage to actually kill the Phoenix, kill the Titan.
Well, we'll have to see if the Solar Scarabs can close this one out in 4. This is the furthest that a lot of these SCC teams go, but now we'll have to see how they can do once you get past the first 3 games. Game number 4, right around the corner.
This is me, I'm so royal, and you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. I got tons of soul on my true collectible. Famous, also famous, #1 desirable. I do what I want when I want and how I want it. Leave you with the one in, yeah, that's how I roll. I got change to throw, I don't care about no gold. Better, so much better, flipping incredible. Always on the show, so they know that I still got it. And I never feel sorry, yeah, to fuck the world. This is me, I'm so royal, and you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. This is me, I still on it, 'cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved by a champion, a champion. When I hear him come like my fuse and then ba-bum. Later, see you later, I'm about to blow this up. You can sing my song if you want, I know you want it. It's always kinda funny, yeah, 'cause I know I'm a superstar in the sky to lead you on. Haters gonna hate us, approve of how they love. They can bring me down, nah. They are jealous of me and my umbrella, yeah, they love me so. This is me, I'm so royal, and you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. This is me, I still on it, 'cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved by a champion, a champion. Yeah, all I wanna do is just say, you don't understand how I play. I am on my way to win you over and over, yeah. Oh, you can hear my voice in your head, and you wanna hear it again. So you play it over and over and over, yeah. A champion, a champion. This is me, I still on it, 'cause you all wanna be loved. Yeah, you all wanna be loved by a champion, a champion. This is me, I'm so royal, and you all wanna be round. Yeah, you all wanna be round. Round a champion, a champion. Yeah, all I wanna do is just say, you don't understand how I play. I am on my way to win you over and over. I'm a little bit naughty, I'm a little bit too consumed, but every part of my body is telling me to run away from you. Come a little bit closer, yeah, yeah. Come a little bit closer, yeah. You're a little bit crazy. It's been days, but you never change. What's love got to do with it? He comes around, better knock that stuff down. Come a little bit closer, yeah, yeah. Come a little bit closer, yeah. To all my ladies who got a brother that doesn't treat them right, put your finger right in his face and tell that man bye-bye. I'm too fly, I'm too fly. Bye-bye, bye-bye, bye-bye. You're a little bit selfish. You get mad every time you lose. You can't take me with you. I'm scared you're gonna blow your fuse. Come a little bit closer, yeah. I can really start over, yeah. In the back of my mind, there's someone waiting on me. You're just wasting my time because you're scared and lonely. Finally got some closure, yeah. I can finally start over.
Well, welcome back as the Solar Scarabs, Mifflin, take the lead 2-1, which means they are one game away from getting their trip to the World Championship. Now, for those of you who are out there who won't be able to make it to the World Championship, maybe you at home are trying to think of a way that you could be a little more involved. Of course, I keep saying make sure that you're tweeting at us next week and watching and everything. But if you want to bring back a piece of the World Championship or have a piece of the World Championship, I guess, brought to you, well, good news, you can go to shop.highresstudios.com/SWC, where our friends over at Skulls have made some beautiful, fantastic SMITE World Championship merchandise. So you can be able to, again, rock the SWC merch wherever you go. You want to go to shop.highresstudios.com/SWC to pick that up. And of course, for these guys, they want to just make it to SWC. It's Gore, it's Miff, and right now, it is a lengthy Game 3. Not only a lengthy Game 3, maybe a tiring Game 3, but doubly so that the Scarabs are out of for a majority of the game and then just fight their way back in.
I mean, the Scarabs haven't been in the first 10 minutes of any game.
Yeah, good point.
Set. First 20 minutes even. The early game is a foregone conclusion, it feels like. Might as well load in at 15, give the Kaolin Wardens their 3K gold lead, and see what the team fight looks like. Because early game and laning phase has not been it for the Solar Scarabs, but the team fight has been it. The questions and ability to challenge fire giants, to challenge these objectives, to challenge sieges has been great from the Solar Scarabs. Not every ultimate from Zyrhoes is a winner, but when he hit them, he hit really good ones. And that's a game-changing play right there at that 30-minute mark where things started to look a little bit better for the Solar Scarabs. This is the first time I thought, okay, potential to win out on some of these team fights. Top to bottom, really liked what I saw from Apreel throughout this game. iSilenced makes it work on the Fafnir. Echrome manhandled once more in the laning phase, but shows up when he's needed to get those objectives done, to get those structures done, and puts out a little bit of that DPS to those late game engagements as well. I couldn't tell you what's going wrong for the Kaolin Wardens, though, because the early game dominance has been so one-sided. By the time we get to these team fights and neutral objectives, they've been at such a lead that you think it should just be poke out, get your one pick, fall back, grab the objective, rinse, repeat, standardized stuff, but they are really struggling, and I think it comes down to overcommitment to kills. A few times that game, and we even heard the casters talk about it, the Wardens find their one pick, and they're, okay, I'm going to keep going. One person's falling back to the fire giant, slashes up in the air, chasing someone down, Delnnyyy's in the back line, and it's a little bit mixed up, maybe cross communications, which is surprising because it's one guy doing all the communicating.
It's unsynchronized, right? Yeah, you've got some people who are running forward, like you said, falling back. What the Wardens are going to do to correct that, well, it needs to come quickly. Again, this isn't necessarily an elimination game. That's tomorrow. So you do still have the benefits of the double elim playing with you. But yeah, the qualification, I mean, being able to, tonight, go out and at this point, maybe go grab some dinner with your buds and sit down and say, we're going to Worlds, would be a weight off your shoulders unlike any other.
You know, it is actually worth noting, even if Echrome has been getting slammed in the laning phase, he's out-damaged Tubahh every single game. And it's not by like, oh, they're like within 1,000 of each other. I believe game 2 was a 10,000 difference. Game 1 was also 10,000. There was 40,000 damage put out by Echrome with a 1-in-7 slash line. You know, the slash lines haven't been impressive, but he's putting up like Z-Man numbers. So you can't shut him down.
And that's, I think, again, the thing that we've really come to note, you had mentioned the Scarabs, like the early game, take the first 20 minutes. That's where they're getting bullied the most. And admittedly, for some of that game, a little bit of a tug of war how it goes beyond that. Now the question is going to be how they handle a game 4 when their backs are up against the wall. Wardens will take the first pick, so taking that away from the Scarabs and try to put them on the back foot. Now, this has meant, in the past, Athenas. This has meant Kukulkans. This last game meant a Thoth. And so some openings, potentially, for the Wardens as far as what first pick is going to be. They're banning out the Baba Yaga. They're banning out the Mercury. And so far, keeping things very similar to what they had done in Game 1 and Game 2. The other side, Scarabs, Kukulkan, Aphrodite, they get to choose next. Athena, which they did technically beat earlier, though Mifflin, it was really not on the Athena.
Not in their control.
And so that's something they could let through, or the Thoth, which is actually going to get banned out by the Wardens. I'm a little bit flabbergasted by that, so they must have something else in mind for their top pick.
Yeah, maybe you could fish for some of those Guardian selections. Athena hasn't been banned just yet. So Scarabs could leave it on the board here. Hachiman in that first pick position generally has been the go-to. Dodgy taken out, so slashers go a little bit further into the god pool. I'd be surprised if it wasn't Hachiman. It's not just the Scarabs, it's not just the Warden. Seems like everyone's been top picking that god as of recent. It's safe, it scales well in the late game, it doesn't reveal too much about your draft. Besides that, maybe you try and grab a mage, considering how many have been banned out.
It feels like, yeah, Athena, Hachi, maybe something else towards the
wait,
bottom.
whoa, Athena. Yeah. It's Athena. It's Athena. Oh, wait, what am I doing? What am I talking about?
But because like I was saying, oh, she gets banned. Maybe
I just assumed it was banned.
I might have accidentally put it into your mind that she was gone. No, she's there, available and locked in. But in this case, you're still right. Which Scarabs, surely they go for a Hachi here, considering he has been towards the top. But how do you deal with an Athena? I guess you just don't get taunted, huh?
Well, that's not really an option, considering dash is a good gap close or blink, and taunt's essentially instant. Yeah, I mean, we talked about it earlier. Few options to deal with Athena. You can either pick a god that's got instantaneous CC for your support, and you can catch her on the dash before the taunt comes out, and try and blow her up immediately. Difficult to do, considering how tanky Athena is, and having block stacks means, as a tank, ADCs are generally your greatest weakness, but she blocks the first 3 autos. Ganesha generally plays into that playstyle. Or you can go for counter initiation comms, try and ignore her and disrupt the backline from dealing damage off of the taunt, then you can kind of fold back in the team fight. Regardless, what she does bring is global presence throughout the early game, so she might be over in the duo, but she'll be over in solo around that level 5 point.
Well, Hachi, Sobek locked in. And we've seen what that lane can do and how controlling it can be in the right hands. I'm really interested in what that guy, Nog, is going to pick up. Because I feel like there's a lot of interesting options. But the ones that are the strongest, right? The Babas, the Kukulkans, the Thoths are off the board. We saw a good Discordia earlier, although I don't feel like that's a top 3 god. That's something you pull out maybe a little bit later. But it is up in the air for them. Hachi and Sobek, though, I mean, we got to talk about them kind of at length last time around. It feels like they did a pretty good job overall, despite the fact that it was on the losing end of the game.
Just good initiation, good chase down potential. This 2-man combo seems to be the bread and butter of the dual lane as of right now. Laning phase, pretty safe. Sobek's got the opportunity to either play as the dedicated initiator or just a really good peel god. So difficult to work past him. Also one of the tankiest guardians in the game thanks to his passive. So very, very high power from the Source Scarabs in their top 2. Kaolin Wardens, gotta think it would be a mage pick from here. Raijin's still available. That's one of Nog's go-tos. Would be acting as a pseudo ban up against the Source Scarabs as well. I'm really trying to think hard about anything else that might be a good lock-in. Chernobog comes to mind if you want to grab your Hunter. little bit of global presence, but it will be the Raijin.
Wukong, Raijin, I don't know, that feels like something they've been going for a couple of times. Well, Wukong, very consistently. In fact, last game it got banned away, which is what brought out that Hercules conversation and topic. But Raijin, it's been going back and forth. Nog looked good on it earlier. In fact, I'm thinking of that one alternate timeline moment where, you know, just again, the survivability or that knowledge of, you know what? Yeah, I'm going to lose the proc here, but you can't kill me, so I'm just going to chase you down and deal the damage I need to do. And by the time I'm done, no one's going to be able to get away with it. And the op wash to answer from the Solar Scarabs. Again, an intriguing one that we've seen from them earlier this set.
I actually like Opwash as a direct answer to Athena. Sure, Athena's going to have an easy target in Opwash, but generally, if you know you're going to get taunted, empty the crypts. And good luck anyone following up on that Athena taunt without taking immense damage in return. Yeah. That space control, just incredibly powerful. You also have much better objective secure than Raijin. Raijin will out DPS you for the most part, but good luck doing as big a number as a double corpse explosion. So opportunities for the Solar Scarabs in that regard, especially around those objectives where the Kaolin Wardens have been struggling so far this set. Could be an opportunity for the Scarabs to look to exploit it. I'm curious now, though, this fixation with Delnyyy and Sun Wukong. He's gone towards it just about every single opportunity. The performance of the Sun Wukong isn't poor, but it isn't exactly stellar when you compare it to what Deathwalker's been getting done on the other side. This unkillable, essentially just another Titan. It feels like he's got 120,000 HP the way he's just walking around these team fights. Sun Wukong hasn't been able to match that same level of presence. And it's also a difference in ideology from these solo laners. We've seen Delnyyy in the enemy backline. He's trying to jump onto Zyrhoes. He's trying to be a part of that dive. So often we just see Deathwalker saying, hey, I'm going to be really tanky, and I'm going to stand right in front of my team in the team fight, act as a lightning rod for some of that aggression. And the Kaolin Wardens have been at it a few times. They've tried to shut down Deathwalker, but he's just too tanky to do it. And by the time that initiation has happened, Deathwalker's out of the CC, that's when we've seen the Solar Scarabs really go for that chase down. So I wonder if there's going to be some sort of adaptation here in Game 4 in that regard.
In fact, in Game 1, when Deathwalker was playing the Osiris, there was a point, like, I feel like he got taunted 3, 4, 5 times in a row, and he had no deaths that game. Nobody was able to take him down.
He's also kind of like Death's Embrace, cheesing it a little bit.
Yeah.
Just like, okay, you taunted me. I don't have to go back to base, though. I'm just going to go slam a totem.
Yeah, I'm going to just smack some things.
It's tough. I mean, but if that's the case again, stop taunting him, especially if he's going to do the Bellona, because we're looking at the exact same build he's been going for. It's going to be Death's Embrace, high tankiness, go ahead, hit me, I'll heal up on a totem, and this time I've also got Scourge for even more healing.
A lot of good lockdown. And, I mean, you talk about it, like, despite the fact that he has been I'm going to stand in front of my team, first off with Bellona, able to get block stacks if you carry it upright, but also really good engage as well for her. So it does feel like it's opening up a lot. Sobek, the Empty the Crypts, and the Bellona, all three of them, able to give you something to start a fight. As simple as just walking up and literally starting it right in front of you. And really, it does feel like, with the way these drafts are lining up, outside of the Bellona, and maybe the Wukong Athena, because those have been going Wardens, but the Raijin, the Susano, and the Rom, something that feels kind of Scarabs-esque, but should look good here for the Wardens.
Yeah, that Susano is certainly a takeaway from the Solar Scarabs. Don't want Apreel playing his comfort pick. It's Hunbot's hover. Interesting. Good beads burn potential. Should help out the Sobek with some of that initiation. Sobek's going to be threat on single target beads regardless, so Fear No Evil should find some value. Pele, a completely different style of jungler, so we're trying to figure out what the identity of the team fight looks like right now for the Scarabs. This one would be the queen of 1-for-1 trades. I'll go in with Volcanic Lightning. Good luck peeling me off before I kill my enemy. Just talked about Hunbots. I'll throw it back to you. Nope, it's all right. We got our lock in. Hunbots. AoE CC. Weak early game. Great team fight phase. If the Solar Scarabs think they're going to lose out in the early regardless, and they have 3 times in a row, grab yourself something that's just going to continue to scale come late game and be great in the team fight. Hunbots fills that slot.
And he fits into a position like you had said. If it comes down to initiating a fight, I see taunt, maybe Raijin ult, maybe Susano, right, with a pull, things like that. But I see 4, if you really want to, you could probably start one with Hachiman. It does really feel like you've got Pluck, you've got the Crypts, you've got Bellona just in general, but then Hunbats as well. Like, it feels like the Scarabs have geared themselves up, much like you said, for, all right, cool, 28 minutes, if that's where we're going to stand, that's where we're going to start making our stand. It's just making sure that things don't get too out of hand before then.
Realistically, the Solar Scarabs are for the most part going to be playing off Hunbot's ultimate to start the majority of their engagements. And it's not, I need Hunbot's ultimate to kill somebody. It's, I need Hunbot's ultimate to open someone up to be killed later. Yeah. Oh, I just burnt backline beads. Yo, Deathwalker, get the Eagles rally. Let's roll through. Let's jump on that guy. Yo, Sobek, hit the pluck on this target now, and we'll jump on him backline, and we've got the follow-up from Opwash. Empty the Crypts is the counter-engage tool.
Yeah.
That's the, I drop that when taunt's coming my way. Please don't bring anyone else with you. So I think it comes down to essentially, if the Kaolin Wardens can burn Empty the Crypts with Athena taunt and then survive, back up, maintain at least some of their resources, then do it again, that's their win condition in the team fight. Whereas I'm looking at a much more counterpunch style from the Solar Scarabs.
Well, and then the good news is if it is around the Hunbats to bring in and burn those beads, at least a lot of them have CC immune ults, right? So you've got something to maybe rely on in case things go awry. But I guess the big question to look at, especially because these have been going long, right? If you are going into, let's say, a 28-minute 5v5 Fire Giant fight, let's go ahead and move it to 30 just so there's an enhanced Fire Giant on the line.
Okay.
Is this team that the Kaolin Wardens have put together enough to knock down the Scarabs despite their better team fight and push us to 5, or are the Scarabs looking like they might be going to Worlds here?
Look, I said it in Game 1. I think Athena is so ludicrously good right now that I favor just about any composition that incorporates her. So especially in the late game, especially as sets start to develop. I mean, we got a chance walking past the players in the hallway. They're talking, I'm hungry, I'm tired, these games are going long. and in those situations, mistakes tend to happen. Athena, it's hard to make mistakes on that pick. Dash taunt, you did your job.
And to your credit, she did win like 98% of a game.
So much of that game.
Literally just that last fight, things break down and fall apart for the Wardens. They do want to do whatever they can to avoid that happening again. And that's going to be the big thing to question for them. Are the Scarabs going to go to Worlds right here and right now? Or are the Wardens going to push us to 5? We'll find out in Game 4.
That's right. It's Game 4. A massive game here for both the Wardens and the Scarabs. The Scarabs win this one, they go to Worlds. Wardens got to win this one to push it to game number 5, and then still one beyond there. It's J-Mac inbound and Doug back one more time for Game 4 between these two teams, these two powerhouses in the SCC. And another dead even 50-50 poll. This is the closest match that we have probably seen poll-wise, and between the viewers so divided on which team they want to go for. And I think they're right to do so. You look at the early game the Kaolin Wardens have had, all 3 games dominating these early games. But it's these late games where we start to see some of those struggles, where those real big question marks come up.
Yeah, I mean, even when we get to the late games, it's 50-50 fights. Like, there are some fights that the Wardens are even winning, and then they just have an advantage, and then they lose with their advantage. And they're just such a close, like, in terms of talent and skill and how they play together, 5v5s, these teams are so incredibly close. That's why this set has been so fantastic. And why the Twitch chat is still voting 50-50, because there's really no player or no god that sticks out that it's like, well, they got this character, we have to vote for them. And now when we get into this 4th game, as you said, this is for Worlds right here for the Scarabs. Like, they win this, they're in. Obviously, Wardens need to win a couple more, but this is that qualifying set.
Taunt on a silenced, but he's going to be just fine for now. By the way, side note, never let me kneel down like that again, like crouch, because that hurts, just like Apreel's getting hurt by Nog here onto the Raijin. Good turnaround damage for the mid laner, the Kaolin Wardens, but Nog's back in a comfortable spot. He had a nice little game of warm-up on it in game number 3. One small misplay in the late game ended up being the downfall for him and the Kaolin Wardens and giving that Solar Scarabs team that win. But now that game of practice, Nog's primed up, ready to go back on the Raijin.
And Silenced already kind of just playing up on Tubahh. So before Tubahh gets blocked.
Tubahh rolls out for now. Is there enough damage from Echrome and Silenced? One more in hand, but no, there's a shell instead. It's the 2v2 in mid, and it's Nog on top. First blood once more to the Kaolin Wardens.
And nnog with the first blood. There is, okay. Yes, every player in this game is talented, but there is one player I wouldn't want to get first blood to, and it is nnog. What he's able to do in all these games with this lead is incredible. And now Slash with this pressure, maybe he's going to be looking left.
Could just go.
They do have Shell.
iSilenced wants that pluck, but not going to find it. Not going to go for it just yet. It's ELLEON who dashes at Echrome, pushes him away, maybe puts a little bit of fear into him.
What is this?
nnog is able to step up 2v1 confidently against Zyrhoes and apreel. This is a level of confidence you need in a game 4, because again, I mean, we keep saying it, but it got to reinforce the point. I mean, this is not a point that the SCC teams are used to being in. Going 5 games, even going 4 games is not something that these guys are accustomed to, especially when every one of them is going 35, 40, or even in the case of last game, 45 minutes this late into the day.
And Myth talked about it on the desk. He said, the players are saying they're tired, they're hungry. These are long games. Best of 3s is what they're used to. This is their 4th game, and they're all going super long.
Delnyyy stun on Deathwalker. Slash some good damage, pulls Deathwalker back, but dashes away when apreel shows up. And so for now, the Soul Scarabs, as their soul laner, will be fine for the time being. This is about the first time that we've seen some real threat put towards Deathwalker. God, this man's insane. Well, I want to know what snack he had in between the break room to give him the confidence to walk up between everything.
I need some of that snack, whatever it is. Like, point me that way. That's what I want. nnog is already feeling himself. He's level 5, and he's going to be walking underneath again. Zero's out of position, same with apreel.
Slash pulls apreel back. Zyrhoes gets hit by a bit of damage, but nnog not quite having the follow-up yet. Does have ultimate. Instead, pops his relic shard just to get those cooldowns back right away. Go back to refarming up in the wave, which the important part is that the Scarabs spend so much time trying to go for these fights over by the side harpies that they're losing out on some of the waves in mid. It's allowing nnog to really start to pull ahead. And ELLEON able to help to guarantee that shield buff over on the left-hand side of the map. And I think ELLEON is going to be a person that we're going to talk about a lot during this game. We did it in game number 1 when he got the Athena. We'll probably repeat a lot of that here in game number 2 because, again, primary initiator for the team, but this time maybe a bit of an easier opportunity to go in, not fighting into a Ganesha with a bubble.
And even on top of that, I doubled down with saying, this is game 4. Your communicators, your calmers, your leaders need to be even more on par than they normally are.
Slash.
What a good read.
Zyrhoes. The trade ultimates from the mid laners. Probably still a little bit better for nnog and the rest of the squad. Not having to worry about empty the crypts anytime soon. Saw for a moment there, apreel jump over towards Slash and nnog, but both of them are going to be able to head back to base and resustain up. And now level 5's starting to hit across the board, and my eyes go towards ELLEON. Where's he going to go with his first Athena ultimate? How active is he going to want to get on the map with Slash? Because all of a sudden, you turn a 1v1 into a 3v1 if you throw the 2 of them going anywhere towards one of these side lanes.
And with ELLEON on this Athena, game 1, we saw him use it. It wasn't the expected early game that I thought I would see from him. It wasn't him ulting all over the place. It was more him using it and just using it super defensive. He was using the rest of his kit for the offensive part of it, dash taunt obviously, but he wasn't trying to make plays a lot of the time with the ult. He was trying to use it to keep his team alive. And with Tubahh no longer on that Anhur, I wonder if he tries to use it a little bit more aggressive because Tubah's more safe.
ELLEON, can he find a taunt? No, he's just zoning. Green buff steal from the Kaolin Wardens. Because with that first blood that they got, and the bounty has already been diminished back to nothing. Game is dead even here, 5 minutes in. Double taunt from ELLEON. But no beads, no relic going to be used on the side of the Scarabs, and maybe they need something because Slash is on the way. He pulls back to iSilenced, gets a jet stream of body blocks by ELLEON, tries to keep Silence Lock in place, but now it's a pluck back towards ELLEON, but Echrome doesn't have anything for the follow-up. There's 3 people here versus only the 2. Kaolin Wardens have the man advantage, but Solar Scarabs can still just hold their ground, especially now that Slash is coming back around. Silence getting yanked back, goes for the tail, goes for the pluck back, and Typhoon has to be used. Waits out the shield, but it's not enough. He lived. There was just enough left, and instead it's Tubahh to clean up the kill. The janitor for the team picks up their 2nd squad.
And again, the pressure put out by Slash on this duo side of the map is unmatched by apreel. apreel does not want to just go over here and fight. He is not playing a character that wants to just go and scuffle on that side of the map like the Susano. On this Hunbots, you want to play slow, you want to look for relics and then punish those relics being down. And it seems like the Scarabs are kind of getting caught up a lot of times in left, kind of just perma-fighting.
It really feels like the Scarabs are just trying to fight for relics so that way they can give apreel that opportunity to go over with Fear No Evil, but if you look at the Kaolin Wardens, beat still up for slaaaaaaasH, beat still up for Tubahh, ELLEON shell down, but nnog also maintaining. So right now there's no ideal target for apreel, but maybe that kind of buys into some of that mentality. The Scarabs said, look, we don't need to win the early game. We don't need to be out and ahead of anything because we can just farm up, stay safe, get to 30, 35 minutes, and then it just comes down to the team fighting, which is where the Solar Scarabs really seem to thrive in a lot of their compositions.
Especially looking at the Wardens late game comp. I think their team fighting is still going to be very good, but Myth kind of highlighted it with how strong the Scarabs comp is going to be late game. Athena looks for the dash taunt. Gonna have to be fighting into that Opwash ult.
Taunt's off the mark by Leon. So Echrome will be fine for now. Feed's still standing for him as well, but it's kind of similar situations where Leon wants to pull beads, that way Slash can come in and make use of them. Opposite side, Silence wants to pull beads, that way apreel can really get some value. Leon getting forced back, doesn't have time to channel an ultimate, doesn't have time to even dash away. He's getting body blocked to all hell and back. It's apreel. Let's get the Solar Scarabs on the board first. But Slash is now on the hunt. Throws out that pull, but doesn't find anybody. As apreel turns the corner, nnog goes in aggressively against Zyrhoes. That's going to be a kill on the mid laner. And no fight back after. Thundercraft's already been used, but apreel is not willing to step up 2v1.
And apreel not having ult probably keeps him back a little bit. Nnog and Slash in general have been very aggressive this game. It's almost like they're trying to set like this early tone. This is an Opwash pick. This is not a character that's going to dominate early. This is a character that wants to farm into the late game. So far, they look like they've really wanted to punish this Opwash and put him behind. Granted, it's not resulted in too much, but there has been a lot of attempts to kind of bully out this Pwash.
You see about 1,500 experience in favor of the Kaolin Wardens, but gold, we were still sitting in double digits at that point. So the Kaolin Wardens, even with 3 kills up, again, it's all about the farm on map. They haven't really get a whole lot, and maybe some of that is thanks to Deathwalker on the right side. Every single game, no matter how good the Kaolin Wardens are doing, everywhere else on the map, Delnyyy is just being bullied out by Deathwalker. Deathwalker is winning these trades. He's pushing minions under lane. Something eventually has got to get done about Deathwalker on these picks, whether it's the Bellona or the Osiris. He's just winning every one of these 1v1 matchups.
And I think it's slightly different than just winning, where if you're losing playing Wukong and you're farming for the late game, it's fine. But a lot of the times, Deathwalker's getting almost 2-level leads, and Delnyy's not even able to get his blue buff. So that's when it becomes problematic. This game so far, Delnyy's in a fine spot. Being even, maybe being down just a little bit of gold is fine. XP per minute, he's actually 30 XP, 50 XP per minute behind, which is very little. That is fine. It's when he's getting bullied, losing blue buffs, and dying. That's when it becomes bad.
Real drops
Wait, he got
Fear
the
No
3.
Evil.
He went in.
Jumps out, and Slash goes right back in. It's a kill for the Kaolin Wardens jungle, but now he's got to escape because Deathwalker, Silence, Zyrhoes, they're all around. But he's able to jet stream out, and now it's nnog trying to turn the tide back. Zyrhoes in danger in the backline. Uses his beads, but beads don't save you from all this damage. They don't save you from Delnyyy and Leon anymore because taunts are back up, and the Kaolin Wardens find 2.
What an incredible play there by Slash, setting that up by himself. And nnog there put up just enough damage onto both Zyrhoes and apreel to take them both down. And so far, Slash on the Susano is looking great. He looks comfortable. Every time I see him play something new that I haven't really seen him play before, I'm a little worried on how comfortable he's going to look. Tale as old as time. This guy is not a jungler normally. He is a solo laner lane swap months ago, and he's doing this on, I mean, this is to give them another chance to go to Worlds. If they win this one more, they go to Worlds. This guy was not even a jungler 2 months ago.
Really, when you think about, the history of this Wardens team, we might have to take a moment. Think about that. ELLEON, so with Defender of Olympus, not going to give much, but I mean, when you look at history of the Wardens team, they've made 3 roster changes just getting up to the qualifier event. They change out their solo laner, Pikaways, who was their jungler, wasn't able to make it to qualifiers, so he gets replaced out by Slash. They lose Evermed in their support role. Now ELLEON jumps in their place, and now a new coach to join their roster in Gamma. This Kaolin Wardens team has not been a whole team since week 3 of the SCC, which is wild to say that this was, again, the number 6 seed team with them and Shabalba Storm who qualified through NA, and now it's a quote-unquote bottom seed SCC team from North America that is fighting back so hard against such a well-established name and team as the Solar Scarabs.
Yeah, and worst of all, it's Tubahh on the team. Like, Tubahh
wow,
is,
you're just gonna throw shade at Tubahh like that.
Tubahh is here right now. Like, that is wild, and he's played phenomenal today. He has been bullying out Echrome in most of these games, and it is on the back of Tubahh and nnog on this backline that they are really looking so phenomenal.
That's the only 2 consistencies the team has had the whole phase.
True.
It's been nnog and Tubahh. Every other person replaced out at some point for one reason or another. Deathwalker uses Eagle's Rally to help confirm shield buff. Says, it's a decently short cooldown. I might as well just use it. No one's coming to my lane anyways. We've got free roam on this side of the map. Solar Scarab's going to try and make the most of it. 1,000 gold up for the Kaolin Wardens as you start tipping over towards the 12.5-minute mark, and that first beacon finally going down. The Kaolin Wardens are going to head back over left. Apreel's by himself. Echrome sitting in the lane right at the Tier 1 tower. All of them very well and aware of what's going on this side of the map, just because of those sentry wards that are being dropped down by the side of the Solar Scarabs, making sure that they can keep Echrome as safe as possible, because when you look at the first couple of games, Echrome's kind of getting bullied out by the Kaolin Wardens, not really allowing him to have any level of comfort. This is maybe the smoothest ride that Echrome has had in these last 3 games.
And he's just 0-0-1. It's not like they're playing through him and he's doing something. It is just nothing is really happening in his lane. And as you said, this is the smoothest game that he's had so far. And looking at Slash, Susano's got a pretty easy time ganking most dual laners. Hachi considered one of the most safe dual laners. Fortunately for him, Susano can chase him down very easily while he's ulting away. Can also chase him through it with his 3, and then also has very good damage with the ultimate, the 3, the 1, the 2. So very difficult matchup for Echrome to be playing, and it makes sense to keep that safety over there, the wards over there, especially with how good Slash has been in this game so far. Level 14, 2-0-2, and a lot of these fights are played through him.
Sacred Monkey used. Ooh. Slash preemptively pops the beats, thinking a Fear No Evil was on the way. Deathwalker, Eagle's Rally out, keeps him out of danger. ELLEON joins the fray with Defender of Olympus. But not going to be able to steal the blue, not going to grab anything. But now Nog is wrapping around. He's the one-man army. He spots out apreel. He already used Jump, and now it's a Fear No Evil, but both Nog and ELLEON get caught out. Doesn't matter. Thunder Crash right back in, and he's got an ultimate. Taunts him right back into the damage. It's the mid-lane menace in Nog. Give him the double kill once that Aegis falls away. The mid laner is coming up massive for the Kaolin Wardens, and guess what? He's going to be out of this fight. It's another taunt from ELLEON to keep Delnyyy alive as well. Deathwalker pushed back, iSilenced, zoned away. The Kaolin Wardens have a care not for the Solar Scarabs.
And with that rotation, Tubahh is also here. Pyromancer is available, 2 dead on the side of the Scarabs. Silence walking up, but it's a little too slow. Kaolin Wardens burn the Pyromancer. They also burn down apreel and Zyrhoes. 2 kills, Pyromancer for none. What a clean early game by the Wardens. However, we've said that before. J-Mac, we've said it before, and they've had more gold than they have at this moment. 2,000 gold is not enough at 15 minutes. This is a very small lead by the Wardens. They're going to have to extend it.
We'll see how much the Kaolin Wardens can extend, though. Purple buff invaded by the Scarabs. Shield buff secured for themselves as well. Echrome's still down a level at the moment, but should be able to bounce this one back once and get a little bit of extra farm inside those waves. Tubahh's been playing very safe under this Tier 1 tower. He got that first kill earlier in the game. He's just been kind of playing passively with it, not getting over aggressive. Might actually end up losing this Tier 1 tower.
He rolled in.
Doles in aggressive with the roll. Leon gonna try and chase out, but a good pushback by Silence. That tail whip may have just saved Echrome's life, or more than anything, saved his relics.
That's a good call out there. If he's not able to get that tail whip off, we might be talking about something completely different here. Tubahh has beads available.
Tubahh said they didn't leave. They didn't leave, bro. Come back.
Silence was diving that tower. He was looking for it that entire time. But ELLEON just around the corner, just in case. Tubahh kept getting dove. Was there. So far, 7-1. I mean, again, this has happened now a few times this tournament, and every single time it sticks out to me where it's massive, massive like kill advantage. 7-1, it's nothing to scoff at. That's 7 kills versus just 1, and it's only 2,000 gold.
Because a lot of these kills are coming so early. Deathwalker Eagles rally.
All his.
Follow-up damage is just enough. That's a blue buff for Deathwalker, but now he doesn't have one. Apreel tries to only one against Slash, half or more of Slash's to HP. Is he able to even get out? Again, Deathwalker already used ultimate. Apreel blinks in, an overhead smash. Takes down Slash. Now it's on the somersault cloud with Delnyyy. Can he get the chase down? No, he doesn't have the range to catch Apreel. Slash steps too far forward. A shutdown kill. And now the 1v1 between the Hunters. That one ends pretty quickly once Echrome's able to back away just far enough.
And that right there seems like the strength of Athena more than anything. Athena ult isn't even available. It just became available. But Echrome isn't able to track that exact timer. He gets that shield camp, and this is what he's scared of.
Yeah, Tubahh walks up. He's still tanking the tower, though. Maybe he can at least just grab tier 1. Watch out for Apreel. Still no fear, no evil. And maybe wise not jump over the wall with an Athena standing by. Beads available to the Hun Bats. You still don't want to have to use that one just because you made an over-aggressive play to try and save that tier 1 tower, try and go maybe for a greedy kill. Relics on the opposite end here. If we take a little bit of a relic roundup, everything's ready for the Kaolin Wardens. They can do no wrong at this point. It's on the other side here. No relics for Deathwalker. Aegis down for Echrome, and still 70+ seconds till Apreel gets his blink back.
And also taking a look at that second relic for both the supports. Shelf went first slot for both of them. No big surprise there. But again, iSilenced going for that Sunder. It seems like he wants to hit that pluck and then he wants to kill whoever he's plucking. And if they can do that, it'll feel great. However, only having the one self-PL option, no med this time, which is something like Silence builds it most games, so it's a little weird to not see him build it. And then I really like, and this is something where it feels bad to do, but this game, I feel like you have to have beads on Athena, because if you don't have beads, you are dying off cooldown, and it feels so bad, but sometimes you just have to, like, do it, and because if you don't, you're going to die off cooldown to this opwash damage, to the Hunbot CC, the Sobek CC, and it would probably feel a lot better to buy a Frenzy, but sometimes you can't.
Delnyyy Tiger. It's Deathwalker, not the ideal target. Gold Fury started up by the Wardens. There's 2 on right, 3 on left, but no Zyrhoes. He went back to base, so now it's the Gold Fury down to half HP. It gets reset by Leon, but now with Nog here, a little bit of extra shred potential for the Kaolin Wardens. But Silence Echrome, they're both waiting for a chance to try and steal this one away. They got to go for the commit this time. The Wardens do get the Gold Fury cleanly. Took them a little bit longer than they'd hoped for, but able to do so nonetheless and keep themselves active. But I think now, one thing I'm keeping very close watch on inbound is that cloak in iSilence's 3rd spot there. Which of the many cloaks left that he has does he go towards? If this is a Magi's, I think we got the ultimate game of cat and mouse between him and Leon.
Yeah, and he does like that Magi's into the Athena, especially if he feels like nobody else is really able to pull it. I think the one positive for the Athena is Slash has a little bit of safety to be able to pull it.
Tubahh rolls in. Didn't we just see this like 6 minutes ago in the duel? But Tubahh lost way more health this time. Echrome,
Slash,
no beat. Slash on the way, pull back in. Snipes 2 are there. The 3rd one's got to be on point. Maybe not even that. As Slash can clean it up with the Typhoon. I feel like we're on a record at this point, just repeating the spin at this moment.
We hit the time loop in the week, and unfortunately, we've just seen that play now 3 times, hoping to see it a 4th time. Pyro is available, though, 8-2. And right now, this is the time when usually you want to start pushing your lead. 3K, again, it's a good amount, but isn't enough to really win you the game. Not really. We need Tubahh to rotate, and he does back. He's walking out to Pyro. Any potential for Fire Giant here is probably pretty low with how not finished the builds are right now. Tubahh does not have the crit. Still no starter on Nog, but Pyro potential is high.
Just taunted, no beads now. ELLEON half HP. Nog up into the Taiko drums, trying to get some damage, but it's only towards Silenced. I think my biggest question now as I look over is, how in the world did Delnyyy fall 2.5 levels behind Deathwalker? They're both 0-0-1. The Scarabs don't have any global objectives aside from, I guess, more than anything, just the Totem, but is Totem really that big of a diff for Deathwalker to be so far up?
Yeah, that is a really good thing to point out. I don't know how Deathwalker is so far ahead of Delnyyy. Delnyy's has not rotated any more than Deathwalker has either, so it's not like he's playing for his teammates. Must just be Deathwalker picking up a few extra back camps, but with 5 strong here for the Wardens on the opposite side of the map, Echrome is just looking to farm.
Dash taunt by Leon, pulls back only, eyes silenced, but now Delnyyy and Leon start to take a bit of poke. Raijin bouncing between the members of the Scarabs and the Pyromancer, but the Kaolin Wardens give up Pyro. That's because Echrome split pushing on left. Has he diverted enough attention from the Wardens to stop this objective entirely? It seems to be so. As Echrome takes tier 1, he can back away, no problem, clear out all the camps in the jungle, and now take a lead for himself. It's these side laners. This is the first time that Echrome hasn't really been able, or I guess I should say this is the first time that Echrome hasn't been bullied in lane, and he's just getting to thrive because of it.
And I think it's hard for the Wardens to actually look for that Pyromancer when they had a bunch of spikes, they just didn't have them finished. No Heartseeker for the Susano on that Pyro fight. No alternate timeline for the Raijin. Tubahh still only had tier 2 crit, and this War Banner still wasn't finished. So just the timing just seemed a little bit off to actually force this Pyromancer. But now with a bunch of spikes coming through, Wardens very strong right now. And actually just on the other side, finished alternate timeline, War Banner, and Kinside's finish for the bottom 3 on the Scarabs.
Timelines mirroring each other for the mid lanes as Kaolin Wardens Nog goes for that, but goes for the Soul Gem as well. We saw this a little bit earlier, a little bit of extra damage, so missing out on some of that important pen comparatively. 40 seconds on beads for Zyrhoes, 90 for ELLEON's beads this time. Those are the only 2 relics currently down on cooldown for the 2 squads as Pyro gets pulled. Delnyy's waiting, Silence taunted back by ELLEON, but Silence gonna dash out. Delnyyy to the backline finds Zyrhoes, but it's Delnyyy by himself, and 40% of his health gone just for diving a little too far forward.
It just seems like a little bit of just standing around, trying to just make sure the enemy team isn't able to go Pyro. Neither of them really have looked to pull it and to actually look to take the fight. And again, Pyro's still available, but instead, I just want to get that beacon. And with that, again, it seems like it's like clockwork. Down mid again for the Titans.
Pyromancer for the Wardens. Can't confirm that just yet. Zyrhoes is nearby. Can a tick steal it away? Bleeding Breath, not enough damage from the Solar Scarabs mid laner. So will be the Kaolin Wardens picking up another objective. So this is a Fury and 2 Pyros. But we're still only sitting at 3,000 up for the Kaolin Wardens. This lead at this level of the game is essentially nothing, especially with how far ahead Deathwalker is compared to Delnyyy. I mean, hitting that level 20 has that starter item all the way finished up. Meanwhile, Delnyyy just now getting to that level 20 point. So as long as he's got the gold in hand, which he does, can go back and at least even it up there. But I mean, Deathwalker's sitting on just 1,500 in pocket ahead of his enemy at this point.
And last time we saw these Titans walk down middle, a little bit of a fight broke out. No one really died, but it seems like both of these teams are pretty confident in their fight. And with Delnyyy backing, TP available, also finishing that starter, as you said, potential for maybe a dash taunt here, looking for someone like iSilenced. No beads still on iSilenced. He'll never have those beads. He still doesn't have that Magi's either, so that's a potential target.
Titan already being shipped away on both sides. Nearly half HP on both of them. ELLEON goes in. Taunt only hits Apreel this time, but Silence misses the pluck and has to go in the Lurking in the Waters instantly. Tubahh has that ultimate available if he wants to go for the snipes, but needs more damage if he wants to confirm a kill onto a tank even this late in the game. Both Titans go down, but the Wardens have the man advantage. Silence is forced to go back to base because of how much health he lost in that engagement, so the Kaolin Wardens get a tier 1 tower for it.
And it looks like they're going for this tier 2 also. Taunt barely off the mark. ELLEON taking a lot of damage.
Apreel finds 3 with Fear No Evil, gets beads from 2 of them, and pushes another one away at that. Nog able to crash away. The ultimate from Echrome does hit a couple, but it's Delnyyy in the back. Stun onto Echrome. Slash standing his ground, waiting for the chance to go in. The snipes onto Echrome are good. Delnyyy goes back in, but it's not quite enough damage to get the kill. Instead, the Empty the Crypts has zoned the entirety of the Kaolin Wardens out of this team fight. Both of these squads playing on thin, narrow margins with an opportunity to try and get anything, but now the Kaolin Wardens off of that fight, they can reset back to the Primal Fury and get something else off this push.
And we're almost at that point where those mid lane mages are able to actually kill the frontliners. Right now they can threaten them. They can get them really low. We saw the Sobek live with about 300, 400 health. We saw ELLEON also live with about 700, 800 health. But once that Ob Shard is finished on Zyrhoes side, once the Ob Shard is finished on Nog side, that's when ELLEON and both the Sobek and Deathwalker and Delnyyy, all 4 of them need to be very careful with their positioning. And also thinking about it. There is a little bit of risk when it comes down to these final few fights with dash taunt versus Sobek pluck. If Sobek pluck misses, dead. Instantly he's dead. Athena, if she misses the dash taunt, she can beads and kind of walk away. There's a little bit more flexibility there because if she actually has the potential with those beads to get away. So maybe something that comes back to bite iSilenced not having those beads and ELLEON having them.
Even speaking about iSilenced, I brought up earlier that tier 1 cloak, wondering where it's going. Nowhere. It sits there. What's that, like 10 prots each that he's holding on to in pocket instead? Goes towards that tier 2 of breastplate. Which breastplate do you go into? There's crit on the other side, so probably a spectral for iSilenced. Would help him live a little bit longer if he does manage to miss one of those plucks. But it's 60 seconds on beads for ELLEON and for Tubahh. 2 targets to go towards. Opposite end, still 60 seconds plus for both of Echrome's relics. About 15 for apreels at this point. Solo Scarabs gonna have a bit of an advantage going to this one. Remember also, double blink used by Delnyyy and slaaaaaaasH earlier on as well. So not gonna have those relics available for themselves in this upcoming fight. And as nnog goes back to base, now 6-item power spike for him and for his opponent on the opposite side. Well, 5 items at least for Zyrhoes, but similar in the build. Obsidian Shard for the both of them.
That is crazy that nnog is full build 6 items and they both just back to the same time and he's an entire item above him. Like, that is wild to me. And as you said, you were right about the Spectral. That is a Spectral finish for iSilenced.
Oh yeah, that's 2,500 gold difference in net worth that nnog has. That's the nnog difference. That's the I'm diving your green buff at level 5 to get a kill up against your mid laner. That's just what he brings over to this Kaolin Wardens squad. It gives him that confidence. And kind of, really more than anything, just allows ELLEON to be able to make these confident calls and play. Say, I'm going to go over here, watch for my targets, because this is who we're going towards. Delnyyy walks up to Deathwalker. Don't think he realized there was a whole army of Solar Scarabs waiting inside the jungle for him.
And Deathwalker actually shifting his build up a little. He usually finishes the build with a mantle to be a little bit more tanky. This game, he opts for that Toxic Blade, which is going to make his trade potential crazy. His 1v1 potential, insane. Maybe even 1v2 potential. But their burst potential onto him is going to be very high.
Beads away from Zyrhoes. Sacred Monkey hits 3. Gets some good poke up against the Kaolin Wardens, but ELLEON got exactly what he needs. 1 dash taunt, 1 beads. Thank you. Lather, rinse, repeat. Go back again once Zyrhoes steps too far forward.
Slow down.
So the Wardens start to step up around this fire giant. Not enhanced for another minute, but still waiting to see if the Solar Scarabs make a mistake, walk too far forward. Dash off the mark for ELLEON. A quick turnaround 180 from iSilenced gets him out of danger.
Crazy. It looks like iSilenced was baiting that, trying to get him to dash taunt it so he could reactively dash away. And that's the point of the game that we're at, where a bait like that might change the game, where if iSilenced gets taunted, maybe he dies. If he doesn't get taunted and he jukes it like that, maybe sometimes engage onto the Athena. And that's who my eyes are on personally for this next, at least until like 35 minutes or a relic's down. Just like that. Eyes on Athena.
That little bit, of like post-channel windup that Athena has is the one saving grace that iSilenced having. He says, okay, I hear the dash, I hear the initial push of it.
No way.
Turn around 180. The Kaolin Wardens are over here.
They're all left.
Delnyyy is the only one on the right side. Nnog is on the way. They have an Athena to get there to try and turn this back. The Fire Giant is down to half. Delnyyy is going to hand-deliver ELLEON to the back line, but is it hand-delivered right to death? ELLEON CC'd out. The Eagles rally good.
Zyrhoes is low.
ELLEON is still alive. Zyrhoes pulled back. No beads, no Aegis. The alternate timeline keeps him up for the moment, but can he make it out? Tubahh dives in with the roll, and now up to the sky for the snipes. It's all towards apreel. Second shot hits, but third off the mark. The Scarabs go for a fire bait, and it comes up negative for them. It's now the Kaolin Wardens who can head towards fire.
And that's the problem with Echrome's build right now. He will shred any frontliner, but the objective damage is not there. He has no crit to actually kill that. That's why I personally really like Tubahh's build currently, where this Demon Blade is just enough to really bring his damage up on this objective just a little bit more. But still, risky pull here, 5v4, Zyrhoes is the only one dead.
Kaolin Wardens stepping forward. ELLEON wants to look for the taunt and maybe for the fight as ELLEON goes forward. He misses. taunt on iSilenced this time. It's just Delnyyy to the backline and Deathwalker walking up. The Wardens, they've got the Fire Giant 2-half. Are they even going to be able to handle a fight after with how low some of their players are getting? Delnyyy is trying to keep Silenced busy as the Kaolin Wardens have to deal with Deathwalker to the backline. Let's listen in with the Kaolin Wardens on the firefight.
Yeah, watch bots. Yeah, bats. Just live. It's fine, just live, Wukong. Clear wave. I feel like just the 2ESG.
The unfortunate trade-off the Wardens have now made. They get the Fire Giant, but they've lost 3 people because of it. Their health was getting too low, and Delnyyy might be a 4th casualty. Plucked back into the Solar Scarabs, and they've got him. It's just ELLEON. 35 until Slash is up. 35 now until Tubahh is back. And full 5 strong ELLEON has got to put up the miracle defense against all 5 Solar Scarabs. I don't think that this one's happening. The Kaolin Wardens have fought hard. Their early game has been great, but it's the EU powerhouses once again going to be the first of the SCC to qualify up to the SMITE World Championships. We'll see Deathwalker and company back on the world stage.
And I'm so excited to watch this team now compete on the world stage. They made their win here. They made their mark. They dominated the SPL teams, and they beat out the NA SEC 1 seed. This is not a team you want to play against when it comes to Worlds.
This is not a team I want to play at any point of the game. This is a momentum-based team. Well, the early game, yeah, you can find it for like 10, 15 minutes.
Then I'll surrender at 10.
And after that, say, all right, we got our win. We won the first 10 minutes, but the first 10 minutes don't matter right now against the Solar Scarabs because they say, okay, you can keep getting your kills. You can go up 7-1, 8-1, 8-2, whatever it may be. We're just gonna wait. We're just gonna get to 30 minutes and out-team fight you, and that's really just been the MO of almost every single one of these EU SCC teams, whether it be Hex Mambo of last year or of this year, whether it be Solar Scarabs or the Ravens. This is just the kind of call that these teams have been making time and time again.
And that's the exact same thing I was thinking. The NA teams, we really know how to play the early games. And then when it comes to the late game, the mid game, EU kind of just takes over and they kind of just out-macro, out-team fight. And what great team fighting overall by the Solar Scarabs in every single game.
Our second team to qualify to the World Championship stage, it's the Solar Scarabs. Same players, different name for the squad, but it does not matter. That's it for me at Inbound here on the castle. Throw it back to the desk to break down Game 4.
And to break it down, I mean, Myth, like not even 5 minutes ago before that game ends, like I'm sitting there, I leaned back, kill heavily in favor of the Wardens, and I was just like, okay, we're looking close. We looked at the gold lead, it was 5,000, right? Something within the manageable area. And like you said, you were just like, look, we've seen time and time again so far. That does not mean the Scarabs are out of this.
Yeah, these games are impossible to break down because so often, you want to talk about the winners and all the things they did right. What they did right was the last team fight. That's generally what it was. Watch out, Deathwalker. There's a camera right there. Look, they just dominate the last team fight every single time.
That guy's going to Worlds,
how
bro.
many sets did
he can walk in front of any camera he wants to.
These guys are clearly going crazy right now. How many of those matches were dictated by Apreel, like just getting a triple kill in the last team fight? Too many of them.
Yeah.
Just about all of them. Every single one of the Scarabs wins were just, yeah, we got stomped for like 20 minutes, and then there was a Fire Giant bad call. Didn't matter. You can't beat them. You can't beat them unless you actually beat them.
And that's exactly the way. Look, Game 2, the Wardens were able to hold on a little longer. And the good news is, right, if you look towards the Wardens, it's not the end of the road for them. But if you're looking at this, I mean, this is a team that came in 2-0'd the Kings their first time around. And outside of the bumps that we saw in the early game throughout this set, Mifflin, they were able to hold on. And like you said, when you watch it, it's actually really, I'm really going to be interested in watching a lot of the highlights specifically from the Scarabs POV because like you said, I think a lot of them are going to just skew later in the game. They're going to be, a few minutes apart as they happen. But when they do happen, they're always really good kills and really good fights.
So our last clip was around the 4-minute mark. 6 minutes later, we still haven't got another kill for the Solar Scarabs. 10 minutes in, we're still in the Kaolin Wardens portion of the game. 6 more minutes later, so now 17 some odd minutes into the game, still no more kills for the Solar Scarabs. These guys are just biding their time until eventually things start to line up. I believe they hovered that second kill for another 15 minutes. 31 minutes in, you just lost the game.
Yep, you get a triple kill. Sometimes you just find a really sick Fear No Evil, really good combination with your team, of course, locking down And Mifflin,
That was
sometimes,
like all their kills.
Yeah, that's
all we could pull, guys. I'm sorry.
We got them all. And then you get to run it down mid. 6-3-1 for Apreel. Again, if you watch the early game, if you cut it, honestly, if you cut the game at 29 minutes and ask someone who wins, more people are probably going to be betting on the Wardens, but it is just the team fight, the way that the Scarabs have coalesced and come together. And they did that every single time as well. It's just what made them better and what made them win.
Yeah, I mean, the first time it happens, you say, all right, lucky break for the Solar Scarabs there. You know,
Yeah, game one.
Game
we're
one,
just like, oh yeah, okay.
very much so, lucky break. Like, you know, game two, things happen again. We're 20 minutes in. Wardens are dominating. You're like, oh, can they do it again? Yeah. Game three, can they do it again? Yes. Game four, can they do it again? Absolutely. So is it a strategy from the Solar Scarabs? Are they saying, oh, yeah, early game just simply doesn't matter in Smite? Let's play for the late game team fight? I have to just say yes, right?
Well, the good news is, no matter what, for them, it got them to Worlds, right? And now they just have to keep doing it once they get there. But for the time being, they can relax, or at least maybe, I guess, answer a few questions, because we got the whole team standing by, ready for an interview.
That's right. I've got the Solar Scarabs now, our second team to qualify to the Smite World Championships. And also over here with Deathwalker. Came into this tournament, didn't quite know what was going to be going on, didn't know if we just see mages, see warriors, and you said, maybe I'll just play some Bellona, maybe some Osiris. And that's pretty much all you did, and you won. I mean, how does it feel coming out qualifying to Worlds, man?
I mean, it feels great to be back again. Last year, I loved going to Texas, and I think this year is going to be even more fun. I mean, the Kaolin Wardens were insanely tough, though. I mean, we expected them to be good, but, I mean, that was unreal. Unreal how well they played.
Close fought battle between both your teams. Congratulations, Deathwalker. I'll scoot right past you here. I'll make way over here. Apreel, first time coming out here to a big land like this and now qualifying over into the World Championships. I mean, how does it feel being to go to Worlds for the first time?
I mean, it's kind of crazy because, like, 4 months ago, I was stuck in SOC. Kind of made a crazy story. SOC to SEC to Worlds within, like, 4 months. I think that's pretty good. I mean, the set was really rough. I think we got smoked every single early game. We kind of pulled through, but was also a little bit of luck involved, I think, but I'm happy to make it.
Right, well, congratulations. You look great out there. Some great performance by you. Sweet by right here. Echrome, you're getting bullied a bit over there in the duel lane for a lot of these early games. Finally get a game where you get to kind of sit back, be a little bit more luxury over in the duel lane. Now qualifying up to Worlds. I mean, what are some of your thoughts coming from this set and now moving on to SWC?
I mean, I hope I'm not going to get camped again. I don't like that. I like to have pressure, right? Feels so good to be back at Arlington, I guess. It's actually so nice as well because we have two players that never went to LAN before. So that just feels good. I love the team. Everyone is like enjoying the team as well. So that's just we are just living the best life, I guess.
Living it great, getting some big wins. Silenced. Missed out on a few lands over the course. You know, you've been able to qualify with some teams, but haven't made out here. Finally make it out to your first one, and you get to go to World Championships off it. How you feeling, man?
I feel great. I mean, first LAN, make Worlds. I don't think it gets any better than that.
You and Apreel in that same boat here, getting to qualify. Congratulations to you. Zyrhoes. Love the Opwash, first off. Big fan of the god. Able to get out there. You didn't like the Opwash. It's all right. It still works out for you. First off, man, going back-to-back now, being able to come back to the world stage. How's it feel coming back with Deathwalker in the squad to Worlds?
I mean, it's nice. I mean, I'm just especially proud of Silenced and Apreel for playing so well on the first LAN, so I'm really excited to go again.
Excited to see you guys back there. Congratulations for the EU teams. Bradford, did I even ask you a question, or you just want to kind of go off and say your own thing on this one?
I'll say my own thing. The boys played well. Proud of them. It's painful to watch, though. The amount of mistakes. But we'll be having words about that. They'll clean it up. Proud of them. Silenced especially. It's his first LAN, and he's like a little version of me.
Well, don't worry, you got about 6 days to clean that up there. Congratulations to the Solar Scarabs, our second team to qualify to the SWC. I'll let you get back out there so you guys can celebrate, and we'll throw it back to the desk to close the day.
They get the job done, Miff. They're going to go to Worlds, and you can hear the excitement. You've got a lot of good names on that squad to go to Worlds with as well. A few of them who have not only been able to play on such massive stages before.
World champions.
And, yeah, some that have gone back-to-back and were the first to ever do it. So I think a lot of good names and a lot of good power behind them. And then a few for their first actual LAN here. Next time they get to play in front of a massive crowd in Arlington, Texas. I'm sure they're really excited, and I'm sure it's going to be a lot of fun, again, for everybody involved. You're going to want to make sure you're tuning in January 12th through 14th. But for now, we still
That's so soon.
Yeah, I know, right? It is
6 days out.
Really, really close. Next Friday, We put out the schedule, everything. Follow us on Twitter. Watch the brackets because we still have one more day here before we can even finish that up. Scarabs are going to Worlds, and who's going to join them? Well, tomorrow we'll find out as the Wardens take on the Camelot Kings. Mifflin, the reigning world champs, have a chance to become the returning world champs, but might not get there.
And let's talk about differences in interviews, right? The flowers given by Deathwalker to the Kaolin Wardens. Interview is, Kaolin Wardens, we thought they were going to play good. They played better than we thought. We talked to him about the Camelot Kings. He said, who's their support? I don't even know who these guys are. That makes me a little bit concerned for our SPL teams.
Yeah, this is a good chance. I mean, we've been talking about it a lot, and what we're going to see, not only a guaranteed SCC team from this group and a chance for another, but if you go to the other group where we have, that's right, the Highland Ravens who have qualified already for Worlds, well, there's a good chance that we have another SCC team joining, Hex Mambo, who's going to be taking on Gladiators. And that's why you said you're worried for the SPL teams. It was right. Plural there. It was not just the Kings.
Yeah.
The Gladiators are on that list.
Yeah, and I actually had the opportunity. I asked Kirby, you know, you're going to be watching the set today. Is there a team you'd rather play against between the Ravens and Mambo? And he said, I want the Mambo again. I want to prove that we can beat them. So clearly the Gladiators getting what they asked for.
You know, I know a lot of people out there rooting for the Gladiators, specifically because they want Kirby to make it to Worlds, right? That is the main goal, and of course, that's something we're going to have to find out if they're able to do tomorrow. Hex Mambo and the Gladiators, Kaolin Wardens and the Kings. Two of those teams are going to be done for the season. Two of those teams are going to the Worlds stage. And for those of you who are tuning in now, I'll go ahead and spoil it, but tomorrow, after those games are done, we're going to have the captains from the other 4 SPL teams come in, and they're going to do their draft so we can actually know what the bracket's going to be. We'll have everyone who's there, and the Ferryman will get to choose first of all 4 who have qualified both today and tomorrow. So it's going to be a lot of fun. You're going to want to make sure that you tune in, not just for the games, but also for the draft afterward. But from myself, from Mifflin, everyone back in production, and all the other casters, I want to thank you so much for watching. We'll be back to do it again and get the last 2 teams going to World tomorrow, so we'll make sure that we see you then.